What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 355. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line from Denver, Colorado, it's Scott-Vargas. LSV, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. We were about to do a set review after taking one set off. Thanks to Owen Turnwald for handling the set reviews from my seat last time. I think he did a fantastic job.
He did indeed.
And I'm glad to be back. I do like the set reviews. They're a lot of work, but I do enjoy them.
Yeah, it's a lot of prep work, but then we get to get into the nitty gritty. And, this is where we start to lay the framework, of course, for the entire set as we go forward. This is going to be the Kaladesh Set Review. This is going to be commons and uncommons. This is the most important one. This is the one that you're going to want to listen to before your pre-release, your release. So that you can get a good idea for what the format looks like. Now, the rares are important, and you're going to be playing a lot of those. And we will be talking about the rares and mythic rares next week on the podcast. But this week, it's all about commons and uncommons. For Kaladesh, this set looks super cool, and I'm excited to get into it. Before we do, I want to mention our sponsor, channelfireball.com. If you need Kaladesh cards, you can get them right now. You can pre-order them on Channel Fireball, get them in your cart, pay for them, and on September 30th, when the set is officially out, they will promptly ship them to your door. You can get them right away, at least as close to right away as possible, by pre-ordering them on Channel Fireball. You can also get sealed product. That kind of stuff. They have variety pack type things where you can get a whole bunch of cool products together and kind of get everything you need for the set to kick things off. And of course, those singles that I mentioned as well. And while you're there, they got Limited Resources sleeves, deck boxes, and t-shirts in stock. So you can pick up one of those to maybe wear to your pre-release and show everybody what a big fan of value you are. Speaking of value, patreon.com/limited resources is where you can find a way to support the show directly. You can go there. You can pick any amount. And whenever we put up one of our main episodes of the show, it'll charge you that amount. You can set a monthly limit. You can quit any time, and it's fully optional. If you do sign up, you get some pretty cool perks in there as well. So please do check that out. Okay, Luis, we don't want to waste any time getting into the set review. So I'm going to kick things off with our grading scale overview. This is an important piece of the puzzle for people who like to listen to set reviews. So talk us through the grading scale.
All right. First of all, you should not just listen to the grade. The idea behind the set review is not just that we give a card a grade and move on. Otherwise, we would just give a card a grade and move on. Maybe put out a spreadsheet. The idea is that we talk about why we think this card is good, bad, interesting, whatever. And then the grade, as you so call it, serves as a punctuation mark at the end so that you know that we think that it's kind of like a guide of like what the power level of the card is after listening to all our comments about the card. So
right.
Really useful to have grades. Really important to not rely just on the grades. Not all Bs are the same, and knowing the difference is very important. So let's start with the As. A's are the bombs, the game winners. They're good in many situations, especially when behind, and they're the best cards in the set. I mean, A is the highest grade. I guess technically A plus is the highest grade. And they happen to be clustered around rare and mythic, but sometimes you find lower rarity, like really efficient spells as A's as well. I replaced all the examples with Eldritch Moon cards, so we have like Gisela, the Broken Blade, Murder, Niblis of Frost as some examples of A's from Eldritch Moon. B. These are the cards that actively pull you towards their colors. They're go-to cards and reasons to be in a specific color or clan or guild or whatever the delineation is in this particular set. Most like good removal falls into this category. So we have cards in the B range like Choking Restraints, Wretched Griff, and actually Thermal Alchemist. Not a card you'd get as B initially, but at the end of the format, I can comfortably say that Thermal Alchemist pulls me into like Blue-Red, for example.
Definitely.
So it's a B in that deck. Next up is C. These are the playables. These are what you call the pawns of limited. They're interchangeable. You do need a lot of them because your deck is just not going to be all A's and B's. That's generally not how it works. You end up with normal creatures, mediocre removal, and combat tricks in the C range. So we have like Exultant Cultists, Spectral Reserves, Backwoods Survivalists. These are the kind of cards that are at the C range. D is sometimes playable. You would prefer not to run them. So like mediocre or junky cards, situational cards, just a lot of reasons why these are just not quite at C level. So cards like this are Borrowed Hostility, Crossroads Consecrator, Fogwalker, cards that you're just not always going to play. And Borrowed Hostility is maybe on the high end of that range, but you definitely not always play it, whereas Fogwalker and Consecrator are on the low end where you're kind of unhappy if those are in your deck.
Yeah, but they occasionally will be your 22nd, 23rd card.
Certainly. F is just the cards that are just virtually unplayable. These are the cards that you can go a whole format without never seeing one in play. Prying Questions, Emrakul's Influence, just cards that just do not work.
Oh, and by the way, it's worth noting F plus is actually the lowest grade we can give.
Yes, that we have determined that. Sideboard is a category that are cards that you just wouldn't put in your main deck, but still have a lot of value once you want to sideboard them in. So cards like Artifact Enchantment Removal, like Spring Sage Ritual, for example. Not a card you're going to put in your main deck, but it could be, closer to A or B when you actually want to board it in against the person with 5, artifacts. Turn Aside is another card which, sometimes creeps into your main deck, but is more accurately a sideboard card, where it's really good if your opponent has 6 removal spells and just terrible against like green-white. So, sideboard are cards that are not going to make it into your main deck, but are good when you board them in. And then lastly, we have Build Around, which is kind of like a subcategory because we're still going to get a grade, but these are cards that they're not good on their own, but with the right cards become very good. So like Shreds of Sanity or Take Inventory are some build-arounds from Eldritch Moon, where clearly you can't just put those cards in your deck, but once you have 4 Take Inventories or once you have 5 instants and 5 sorceries, the Shreds of Sanity becomes great. So the build-around is a card, and we're going to call them out when we see them.
That's right. They're worth noting in that way. Now, we're going to do things a little bit differently here to start off as far as what order we're going to do the colors and cards in. We're actually going to start off this time with gold. And the reason for this is that many of the sets that they've come out with over the past few years have had a cycle of uncommon gold 2-color cards. And these 2-color cards will often be kind of signposts for what the color pair is trying to do. Now, they're not perfect, but it gives us a good overview. So we thought, and this was suggested, by the way, by Ryan Spain, my original co-host of LR. He said, look, these cards will often tell you where you're trying to go with these color pairs. So starting off with them maybe can give us a little bit of an idea. Now, we're going to try not to go too deep down that path because we have to see the other cards in the set before we can really put it together. But these are be more of like a clue, like an idea of what direction these colors might be headed. So with that said, let's start off. By the way, the whole reason why we did this is so we could start off with Cloud Blazer. By the way, which is 3 blue, white. I think you and I got a bunch of tweets when this one got spoiled because they're like, how do you guys feel about this? So Cloud Blazer is 3 white blue for a 2/2 flying human scout. And when it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life and draw 2 cards. How do I feel about that? I feel fantastic. That is amazing.
All right. So there's a few things to note about Cloud Blazer. First of all, it's just a fantastic card. It's a great card. It's a 5 mana 2/2 that draws you 2. So it's like a 3 for 1 and you gain 2 life.
It's a 4 for 1.
Sure. Yeah. It's 4 for 1. The other thing to note is that this actually isn't representative of blue-white as a color combination, really.
No.
It's just a generic good card. So that is fine. Not all gold cards are going to be an archetype staple, but Cloud Blazer is just a great card. I think it's just pretty easy just to call this an A. It's just going to be such a good card. You're just never going to go wrong.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, this is the obvious front runner for favorite card. I mean, come on, it reminds you of Muldrifter, right?
Yeah,
it has a lot of similarities to Muldrifter.
It's not my favorite card in the set. I know what that is, but it is not it is not a bad card. And gold cards have this cost to take first because you're locking into 2 colors, or rather, you're not locking into 2 colors. You're taking a card which you're less likely to be able to play than a monocolored card. But Cloud Blazer is so good that I would be happy first picking this. So I'm just gonna give Cloud Blazer an A.
I am too. I'm just hoping that blue-white is a color combination that is viable, because the last time this happened was Reflector Mage. Yeah, and it got me. And I was so excited, and I was like, yes, I'm going to do it. And then blue-white ended up being not so good.
The only thing Reflector Mage did was make blue-white limited still bad, and constructed games, I think, overall net less fun.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Reflector Mage. Contraband Kingpin is next. It's the blue-black gold card here. So this is a 1/4 with lifelink. It's an Aetherborn Rogue. And it says, whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, scry 1.
So this does give you a sense of what Blue-Black's trying to do. Blue-Black does have a lot of cards that care about artifacts, so they want you to play a lot of artifacts. And in this case, note it's whenever it enters the battlefield under your control. So Fabricate, the mechanic where you choose whether to get a ++1 counter or a 1/1 for each Fabricate, that does trigger this. So you Fabricate, you get a servo token, and you get to scry 1. So Contraband Kingpin looks very good to me.
It does to me, too.
Blue-black for 1/4 lifelink is a great defensive card.
Yeah.
Poke in for a few points of damage, gain some life. Brickwall, not only Brickwall of 3/3, but gain you a life in the process. So it makes attacking even that much less good. And if you can scry even every other turn, the card is great. If you can scry every third turn, the card is still very good. So I think Contraband Kingpin I'm going to give it a B+.
I gave Contraband Kingpin a B. The other thing that I really like about it is that it blocks servos all day. It just keeps them at bay. And I do think that a lot of the Fabricate cards we talked about last week, when we see them in action, I think that the default is going to be to make servos rather than +1/+1 counters in most scenarios. And if somebody's already done that, then you play a Contraband Kingpin and it just sort of locks down all the little servos. Next card, Imperial Voyager. It is 1 green-blue for a 2/3 Vidalcan Scout that has flying and trample. That's right, flample. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you get that many energy counters.
Well, this card is weird. Flying and trample is just a weird combination. And a 2/3 flying trample is also weird.
Yeah, 2-powered tramplers are always like, huh?
But this is still a very good card.
Yeah, it seems great. Man, dude, these gold cards are pushed right out. I mean, they're supposed to be their gold, but holy smokes, these cards are great.
Imperial Voyager would be good if it was a 3-mana 2/3 flyer. That's just a good rate.
Mm-hmm.
Giving it trample, okay, not that big of an upgrade. Giving it a saboteur ability where every time it hits your opponent, you get energy. See, blue-green, again, has energy themes. Like, green is very heavy on energy, and blue has an energy theme as well. So even though this card does not give you anything intrinsically good to use the energy with, this is going to fit very, very nicely in any blue-green deck, just about. So, like, I think Imperial Voyager is quite good. It's not, again, it's closer to the Contraband Kingpin than Cloud Blazer in the sense that you just slot this into a random deck. I think it's going to have utility, but there are some decks where it's better, some decks where it's worse.
For sure.
I'm still going to give this, I'm going to give this a B. I think it's going to be solid in almost every blue-green deck or every blue-green deck, and then great in some of them.
I gave it a B also. It's the thing to recognize about the Voyager is that assuming you can cast it, it's just all upside. Every bit of text on it is just great stuff. Even if you can't necessarily use the energy, that means it's better in some other decks, but still this card's just really, really good on the base stats. Engineered Might. This is the green-white one, so it's 3 green-white for a sorcery. Now, this is going to be important because it's a modal card. It says choose one. Target creature gets +5/+5 and gains trample until end of turn. Or creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain vigilance until end of turn.
This card excites me a lot less than the other 3 because this is a lot narrower. There's just plenty of green-white decks I can imagine that just don't want this card because 5 mana to give your creature +5/+5 and trample is just not that exciting.
That is not very good. But the second one's pretty good.
The second one's good. Get a sorcery speed +2/+2 and vigilance in a token deck, with a bunch of servos is going to do a lot of damage. But there's just so many decks that this misses on. This is just a straight damage card, right? You're not getting up. You're not really going up cards this way.
No.
So, like when you're giving your 4/4 +5/+5 and trample, the best thing you're doing is bashing them for 9, and maybe the trample means you get a couple extra damage through that you wouldn't have, so it's more than just 5 damage. But it's still that's just straight damage, and +2/+2 in vigilance. Like, yeah, maybe you do an extra 8 damage or 12 damage by casting this card, but sometimes you're going to have it and it just does nothing if you're behind. So
right, that's the thing. Being a sorcery means that you're not going to be able to use this defensively really ever.
So this card's a little weird. I think I would give it a C, and the reason behind that is I can never imagine taking this early because not only is it a gold card, which has a higher cost, it also is a gold card that asks you to be an aggressive go-wide deck. Like, how often, if you just first pick this, if you started every draft with an Engineered Might, how often do you end up playing in your deck? Like 10% of the time? Something like that, 15% of the time.
Right, because so often you end up being not in the colors.
Yeah, you're either not green-white or you're green-white and it doesn't want Engineered Might.
Yeah.
There's plenty of green-white decks that are not going to play this. So it's almost closer to a build-around. I think I just give it a C, though. If you're
give it a C. It's still powerful, right? I mean, like +5/+5 and trample is a heck of a lot of damage. And if you do have the go-wide deck, +2/+2 and vigilance is going to, really put a hurting on your opponent.
If you're already green-white, and you see one of these in like pack 3, this card could easily be like a B to an A.
Yeah.
So, but early in the draft, I think it's just not something you're supposed to take.
All right. So Engineered Might C. Hazardous Conditions. This one's a little weird. It's 2 green, black for a sorcery. It says creatures with no counters on them get -2/-2 until end of turn. That
plays towards the +1/+1 counter theme that green and black both share. So the advantage, well, it's funny because a creature with a ++1 counter probably lives through this anyway, but it's still...
there's only one size that...
It's still a somewhat reliable -2/-2. I don't know. I'm not really into this card. Like,
I don't like it very much either.
There's a couple reasons I don't think it's good. First of all, your opponent could just have creatures with counters on them. It's relatively common. It's among all the different colors, just about have... Like, all the colors have the thriving cycle of creatures that get counters. You have Fabricate in a bunch of the colors. Like, that happens. Also, it doesn't affect your opponent's vehicles, because they're just not going to be active at the time that you cast this sorcery. Yeah, and even if it was just straight 4 mana -2/-2, honestly, even if it was straight 4 mana, your opponent's creatures get -2/-2, I don't think it would be a bomb, like, in this particular set.
I don't think so either. And this is harder to cast and slow.
Yeah.
It must be really, like, maybe just killing a bunch of servos is a real thing or something, because this feels out of whack to me, right? It feels like it's way, way too expensive and gold for the effect that you get. So there's something missing here, or it's just not very good.
Well, the problem is, yes, it can kill a bunch of servos. Imagine you kill a bunch of servos with this game one. Your opponent can just choose their Fabricates to be ++1 counters. Now they're just immune to this. So I don't like hazardous conditions. I'm going to call this a sideboard card. I don't think I'm going to start this in my main deck all that often.
I agree. Next is Restoration Gearsmith, which is 2 white/black for a human artificer. She's a 3/3. And when Restoration Gearsmith enters the battlefield, return target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Super Gravedigger.
Oh yeah, I'm a fan of Restoration Gearsmith.
Oh, this is great.
I mean, this is close enough to 4 mana 3/3 draw a card, and that card is never a land.
Draw a spell, yeah.
So,
I dig it.
It does not take any deck building or any work to make this good, because yes, it returns artifacts. That's great, but you could just put creatures in your deck. So a 4 mana 3/3 Gravedigger is already very good. And the fact that this gets artifacts back just makes it that much more flexible. So Gearsmith, I think, is just going to be a solid B.
I would say it's a B as well. Yeah. Restoration Gearsmith just seems very, very good. Unlicensed Disintegration is next. It's 1 black/red for an instant. It says destroy target creature. If you control an artifact, Unlicensed Disintegration, it deals 3 damage to that creature's controller. Ugh.
My only question with this
is a beating.
Yeah. Who licensed this Disintegration?
Like, if you wanted to get the Disintegration licensed, where do you go?
I'm just curious. Like, totally, the Disintegration happened. Someone must have licensed it. This card's great. This is the murder of the set, right? It's 3 mana kill a creature. It also will just randomly nug your opponent for 3 a decent percentage of the time. But in no way should you assume you need artifacts to make this good. That has very little to do with how powerful the card is. So. Yeah. The card is great. I think it's just a solid A. It's a reason to start in black-red.
I agree. Wow, that card, the flavor text says, I'd stand back if I were you. Yeah, and I tend to agree. Veteran
Disintegration gets an A.
Yes, it does get an A. If it were licensed...
it might actually get an A+.
Yeah. Veteran Motorist is next. It's red-white for a 3/1 dwarf pilot. So pretty aggro, right? A 2 mana 3/1 is already, against a slow start going to deal quite a bit of damage. Though the 1 toughness does mean that dying to servos and other things is real. It says, when it enters the battlefield, scry 2. What? Red, white, 3/1 that scries 2? Okay. And it has more text too. It says, whenever Veteran Motorist crews a vehicle, that vehicle gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Man, they are not messing around in this set. You scry too?
You have to find your vehicles.
Is that what it is? He's digging through the junkyard?
I'm not sure exactly on the flavor of this, but
this card is really weird and kind of good.
Yeah, well, I would say that the function dwarfs the flavor in this particular case, I think Veteran Motorist is going to be quite good because, yes, vehicles is a red-white theme, but you should always play this if you're red-white. Red-white for a 3/1 Scry 2 is a great card.
That's a great deal. Even if you have to block with it, Scry 2 and trading off for a creature is great.
Yeah, so this is a fantastic card. It does push you towards wanting vehicles because, crewing a vehicle and giving it +1/+1 is a pretty big game. So
Also, the 3 power, really relevant for crewing vehicles, as we'll see as we go through. Some of the better vehicles do require 2 or 3 or even more crew, and only needing to tap one creature, especially one that's not an amazing blocker. I mean, this one can trade up, so that part's good, but it doesn't, block smaller creatures as well, means that you could have other blockers still back. And of course, the vehicle gets the bonus too. The veteran motorist really seems to kind of be the real deal to me.
Yeah. And the fact that the one toughness is less of a drawback when he spends most of his time crewing vehicles.
Right. So, he's sitting in a car the whole time. Who cares?
Yeah.
Got an airbag.
I like veteran motorist at B+.
Yeah, I gave him a B, but I could see it being either one. Great card. Voltaic, Luis, Brawler.
I don't understand what's the emphasis there.
Green, white. It's green, red for a 3/2 human warrior. And when it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy. And whenever it attacks, you can pay 1 energy. If you do, it gets +1/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. So, they kind of did it here. They printed a 4/3 trampler for 2 mana.
Yeah. And you note that it gets 2 energy, but it only takes 1. So you can use it 2 turns in a row.
God dang, this thing hits hard.
This is pushed. And again, some of these cards like veteran motorist or hazardous conditions tell you a little more about what the color combination is trying to do. The Brawler, sure, it gives you the energy theme that red and green kind of share, but really this card's just a beater. So
yes,
you don't have to worry about anything else. If you have mountains and forests in your deck, you're just going to play this card and it's going to be fantastic. I think that despite it being, looking like just like a big stat creature, this actually clears the bar to hit A for me.
Oh, does it really? It's pushed that far for you? It's
a 2 mana 4/3 attacker, which is absurd. Also with trample. Also, its energy can fuel other cards, so it even plays nicely with other cards. I'm going to give it an A- because it's not just like a flat A, but Voltaic Brawler is really good.
Wow, yeah, I was going to give it a B+. You may have convinced me. I'll stick on B+ for now, because ultimately it still is just a beatdown creature. Like, it does get worse the later the game goes in many scenarios, but I don't want to overstate that. It doesn't get bad, and the energy still works. God, you aren't kidding, dude. They push this card far. Like,
oh, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that guy get play in standard. Whirler Virtuoso is next. This card's cool too. This is the blue-red. So it's 1 blue-red for a 2/3 Vidalcan Artificer. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, you get 3 energy counters, which is quite a bit. And you can pay 3 energy counters to make a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. So Whirler Virtuoso just builds up a bunch of Thopters potentially. Now, of course, we're talking about the base level here. So you've got a 3 mana 2/3 that comes already with a 1/1 flyer. So that's great.
Yeah, that is already very, very good. It's strictly better than that, to go back to previous conversations about strictly better, because you don't have to spend the energy on the 1/1 flyer. You can spend it on other cards.
Yes.
And if you pick up energy later from other sources, you can just make more 1/1 flyers.
I really like cards like this, man.
Yeah, I
really like cards like this.
At the risk of grade inflation, I think I want to give this an A-. I think the fact that you're paying 3 mana for 3/4 worth of stats with flexibility, one of which has flying, and energy works both. This fuels other cards and gets fueled by other cards. I mean, maybe I'm overestimating how much that matters for these energy cards, but this looks really good to me.
That's a lot of energy too. After having read it, I mean, getting 3 energy on the spot's a lot.
It just means that sometimes you'll play another card and just get a free 1/1 flyer when you have this in play.
Yeah.
I don't know. That seems
that
really
does seem
good.
Great. I'm going to give Whirler Virtuoso a B+, and here's my reasoning. If they push the uncommons this far, we're not going to have any room for A's at the rare slot, because they're going to be completely absurd. Yeah, these cards are nuts. Okay. That's it for those. So hopefully that gives us an idea of where some of these color pairs are going. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through. Now, this set, as we know, is heavily artifact based. There are tons of artifacts in this set. So Luis and I thought it would be a good idea to try starting off with the artifacts to kind of set that stage, and then we'll get an idea. That way, when we read a card that says, well, when an artifact enters a battlefield under your control, something happens, and we don't have to sit here and go, well, what if the artifacts are mediocre? Or what if there's not that many? Or what if that doesn't happen as often as we think it will? Well, let's just get that out of the way up front and see what the payoffs are for these or what the artifacts are, and then we'll look at the payoffs in the colored cards after that. So, artifacts. First one is called, oh, here it is. We found it. Your favorite card in the set. Luis, would you take it away? I don't even want to take this moment from you.
This is Accomplished Automaton. It's 7 mana for a 5/7 construct, artifact creature. It has Fabricate 1. So or when it enters the battlefield, you either put a ++1 counter on it, or you make the servo that's perched on its right shoulder there. So the week before the set review, my sign-off had Hexplate Golem as the number one masterpiece if I got to make the list. So, and I didn't know about this card at that point. So
no,
Hexplate Golem is just a strictly better version of this. It's
wait. That's not how that works.
Well, it's a 7-mana 5/7, but it doesn't run into a lot of the complicated issues that Fabricate causes. So.
Like the choice on whether to make it bigger.
Right, like if you're low on time on that, we don't mind.
Yeah, another downside is that there's not as much room for flavor text on this as there is.
Right. So Hexplate Golem, one of my favorite cards, is a 7-mana 5/7. This is a 7-mana 6/8 or a 7-mana 5/7 plus a 1/1. That being said, I'm not going to give this an insanely high grade because it's a 7-drop. It looks solid. It looks like the sort of thing where if you had one of these as your top end, then there are worse places to be. It's not going to be the best finisher, clearly. But yeah. I think even though I do love playing with cards like this, I think realistically, the way this set looks, this is probably going to be closer to a D+. Like, it's just going to be a borderline finisher if you need a borderline finisher.
Yeah, I gave Accomplished Automaton a D. My thinking is just that, when I spend 7 mana, I want a significant board impacting swingy spell. And I don't think that Accomplished Automaton is in. It is a fine place to put 7 mana, I think. That is a lot of power and toughness, and the Fabricate helps blocking and spreading it out a little bit. So I do think that that's totally fine. But man, just from early implications, I think that, getting to 7 mana may be a little bit more difficult than it seems. And if that's the case, if this is one of those sets where getting to 7 mana isn't trivial, either through mana ramp or just because of how slow the format is, then this thing goes down quite a bit. I don't want to base it on the gold cards, but man, there's some really, they play the 4/3 Trampler guy on turn 2. You look down at Accomplished Automaton in your hand and like you're doing something wrong. So yeah, I give him a D.
All right.
We've got our first vehicle. Yeah. So this is Aradara Express. It's 5 mana for an 8/6 vehicle. This is common, by the way. It's got Menace, and its crew cost. And by the way, we're going to be talking a lot about crew cost and paying a lot of attention. Think of equipment. How much, the thing that you and I always go to, Luis, is the equip cost is kind of the focal point of that. And the crew cost is going to be really important here. It's 4, which is quite a bit.
Yeah, so one way to look at this, it's not a 5-mana 8/6 Menace, right? That it
definitely is not.
that it clearly is not. What this adds to the board in terms of how much damage you deal is 4. Because you're tapping 4 power worth of creatures to deal 8 damage. So this is adding, in terms of total damage, you can deal 4. The reason it's a little better than that is an 8/6 Menace has pseudo evasion. It's hard for your opponent to block. Like, imagine they had just like 1 5/5 out, and you had a 4/4 in this. Instead of dealing 0 damage with the 4/4, you're doing 8 damage with this. So that is clearly a big thing.
Also, a well built out board. If they have like 4 smallish or medium sized creatures, and you've got, let's say, 3, medium sized creatures, your attacks into that are rarely good. But if you can play the Aradara Express, crew it up, and swing in, they're forced to do some awkward blocks. The Express is more likely to trade off for 2 or even 3 of your opponent's creatures. So it does give you kind of a different angle of attack.
Yeah. And it lets you utilize creatures that wouldn't otherwise be able to do something a little better. Mm-hmm. The big downside here is sometimes this card does nothing.
Yeah. Oh, God. If you don't happen to have 4 power out, you cannot crew it, and it can't block, it can't attack. All it does is you're just paying 5 mana for a card that says Artifact. Ugh.
Right. A card that doesn't affect the board for 5 mana, or a card that even if you think it's going to, ends up not. Like, imagine you have a 4/4, 2 2/2s out, and you play this on 5, and your opponent's like, okay, end of your turn, kill one of your 2/2s or kill your 4/4. All of a sudden, you did spend turn 5 doing nothing, because they can just attack you. And then next turn, if you have another creature, maybe you get to animate this, but maybe you don't. Or maybe they kill a creature again, It's the sort of thing where if they have enough removal, they can pin you down. And a crew 4 is just such a higher bar than crew 3 or 2 or 1. Where do you land on this?
I don't like it. I think that this looks like one of those like kind of splashy high risk type cards, but with significant downside. Crewing up a vehicle like this to block with is probably not the best option in a lot of scenarios where you would rather reserve the right to block with multiple creatures. Again, these can be killed as well. If you go, okay, I want to block with my Ardar Express, crew it, then they kill it before blocks. You've tapped most of your team and you can't block at all. Now, if you are the beatdown, I gotta feel like if you've got the 4 power or, 3 or 4 creatures out there or whatever, that you're likely to be in a good spot. And all this is doing is augmenting in the way that you can attack. And that does have benefit. It's not zero, but I don't think it's worth a card and I don't think it's worth the risk. So I think the Ardar Express is going to end up being not very good. And I'm going to give it a D.
I like it a little more than you do. I think that it's the kind of card it's dangerous to have too many of. It's dangerous to put in a deck with not enough creatures. It has some bad matchups, but I think the power level's here.
Okay, that is a lot of power for 5 mana.
I'm going to give it a C. I'm going to say that if vehicles are overall bad, this is one of the worst. But I think vehicles are overall going to be decent, and I think this is going to be the one you cut the most often. This is not a card I would take early, but in the right deck, in like a 17 creature deck, this feels like a good way to utilize your creatures. So I'm going to give Ardar Express a C, and hope to find out soon how good it is.
Right off the bat, we're already a full grade off. I love it. Ballista Charger is next. It also costs 5 mana. It's also a vehicle. This one is a 6/6, and it says whenever it attacks, it deals 1 damage to target creature or player. I like that. And its crew cost is 3. So it is a full crew member less. And, you mentioned this, the difference between 3 and 4 is actually bigger than it looks.
It is, because it's just so much easier to add up to 3. There's so many more combinations that get you there than adding up to 4.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It's going to be that much harder for your opponent to keep you off of being able to crew this. Ballista Charger is much better than the Express.
Yeah, I think this card is actually quite good. I really like the deals 1 damage. It's to creature or player, but if you can kill a creature with that is a big deal. Being able to just pick off a servo or a 1 toughness creature of some sort, can make crewing up a Ballista Charger that much better. It also makes chump blocking more difficult, and this thing does hit pretty hard at 6/6.
Yeah, again, the fact that you can pick off a creature and get a card back right away means that even if later this maybe sits in play for a turn or two, you aren't end up down as much as you would have been.
Yeah, exactly.
Where do you land on this?
God, I don't know. It's crew 3 is still very real. 5 mana is still very real. But I just have a gut feeling that this one's significantly better. I'm going to go C+. I still don't I'm really wary of the vehicles. Not that I think that they might be bad cards, but just that they might be very touchy, right? Like they really reward your opponent for having removal spells or for controlling the board well, or in a lot of cases for being aggressive. I think that, vehicles aren't great if your opponent is aggressive, and they feel clunky to me, where they want to be attacking. They want you to have a board, meaning you can't trade your creatures off. And I think that they push you in some weird direction. So I'm a little wary about how vehicles play out overall. But yeah, I think C+.
All right, I'm going to give Ballista Charger a B-. It has a lot of the same caveats as the Express, where just some decks are just unable to play this card, but the reward really is here. I think that
I agree.
I think that you're going to feel good about having this card in your deck.
Yeah, and the crew 3 is this thing is arguably better than the Ardar Express as far as what it does, and it's got a less on crew cost. So yeah, go uncommons. Bastion Mastodon is 5 mana for an artifact creature elephant. It's common. It says it's a 4/5. The Mastodon, and you can pay a white to give it vigilance until end of turn.
This is highly medium.
Seems super medium, right?
You don't need to be playing white to make this card, medium. It's just going to be about the same. It's going to be a little better in a white deck. But so the reason you really would play Bastion Mastodon is that you need another artifact, or you need another 5-drop, or both. So this is just like the definition of a C to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's a pure C. It maybe is a C- because it costs 5, and that might be clogged up. Next one is another uncommon vehicle called Bombat Bazaar Barge. Kudos to whoever named that, by the way. That is insanely good. This one is 4 mana for a 5/5, and when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card.
All right.
And I like this. Now, the crew is 3 for this one as well.
This is similar to the other vehicles we saw, because we're starting out with all the high crew numbers. This card is good.
This card's good. See, this one just mitigates that whole I've spent a card on nothing thing in the case that happens by giving you the card back.
Yeah, it is.
And then when you are beating down or when you are crewing this thing up, I mean, a 5/5 for 4 that's attacking the next turn and it's drawing you a card, that's great.
Yeah, and yes, if you end up being unable to crew this, it's still not good for you. Paying 4 mana to cycle is just not a good ability.
No.
But the drawback is so much worse when you get your card back. It also draws you more likely into things that can crew. So
yes,
I'm going to give Bomat Bazaar Barge. Well, it makes sense, right?
A B. Yeah. Or 3 Bs, as it were. Yeah, I agree. Again, going back to the way that I'm viewing these vehicles is like I'm hedging. I'm nervous about the times when I'm behind or when the vehicle isn't in a prime position to attack. And this one I think is a really nice way to kind of hedge away from that. So I like it a lot. Reprint. Chief of the Foundry is next. It's 3 mana for a 2/3 constructed uncommon, and other artifact creatures you control get +1/+1. This could be very good here. We've been talking about servos a lot, and you put this into a fabricate deck where you're spewing out a servo or two and playing some artifact creatures, and Chief of the Foundry could be a really nice one.
You really don't need many other artifacts before this is worth it, right? If you have one other artifact creature most of the game, then this is 3 mana for 3/4 worth of stats.
Which is sweet. Yeah, for 3 mana of no color, 3 generic mana. I mean, that's this guy's already a 2/3 for just 3, which is, we've talked about it before. It's acceptable, right? It's not exciting.
And there's cards or color combinations and cards that want you to have artifacts. So this you could get payoffs even if you don't actually have other artifacts in play by having Chief of the Foundry. So
this seems very good to me. It affects your vehicles.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of Chief of the Foundry. I don't think the card is a bomb. I wouldn't first pick it, but this looks like a solid C+ to me.
Yeah, I actually have Chief of the Foundry at B.
Just straight up B?
Yeah, I just think it's like it goes into so many different decks because it's colorless, and it pumps random tokens and big stuff like vehicles, and what does it ask of you?
I guess it doesn't ask that much.
Play a 2/3 for 3. It's like, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'll adjust my grade upwards. I guess I'll give it a B-.
All right. Chief gives you a high five with his cool metal hand. Cogworker's Puzzle Knot. This is part of a 5-card cycle of puzzle knots, and you'll see similarities between them. They're all common artifacts. This one costs 2 mana, and when it enters the battlefield, you get a 1/1 servo, which is a colorless artifact creature token. And then you can pay 1 and a white. This is the white one, and there is one for each color. You sacrifice the puzzle knot, and once again, you get another 1/1 servo token. So that's how these all work. They enter the battlefield and give you something. Then you pay some mana and sacrifice them, and you get that something again. And each color has its own thing. So there's kind of a lot going on, right? An artifact is entering the battlefield. That triggers a significant number of cards in the set. An artifact is on the battlefield, which also matters for some number of cards on the set. Also, you're getting a marginal benefit. You're paying, in this case, 2 mana to get a 1/1, which is like not great, but you can also pay 2 mana later to get another 1/1, which is actually kind of good. These cards, none of them seem pushed, right? Like, this isn't the type of card that you're just like, wow, how did they print this? But at the same time, you could certainly see decks where Cogworker's Puzzle Knot is a card that you want in your deck, right?
Yeah, my guess is most of the puzzle knots just not going to be playable outside their color. So you're not really going to play this unless
for only half of it, yeah.
Right, because like 2 mana for a 1/1 plus an artifact that sits there is just not a card that you can play in.
No.
Unless you had like some really, really, really artifact heavy blue-black deck that needed tons of artifacts. But for the most part, these are almost treat them as if they were cards of the color that they were. With the the knowledge that you can cast them even if you don't draw any planes or whatever, but you're not playing this unless you can activate it, I don't think.
No, I agree. It's already barely at power level, I think, even if you are activating it, because it's still clunky. I mean, you're paying 4 mana for 2 1/1s ultimately.
Yeah, and it's broken up into 2 costs, which is a lot better, but it's still... You really only play this if you have a reason. I like Cogworker's Puzzle Knot at... It's either C- or D+. Basically, like, you're not going to put this in your random decks. I think that C- is probably captures that. You're not really just going to put this in a white deck. You're just going to play this if you have enough artifact synergies.
Yeah. And we've already seen a few cards, Chief of the Foundry, the green-white pump spell, that reward this type of thing. So we'll keep an eye on that type of thing as well. I mean, one of the other things is like 2 artifacts enter the battlefield when you play this. If you have cards that care about that starts to add up pretty quickly. And then when you sacrifice it, another one enters the battlefield. So yeah, Cogworker's Puzzle Knot, I like it at C-. Consulate Skygate is next. It's 2 mana for a 0/4 artifact creature wall at common. It's got Defender and Reach.
All right.
This is the do-nothingest.
I'm not a big fan of this. I like defending myself. You know, I like blocking. But the problem with cards like this is they don't really give you an advantage. So if your opponent has a 3/3 and you have this, you're like, yes, I did it. But eventually they'll answer this or they'll make a 4/4 and then all of a sudden this won't be very good. It doesn't pressure your opponent at all. If they have 2 2/2s, they can still attack you, whereas like a 2/4 defender can, keep multiple things back. So, and vehicles punch through this very easily. Vehicles mean that you give your opponent's vehicle deck enough time, they're going to have just these inflated stat creatures coming over. So
yeah, that's right. And the fact that you've played the Consulate Skygate here means that you are giving them time, by definition. So I don't like it either.
I like it at D. It's the sort of card that I'm likely to sideboard in against 2 and 3 power flyers because maybe those are a little harder to deal with in general. But for the most part, I'm not really a fan of this card.
Yeah, I gave Consulate Skygate a D-. I really just think it's bad. Like, I don't think that you're going to be playing it. What about this next card?
This is a weird one. Decoction Module.
Module, yeah.
It is 2 mana. It's an artifact. It's uncommon. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you get an energy. So 1 energy counter. 4 tap. Return target creature you control to its owner's hand.
What?
So this is weird. I think it's very clearly in the build-around space, first of all.
Absolutely.
Because it gives you presumably a bunch of energy, right? If you play this on turn 2, you might get 5 or 6 or more energy off of it. But it has no way to spend that energy, so you need to put other cards in your deck that spend energy. And then it has the ability of protecting your creatures or re-triggering enter the battlefield triggers by returning them, but it costs a lot of mana to do that. I don't know. I'm skeptical of this card, but I think I'm going to give it a C in the build-around category, where if you have an energy-heavy deck, this actually looks like it could be pretty good.
Because you feel like you can generate just a ton of energy by just playing creatures for the rest of the game, basically.
Yeah.
Play this on 2, and then like every creature you play is just making you an energy counter.
And honestly, if you draw this really late, the first part is not going to be as relevant, but the second part starts to become relevant. If you have 8 lands in play, having the ability to pay 4 and bounce on your creatures is pretty good.
Like, what do you see doing with that?
Well, you can block and return one of your creatures. If you have a creature with like Fabricate, you can play it and get a servo. You can protect your creatures from removal. It is a powerful ability. It's expensive. Like this isn't.
Yeah.
This doesn't strike me as a card you're going to have in your deck very often, but in the right deck, it seems like it could do some work.
Okay. Yeah. I would say build around D. This just seems like a stretch to me. I do want to make that decoction module work, but like, I was just like, I need to see the combo. Somebody needs to show me what I'm supposed to do with that exactly. What about Demolition Stomper?
Stomp, stomp. This is 6 mana for a 10/7. But it's a vehicle.
It's a vehicle.
So, it's a 6 mana 10/7 vehicle. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. No chump blocking this thing.
All right, so it just runs right over anything tiny.
And it's got crew 5.
Oh, God. 5?
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the Stomper. See, the thing is, crew 5 is just so much, and this costs so much mana. This feels like a trap. I don't think I'm going to put Stomper in very many of my decks.
No way. This is... no. Like, the thing that happens is that you play it, you say go, and then, your opponent does something, and then on your turn, you tap everything on your side of the board to attack with this, right? I mean, realistically. And
what if they have a bounce spell or something?
Yeah, or they kill it, or what if they just sure, take 10, hit you for 15? You just tapped your entire team to get in with this thing. Yeah, I don't like Demolition Stomper.
All right, are you going to give it an F or a D?
No, I'm going to give it a D.
Okay.
I having never played with a vehicle yet, it's just too hard for me to predict, and so I don't want to be too harsh, with the grade, just because, it could just be that vehicles are generally good, like you always want the first vehicle in your deck or something like that, and I don't want to, overlook that possibility.
Yeah, I will also give Demolition Stomper a D.
Next is Dukara Peafowl. It is a 4 mana 2/4 bird. It's common, and you can pay a blue to give it flying until end of turn.
All right, so this one, it does matter which colors you are, because flying is a very impactful ability.
Yeah, I kind of like this one, actually.
No, this card's good. Basically, treat it as a blue card. You can play it in a non-blue deck if you really need artifacts, but just be aware.
But you did something wrong.
Yeah, basically, in a blue deck, I think this is a C, probably just a C, but in a non-blue deck, it's a D.
Yeah, I agree. Like, where would you grade a 4-mana 2/4 flying? C plus?
Yeah, 4-mana 2/4 flying is a C plus.
It's a good card. Like, that's a card you'll be
yeah.
making the deck most of the time. And this isn't quite that, but it rewards you by being colorless and being able to cast for the times in your blue deck when you don't have blue yet. But then it also makes you pay by, you have to pump blue mana into it every single time you want to give it flying until end of turn. C minus? Is that what you said for Dukara Peafowl?
So I'm giving Dukara Peafowl a C if you're blue and a D if you are not.
Yes, I like that. That's very good. What does Eager Construct do? Good dog.
He is a good dog. It's a 2-mana 2/2 artifact creature. It's a common. And when it enters the battlefield, each player may, they're going to, scry 1. So
each player may scry 1.
Yeah. So 2-mana 2/2 scry 1 would be good. You would play that card, and you'd be happy to put that in your deck.
Quite happy, especially artifact, for the synergies that brings.
2-mana 2/2, each player scries. It's probably worse than just not scrying, right? Because your opponent has the first crack at drawing the card they scry to the top.
That is true.
And I don't know. Maybe that's just like even enough that it's not a big deal. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's technically
at the very
worse,
worst,
but
it's
not
tied.
much.
Yeah. So that makes this card not that exciting. Just because 2-mana 2/2 is just not great to begin with.
No, I think Eager Constructed doesn't look that great, and it really makes me uncomfortable letting my opponent scry. I don't know why, but
well, yeah, it's just an ability, whatever.
Yeah,
it is the sort of thing that if you need a 2-drop and you need an artifact, this will fill that role, and it's fine to play. But it's not. It's closer to a 2-mana 2/2 vanilla than anything else. So
yeah, exactly.
But and those typically get in the like C minus to D plus ranges in these sets. So this set might be aggressive. I think I'll just give Eager Construct a C minus.
Okay, C minus seems good for Eager Construct. Wait, didn't we already cover this? What is this one called?
Fabrication Module is the next one.
Wait a second.
This is 3 mana for an artifact and uncommon. Whenever you get 1 or more energy counters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And for tap, you get 1 energy counter.
Did you find the combo for me here?
Well, first of all, this self combos, right? Because you can be 4
Indeed.
tap, get an energy, and put a counter on something, and you're left with an energy.
That's really good.
Yeah,
it's not great, but I mean, for a mana, like repeatable effects like that can be really strong.
And second of all, when you combo with Decoction Module, you end up getting a +1/+1 counter every time you play a creature, which is nice.
I don't like the idea of putting 5 mana worth of 2 different artifacts on the battlefield to start generating +1/+1 counters eventually, but it is powerful.
Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and give this the same grade I gave the other Decoction Module, build around C. Though I guess this is slightly better, so build around C plus for me. But you're not going to want to put this in your deck unless you care about energy counters. And that works 2 ways. One is that this gets you energy, so you want to be able to spend it. The other is that this can't be the only thing triggering itself. Right. You want to be playing thriving creatures and stuff like that.
I'm still going to give Fabrication Module a build around D. I'm going to give it the same thing I gave the Decoction Module.
I'm going to make so many module decks.
Yeah, I can't wait, but I don't want to encourage this behavior too strongly. This next one's great, Filigree Familiar.
Oh yeah, I like this one. This is a 3 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature, Fox. It's uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. When it dies, you draw a card.
I mean, really, what more do you want out of life?
Not much. Adorable little fox, some life in a card.
Yeah, it's a B, right?
I think so.
Colorless, easy on the mana. Not particularly exciting in any particular direction, but it's just like upside, and it just seems good to me. It's also an artifact, which is going to matter at some point too. Yeah, when you get to trade this off for like an actual creature, it feels so good.
Yeah, you don't really need to be doing much to make this card good. It's just great in any deck. And in the decks that care about artifacts or have ways to bring them back, which there are cards that do all those things, this gets even better. So I'm a big fan.
I am too, but I gave B for Filigree Familiar. Here's the red puzzle knot. It's called Fireforger's Puzzle Knot. It's 2 mana again. And when it enters the battlefield, it does 1 damage to target creature or player. So kind of what you would expect from the red version. And you can pay 2 in a red this time, sacrifice it, and then do that damage again.
This feels more like a sideboard card to me, because 2 mana to deal 1 damage is not a card I put in my main deck, and 5 mana to stack them up and do them in the same turn is just asking a lot. 5 mana to deal 2 is not great. Right. So this is more likely to be 2 mana deal 1 than later deal 1 again. And I just want to know that my opponent has a lot of 1 toughness creatures before committing to this card.
What if your opponent's playing some Fabricate deck and they show you, you see a bunch of servos? Would you be happy with a Fireforger's Puzzle not just killing a 1/1 token? Or two?
Not really, because you kind of spent a card on this, and you kill a token and have this in play, and then maybe sack it to kill another token. That just doesn't sound like a great exchange.
Yeah, it's just not that high power level, right? I don't know.
So,
sideboard. We'll give Fireforger's Puzzle not a sideboard grade then.
Yeah.
Foundry Inspector is 3 mana for a 3/2 constructed uncommon, and it says, and this could be big, artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast.
Yeah, so this is this inspects them, and the chief of the Foundry chiefs them.
Yeah. So it's a 3/2 for 3, which is already kind of good. Not great, but good. But the thing that is harder to pin down is how good is artifact spells you cast cost 1 less.
Well, how many artifacts are in your deck?
Yeah, so that's the first question, right?
Okay.
That's the first big question. Like, because I can imagine turns where you play Foundry Inspector, then pass a turn, and then you play a land the next turn, and you play 2 3-mana artifacts in the same turn, and you just are way ahead. But I also can imagine it where, your curve doesn't line up so beautifully, and maybe that one discount kind of doesn't matter, or doesn't, lead to really a particularly explosive draw, like maybe the next turn, you get to pay a 5-mana artifact for 4, which could be really good, but it also, might be just not that great. So I don't know. I can't really tell how powerful that ability actually ends up being.
This seems fairly strong. If you save 2 mana over the course of the game, you got a pretty good deal. If you save 3 or 4 mana over the course of the game, you probably really made out like a bandit.
You're kind of doing it. Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how, a lot of the cards that interact with artifacts aren't necessarily artifacts themselves, and the Fabricate cards, are often just colored cards that aren't going to be reduced by this. So I don't know how often you're going to end up with where this is reliably giving you extra mana. Still, 3 mana, 3/2, you're not really paying much of a premium.
No.
So,
and in a heavy artifact deck, I could see this card being quite explosive.
Yeah. I like this card. I'm going to give it a similar grade to Chief of the Foundry, so I guess that'll be a B-.
Okay, I'll go C+ on Foundry Inspector. I'm a little more skeptical of it. But it did pass inspection, so that's good. Glassblower's Puzzle Knot is the blue Puzzle Knot. It's, once again, 2 mana. And when it enters a battlefield, you scry 2, and then you get 2 energy. Right. And you can pay 2 and a blue and sacrifice it to, that's right, scry 2 and get 2 energy again. So this one is hitting on a couple of different notes here. How do we value scry 2? How high do we value it? And then also, you're going to get a bunch of energy off this thing. So
the dividing line here really is going to be, is 2 energy good for your deck? Clearly, if it does absolutely nothing, then this card is just not worth it, right? 2 mana to scry 2 is not a good card. 2 mana to scry 2 and then later pay 2 and a blue to scry 2 more. Still not a good card. But if you can get a card out of the 4 energy you get total, then this starts to look appealing. And, a blue-black deck might care about you playing this as an artifact by itself. So it's a lot of things have to line up correctly, but when they do, this does look good enough to me. It just seems like it's hard to get all those pieces in the same deck. Like a deck that cares about artifacts, a deck that cares about energy, and a deck that has blue mana. That all kind of adds up to a D for me.
Yeah, I could see that this thing may be having a very specific home, but I'm assuming that this is not the type of card that you're going to play draft in and draft out and just be happy about, right? You really do need to be maximizing on the energy end of things to make this worth it. That's the primary thing you get. I mean, Scry 2 is really nice. It is. That is quite good, but not for a full card, I don't think. So Glassblower's Puzzle Knot D. Inventor's Goggles.
This one's funny.
What does this one do?
So 1 mana equipment at common. Equipped creature gets +1/+2, and it has an equip cost of 2. So 1 mana, right. 2 to equip, +1/+2. All right.
Yeah, that's actually okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's not terrible. It also has the clause, whenever an artificer enters the battlefield under your control, you may attach the goggles to
it. They just pick up the goggles and put them on. It's like a TV show or whatever.
So if you end up with some artificers, I guess you're kind of getting there.
God, yeah. I've never wanted to pay attention to if I have how many artificers I end up with in my deck.
It looks like they're across all the colors.
Okay.
So just scanning through here at varying rarities. So it's not like these necessarily push you in a particular color.
No, I mean, direction. Even then, would they?
Yeah. So
like, I'm not saying it's not decent. That's fine, but like that's not a big payoff anyway.
no, it's not a huge payoff. This card seems fine to me.
It does seem fine to me too. +1/+2 is actually okay, and Equip 2 is like this is what I'd want to pay for these things. And then occasionally you get it for free.
Well, it's kind of interesting where if you equip a creature, now it can crew bigger things. But
okay, yeah.
Equipping vehicles is kind of mana inefficient because you equip it, then it falls off end of turn when the vehicle stops being a creature. So
are there any vehicle artificers? No,
I don't believe so. No. My guess is Inventor's Goggles is just like straight up C.
Yeah, it's a C or a C minus. It's just not a high impact card, but the price seems right. Iron League Steed is next. It's 4 mana for an uncommon artifact creature construct. It's a 2/2 with haste. But it's got Fabricate 1. So you can either put a +1/+1 counter on it or make a 1/1 servo.
Oh, this card's good.
Yeah, that's a 3/3 with haste for 4 mana, or a 2/2 with haste for 4 mana, and you get a 1/1.
Both of those are fine deals. The haste actually makes me want to make this a 3/3 a little more often than you would otherwise, because you're getting all your stats as haste is only 2 of the stats as haste. So
yes, agreed. Definitely.
It's kind of cool. This pushes you in the other direction. Then a lot of the Fabricate cards are going to want you to make servos instead.
Yeah, the ones that I've read so far, which hasn't been all of them, there'll be a few new ones, but yeah, they've all made me want to make servos. This one, though, I agree. It actually pushes me back in the other direction. Card seems fine. Once again, keeping an eye on the artifact stuff. You can make 2 artifacts at once with this. They both enter the battlefield at the same time as well. So, if you do that and you have things that care about artifacts entering the battlefield, like we saw the blue-black gold card or something like that, you're getting multiple scries and triggers and stuff from that too. My gut just says that Iron League Steed is going to hold its own for sure, and it's probably like a C+.
Yeah, I like Iron League Steed at C+ as well.
Yeah, it maybe even gets into B-, but I doubt it. All right, the black puzzle knot is called Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot, and it's 2 mana, and when it enters a battlefield, you draw a card and lose 1 life, which is kind of interesting. I was thinking like, oh, they're going to discard a card or whatever. But no, you draw a card and lose a life, and then you can pay 2 and a black and sacrifice it to repeat that process.
So all told, it's draw 2, lose 2, but you had to spend a lot of mana on doing
5 mana? Remember when we paid 2 mana for that?
Right. So what these puzzle knots often are going to come down to is, does a blue-black deck that has a bunch of smugglers and Aetherborn that care about me playing artifacts want this card? Yeah, probably. Does a random red-black deck that's just like playing a bunch of creatures and spells want it? I would assume not. So this makes it closer just to like a D. It's like a support card for the decks that really want this thing, but most decks are just not going to touch it.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot is going to end up being a D. Narnum Cobra. What does this guy do?
It's 2 mana for a 2/1 common. It's a snake, an artifact creature, and then you can pay a green to give it Death Touch until end of turn. Seems like a solid card.
No flash?
No flash, no. It's 2 mana for a 2/1, in colorless, which you'll play some of the time, and then paying a green to give it Death Touch means that it's just a solid card even in the late game in a green deck. So
I kind of like this card, actually.
I'm a fan of this. I wouldn't play it like it's similar to the blue one where you don't want to play this outside of a green deck very often. It's like a D. It's like a D if you can't activate it, but I think it's actually a C+ if you can't activate it.
I do too. I really like cards that can trade up a lot. And again, we've been looking at all these vehicles, right? And if somebody's going to be like, pay 5 mana for this stupid vehicle, pass the turn, do nothing, then on my turn, tap a bunch of my creatures, crew up this vehicle, and you're just sitting there with your Narnum Cobra, like, yeah, block,
Sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
I kind of like that plan. So yeah, I like C+ for Narnum Cobra. Speaking of vehicles, Oval Chase Dragster is next. It's 4 mana for a 6/1 vehicle at uncommon. It's got trample and haste. Aggro. And its crew cost is 1.
6/1 trample haste.
Just 1.
Yeah, that is aggressive. I don't know. I feel like I'm not into Oval Chase Dragster very much here. So if you can play this and get a hit in, the card is going to be fantastic, like an unopposed hit in, because you did 6, the next turn you trade for something and do another 4. You paid 4 mana to deal 10 and trade for a card. But if you trade for a servo token and deal 5 and take your opponent down to 9 from 14, that's just really bad.
It's really bad.
It is a good blocker, I guess. If they have,
it is a good blocker. If
they have a 5/5 out, you can just kind of chill with this, and then if they send in their 5/5, you just crew it easily and block it. So maybe it's actually fine. I just see this and see like kind of like the theme of the card. It is high risk, high reward.
Yeah. Well, now how about this scenario? Let's take a more middle case. So I agree. Trading it for a servo and 5 damage doesn't seem great. But what if they have some decent uncommon 3/3 of some sort? Right? Some desirable card that they've left back. And you go Oval Chase Dragster, crew it, attack.
So
that doesn't feel bad, right? Like if they block,
that's not too bad.
Yeah, like their incentives are like block, you get 3 damage and to kill one of their decent creatures. Or they take it and you're like, okay, well, I'll be back next turn.
Yeah.
And then the blocking thing that you mentioned too, you can just play it, tap it, block.
The fact that the crew cost is so low means that this doesn't have as big of a drawback as many of the other vehicles where it's going to get stranded. And the fact that it has haste means you can just bide your time. All right, I guess I'm coming around to Oval Chase Dragster.
I think it might be decent, yeah. I think the number one thing that we have to note is how many servo. Is every game like, hey, who's got the pile of servo tokens now? Is it going to be one of those things? Or is it going to be like, yeah, they're around, but, people tap them or they attack with them and you can ambush people with Oval Chase Dragster too, right? Where let's say they have 3 servos and they're like, yeah, attack you with my 3 servos. And you're like, okay, Oval Chase Dragster hit you for 6. Now they have to leave one of them back. And then that scenario that you described is pretty good. So
it's also the sort of thing where if your opponent sees it, they can start leaving back 1/1s more aggressively.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's true. Of course, First Strike wrecks this card.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that too. I'm going to go a little high. I'm going to go B- on Oval Chase Dragster. I feel like it is really a powerful card because of the crew 1. That feels pushed a little bit to me. If it proves too fragile, I won't be shocked, but I'm going to assume that I'm going to be able to maneuver this card to be good enough.
All right. I can buy that. I think that it's got enough scenarios where it's worth the 4 mana that even though the bad scenarios exist, the good ones outweigh them. So I'll go with B- on Oval Chase Dragster as well.
By the way, I mean, just looking at this, more closely, the artwork on this set has been epically good so far.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan.
Man, the Aradara Express was gorgeous. And anyway, let's take a look. What's the next one here? Perpetual Timepiece. Here, you can read this one. What does that do?
Not a whole lot. It's spin some wheels. It's 2 mana for an artifact and uncommon. You can tap it to put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard.
Okay.
Or you can pay 2 mana and exile it, so you don't have to tap it. Shuffle any number of target cards from your graveyard into your library. Yep.
Remember Null Rod, where it says, no, it does nothing?
Yeah.
This does a whole lot of nothing.
Well, the joke here is if you mill your whole deck, then you sack it and put like 7 good cards back in and you just draw 7 good cards. Because it's not all you don't shuffle the whole graveyard in. But I still think this card is just a lot of do-nothings. Maybe it's like a win condition similar to Elixir of Immortality one.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Which didn't come up in Limited too often.
No.
I did draft one deck that around Elixir of Immortality. I was forced to do so by our friends at Loading Ready Run, and it had to be my only win condition. So Perpetual Timepiece could find a home in that deck. I think it's an F, man. I don't think this is happening. Self mill? I maybe it's a thing in this set, but I still don't know if I want to pay a card for that.
I'm going to give it an F, but I'm also going to let you know that I'm going to build a Perpetual Timepiece.
Let's look at Prakata Pillar Bug. It's 3 mana for a 2/3 common insect, and you can pay a black to give it a lifelink until end of turn.
So this is in the cycle of the color activated abilities.
Falls right in place too, doesn't it?
Yeah, this one is not very exciting.
It's less good.
Basically,
like Flying and Death Touch are pretty sweet. This one's a little...
Lifelink is not an exciting ability. 3 mana 2/3 is not particularly exciting or plays that well with Lifelink anyway. I'm looking at Pillar Bug and seeing, do I need another artifact creature? If so, play this. Otherwise, don't. Which sounds like a D to me.
Yeah, it's a D. Oh, dude, I did not know this was back. That's great. Prophetic Prism. Yeah. Somehow this one slipped through the cracks of my reading. It's Prophetic Prism is 2 mana for an artifact at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card, and you can pay a mana and tap it to make 1 mana of any color. Yeah,
this is a great little card. It replaces itself for 2 mana, and then has a very useful ability. it lets you splash. It fixes your mana, because even a 2-color limited deck tends to not have a great mana.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an artifact for the cards that care about artifacts. It's not a card I'm like going after highly, but it's a card I frequently play. So that lands just as a solid C for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is a C as well. Also, all the decks that care about artifacts, either existing or entering the battlefield, will love to see a relatively cheap one that replaces itself. So I think Prophetic Prism is going to be right in that wheelhouse. Renegade Freighter is a vehicle, as you may have guessed. It's 3 mana for a 4/3 vehicle. And whenever it attacks, it gets +1/+1 and gains trample. So let's call it a 5/4. Crew 2. It's a common.
Yeah, this is what you can do with vehicles. You can put these kind of outrageous stats on them because of the drawback of needing a crew to pilot them.
Man, that's powerful.
It is powerful.
And it blocks as a 4/3.
It blocks as a 4/3, attacks as a 5/4. This feels like a very good addition to just most aggressive decks.
I think so too.
So I don't think you're going to go out of your way to pick this up in a normal deck, but once you have a couple pilots, if you have a good curve. Also, vehicles, I guess one thing to note is you don't want like 7 vehicles in your deck. You want like 3 vehicles in your deck. Because they do compete with themselves. If you draw Renegade Freighter and another Renegade Freighter and a 2/2, you're not in a good spot. So
no, not at all. Yeah, I'm going to be very conservative, I think, about them. But I also think that people are going to be pretty reckless with them, and appropriately so.
Yes.
I think people will send a Renegade Freighter into the red zone and just be like, look, trade, kill it, whatever. Like, I'm sending in a 5/4 Trampler here. You have to do something about this. And I love the Crew 2. That is much more reasonable. Yeah, I think Renegade Freighter looks quite good, actually. I would give it like a C+. I'm still not like, look, vehicles aren't creatures. I can't look at it that way.
They use your spell slots.
That's right. So I don't want to, go overboard with it, but I think it's like a C+. It might even be better, but I'm going to go C+ on Renegade Freighter.
All right. Yeah, I like C+ as well.
Self-Assembler is 5 mana for a 4/4 artifact creature assembly worker, and when Self-Assembler enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an assembly worker creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle your library. I wish this card image gallery was searchable.
To see more assembly workers.
Is it the only one? Is that the assumption?
I believe it's the only assembly worker.
Okay. So, look, it's hard to imagine that you're going to play one of these, right?
It's a 5/4 draw card.
5 minutes.
But you just draw another one of these. Then you play another one. You draw another card.
Well, so look, let's just assume that if you have one Self-Assembler in your deck, it's unlikely to make the cut because a 5 mana 4/4 is like not exciting. But what if you do end up with 2?
I think it's reasonable. 5 mana 4/4, right? Draw another 5 mana 4/4 is good.
That's really good.
And maybe you'll get unlucky and draw them both so they don't actually do anything. But you're still 5 mana 4/4 is not so far below the bar that
Agreed.
You feel terrible about it.
No, I agree. So the way I would see this though is that it's not so great that you need to, like, let's say you pick up a Self-Assembler in the first pack, and then in the second pack you open up a Self-Assembler, and you don't. I think you just try to wheel the thing, right? You try to wheel it or pick it up 8th or 10th or what. Like, you're not like, oh, I got to get the second Self-Assembler, right? Like, just mainly because it's so expensive.
Yeah, I mean, there shouldn't be a lot of people trying to assemble this in the same draft. Right?
Yeah, Squadron Hawks or whatever.
This is just a gigantic Squadron.
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah.
It's an Aurochs from the Cold Snap. They had a 6 mana 4/4 version of this.
All right.
I would not take the first one early. Once you have, basically this is a D, but you can pick one up, 7th pick if there's nothing else. And
keep your eye out for another 7th pick if there's nothing else later.
Right. And once you have one, the second one does move up in card evaluation a little bit. And then once you have 2, I actually think I would like a 3rd.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, what's the logical conclusion to you? You're not running 5 of these.
No, you don't want 5 or 6. I think 3 or 4 both sound good, though.
4?
Yeah.
Because once you get to 4, you start really...
Till the end of time.
Once you get to 4, though, you start running into the bad side of increasing your chance of drawing 2 of them, which isn't great. I would say 2 or 3 is probably... I think the ideal number is either 0 or 3. It's probably how that pans out.
I think there's a good chance of that, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what to grade it.
I'm going to give Self-Assembler. So it's weird. The first one is like a D. Just take it where you would take a D level card. Though if you see 1/6 and you know that you opened one, I would bump that up because there's a good chance you'll wheel it. I think that overall this card is probably like it's a weird build around where the first one's a D, and then it becomes a C after you have one.
I know, but it only becomes a C.
Yeah. It builds on itself or builds itself.
It assembles itself. Yeah. Okay. Well, whatever Luis said is what I think about it as far as the grade, because I don't know how to frame this properly.
We can make the reviews a lot faster if that's the case.
Can we move on to Skyskiff?
All right, let's go on to Skyskiff.
I don't understand that self-assembler at all. So Skyskiff, you mentioned a second ago when we were talking about Renegade Freighter, how they're able to really push the power and toughness on these cards, and Skyskiff is another example of that.
Yeah, it's 2 mana for a 2/3 flying common vehicle with crew 1. So 2 mana, 2/3 flyer, and you have to tap a creature with 1 power to crew it. Yeah, this card seems solid.
I really like this one.
It's just like a little flying equipment that it's the one that's at risk, not the original creature. But I think it does a pretty good job.
I do too. Crewing is difficult. It's more difficult than you think when you first read it. You see crew 3, you're like, no problem. It is a problem. It does impose a significant onboard cost for you. But crew 1, I gotta feel like you can just sort of fit that in here and there. And Skyskiff being a 2/3 flyer that's going to beat down or even block well is just really strong. I don't know. Like you said, I would rate this as highly as I would rate a good equipment. Not a rare level equipment, but like a solid equipment. Yeah, I think this is like better, on par or better than like True Faith Sensor was in the last set or whatever.
It's funny because that was exactly the card that I was going to mention.
Oh, really?
Yeah, True Faith Sensor. This feels like similar to like just a solid bit of value. You'll feel good about putting this in your deck.
Yeah. C+ for Skyskiff?
I like Skyskiff at C+. I do want to reiterate that vehicles do have diminishing returns. So if the first Skyskiff is a C+, the second one's still probably about there. But then once you have 2, I'm just not as excited about picking up random other vehicles.
I agree. Yeah, the bomby rare ones maybe, but the other ones I think the equipment is a really good example for that, right? Yeah. Like you don't want 4 pieces of equipment in your deck very often.
Right. That just does not end up playing well.
Yeah. Snare Thopter is next. It's 4 mana for a 3/2 flying haste, and it's an uncommon Thopter.
This is a bit of a beater here.
4
mana 3/2 flying haste is good. This is going to do a good amount of damage. It's a good finisher.
Yeah.
Like you top deck this. It's also just good stats. 4 mana 3/2 flyer is just not a card you cut very often. So this just looks like a B to me.
I mean, I get it that it's an uncommon, but holy crap, right? Like, at the common level in blue, we'll get 4 mana 3/2 flyer. This is colorless.
Yeah. So
it has haste.
Other decks are just going to have access or other colors that normally don't get good rate flyers are just going to have access to this.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like B for Snare Thopter. Torch Gauntlet is next. This is actually an equipment. It's 2 mana to cast. It's 2 mana to equip. And, well, the creature gets +2/+0.
So I think the joke here is that you equip your 1/1 and now it can crew 3, and that not getting toughness doesn't matter as much because you're not risking it in combat.
Okay, that does resonate a little bit. Though the idea of playing equipment so that I can crew my vehicles makes me a little nervous that my opponent may have drafted a removal spell or 2.
That sounds like your dream, though.
This is my nightmare, dude. Equip Torch Gauntlet, and then they're just like, kill it. You're like, what? Vehicle sits there in the junkyard.
Yeah.
The funny thing about Torch Gauntlet is that we do always say that, what's the primary thing I want out of my equipment? It is often to pump power. I think that's like the number one thing. And
but you also don't want your investment to basically, like, you don't want to equip one of your creatures, just have it trade, have to equip again. If you have to equip every turn, then you're really setting back your development. You're using up a lot of mana.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like Torch Gauntlet very much. I think that this card, the quote unquote dream of crewing vehicles, sounds kind of suspect to me. I don't like equipment that doesn't pump toughness at all very often.
I don't know. How about a sub dream of equipping servos?
Yeah, that is the other place to go. Is like, if you can make a bunch of 1/1s and then send them one at a time in at 3/1s, that's a pretty big advantage. But I just feel like most decks aren't going to want this. I'm going to give
I think so too.
I'm going to give Torch Gauntlet a D and just say that if you want this, you might be able to pick it up, but it's not a big deal either way.
Yeah, I think it's also going to suffer from being bumped out by flashier, cooler things like vehicles that take some
right. They fight for the same slot,
yeah.
And this just looks like a poor use of that. So Torch Gauntlet gets D's all around.
D. Weldfast Monitor is 3 mana for a 3/2 lizard artifact creature. It's common, and here's the red version. So you can pay a red to give it not haste, menace. Gets menace.
Not first strike either.
Not first strike either. That's right.
Yeah, this is a fine card. If you're not playing red, this is serviceable. 3 mana, 3/2 is a playable card if you need the body, you care about the artifact. If you are playing red, menace means it has some utility in the later game. So I'm just going to give this a C. It's more like a D plus if you don't have red and a C if you have red.
Yeah, I think it's a C as well. But by the way, one thing I want to go back to now that we've seen a lot more of these is that there's a lot of good playable common, like that cycle and stuff are decent. And I think that Chief of the Foundry is starting to look really good. Like there's just so many artifact creatures that are like, yeah, sure, the Weldfast Monitor, I'll put that on my deck. The Snare Thopter, that goes in my deck. These are not offensive cards to put in unless the cards, the colored cards in the set are just like some absurdly higher power level, which they may be.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of surprised when you gave Chief of the Foundry a C plus and I gave it a B.
Oh God, I can never win. Whirler Maker is next. It's 3 mana for an artifact that's uncommon, and you can pay 4 mana and tap it to create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying.
Yeah, so the thing about
that's slow.
The thing about this is it has a place, I think, in a very controlling deck.
Yeah, this gives you inevitability.
I bet 80% of the people who put this in their deck shouldn't, though.
I know.
If you just put this in a normal deck, it's too slow.
It's too slow. It's just too slow.
You can't spend 7 mana for a 1/1 and then 11 mana for 2 1/1s, and then, it takes a lot of 1/1s before it starts looking like a good deal. And this is just... You can't go play this on turn 3 and then start activating on turns 4 and 5 and expect that to go well.
No, it's going to go very poorly for you. Especially, we were talking about vehicles, and I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm going to give Whirler Maker a D and think that if you have a deck that can lock the game down, sure, this can close it out. Also, some decks are very bad against this. If you play against a deck with tons of removal, you play this, they might be like, oh crap, now how am I going to win? But for the most part, this is just not a card you should play.
Yeah, I agree. Small footnote as well. It is creating artifact creature tokens that are entering the battlefield. So you will be triggering any type of when a creature enters the battlefield or when an artifact enters the battlefield. Also, I have to say, Whirler Maker, I like it. I just like it. These type of the clunky, terrible, inevitability cards are just fun. Even though I agree with you, I don't think it's particularly good. All right, 2 more for the artifacts here. We've got Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot, which is the green version. This one's 2 mana. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life and you get 3 energy counters, and then you can pay 2 and a green, sacrifice it, and do that again. 3 life, 3 energy.
So it's
a big question mark card here, isn't it?
This is I think, a largely worse version of the blue one, because I'd rather scry 2 than get an extra energy and gains 3 life.
Okay.
But they both are similar in that if you have a deck with a bunch of energy, you can activate this. This could make the cut. I'm just going to give this a D as well. I just don't see these puzzle knots going in most decks, and the decks that want them probably will be able to get them.
I agree. I think that they're probably Ds, and they're meant to be kind of the glue is what I would assume, right? They're kind of you didn't have anything else, or you need some curve filler, you need something to give you some energy, so you'll play these, but they're not like the go-to versions of these. You want cards that are like a creature that gives you energy, right? Because now you're building out your board in a meaningful way and you're contributing to any energy needs that you have. When you play a card like Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot, you're taking a turn off, or you're taking that mana off to do basically nothing, and that card as well. And that's just a big cost. And I think that you're going to be looking to get your energy and such from other sources primarily. Workshop Assistant, what does this one do?
It's 3 mana for a 1/2 artifact creature construct at common. When it dies, return another target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. This is very similar to the card we saw in Dragons of Tarkir, the Dutiful Attendant, the 1/2 that when it dies, return a creature. This is colorless, but it has a narrow range of things it can target in the average limited deck. This looks like solid filler for a deck that has like 10 or more artifacts, but it's not a card I'm going to actively pursue. There's not really like a heavy sacrifice theme either. So it's not like having this to, fuel cards is going to be useful all that often. Like some of the black cards do eat artifacts, but for the most part, it's not like you're going to have 7 cards that sacrifice artifacts in your deck.
And it is asking quite a bit, right? To play a 1/2 for 3 mana, like
right.
That is
if
very
it doesn't return a card, it's really bad. And if it does return a card, it's you didn't like make out like a bandit.
No, you probably feel pretty good just because you got some value out of your workshop assistant. Properly grindy. What grade did you give it?
I'm going to give workshop assistant a D.
Yeah, it's a D, right? It'll make the cut in certain types of decks occasionally, but often won't. Okay, good. So that's going to do it for the artifacts. All right, so that brings us to black, our first of the actual colors. Let's start off with Aetherborn Marauder. It's 3 and a black for an uncommon 2/2 with flying and lifelink. It's an Aetherborn Rogue. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, move any number of +1/+1 counters from other permanents you control onto Aetherborn Marauder.
It's an interesting card.
Weird.
So it's 4 mana for a 2/2 flying lifelink, which I think would be like, reasonably playable no matter what.
Yeah,
right?
it's really close to being good. And as it sits, it's just fine.
But if you can move even 1 counter, all of a sudden you're getting a whole lot of power and toughness with lifelink for a cheap cost, because whatever you take the counter off probably doesn't have flying or lifelink, so you're adding a lot of bonuses to that counter, and this of course can take a bunch of counters.
Right, and this is where you want those counters.
Oh yeah, there's rarely are you going to have counters on something and not want them here.
Now, the neat thing is too with Aetherborn Marauder here, you can steal them from multiple sources. If you've got 3 different creatures or whatever's with +1/+1 counters on them, you can steal all of them. Yeah,
you can steal all of them, but you also don't have to take all of them. Like you can have a creature with 3 +1/+1 counters and decide to take 2 of them, for example.
Now, so the thing that jumps to mind first is Fabricate, right? This could be a reason why you would want to play like maybe a 3 mana Fabricate spell, and instead of making the servo, you may actually want to put a +1/+1 counter on it so that the Aetherborn Marauder can steal it, because yeah, you said it, man, 4 mana for like even just taking 1 +1/+1 counter pushes this thing into really awesome territory, right? 3/3 flying lifelink for 4. If you can get that 1 +1/+1 counter on it is excellent.
Yeah, Aetherborn Marauder looks like a rewarding build around to me, because by itself it's not a disaster, right? You right. Pay 4 mana this, you feel fine. And if you can move 1 counter, it's good. If you can move 2 or 3 counters, it's just incredible. So yeah. I'm going to give Aetherborn Marauder a B+. I think this is just a card you're going to actively want in your black deck. All
right. I'm going to give it a B. I mean, it needs a little bit of help, a little bit of setup cost to be super good, but I think it's going to be a thing. Ambitious Aetherborn is next. This is 4 and a black for a 4/3 Aetherborn Artificer. This one's common, and it's simple. It's got Fabricate 1. So when it enters the battlefield, you can either get a +1/+1 counter on it, or make a 1/1 artifact servo token creature.
This is a fine card. This is just a slightly better than average playable, because 5 mana for a 4/3 plus a 1/1, one of which is an artifact, which matters from this set, is good.
Good.
5 mana for a 5/4, also a fine playable. So I think this is just a pretty easy C+.
I agree. I like C+ on this. This is pushed a little bit. This is definitely better than your average common 5-drop. Next is Duned Operative. It's 1 and a black for a 2/2 human rogue at common. And it says, as long as you control an artifact. Now, this is something that I think we should be paying attention to as we go through. Luis is talking about cards that reward us for controlling artifacts, and also cards that reward us for having artifacts enter the battlefield. And Duned Operative is one of them. It gets +1/+0 and has Death Touch.
Well, 2 mana 2/2 is fine. 2 mana 3/2 Death Touch is good.
Yeah, very good.
And even though it's not the most synergistic, because a 3/2 Death Touch is still going to trade for a lot of the same things, at least now it can trade up, and it just hits for a little bit more. I think if you have Death Touch, even like half the time, this card is a card I'd want in my deck, and the failure case of a 2 mana 2/2 is not a disaster.
I think Duned Operative looks quite good to me. I love the like you said, the failure case being not too bad, and the upside's pretty good. You mentioned it though; it does conflict a little bit. A 3/2 with Death Touch feels a little weird, right? It's like, well, if it was going to block, it would already trade for a lot of stuff. It's going to attack. A lot of the things that you didn't want to block it are still just going to block it and trade with it. So the +1/+0 and Death Touch is a nice bonus, even if it's not like perfectly suited combo. Adding power and Death Touch is a little bit kind of at odds with itself.
Yeah. What grade do you have this at?
I would give it a C. I just think Dune Operative is like the type of card that doesn't really ever punish you too badly, and I think it'll be good enough to be, put a smile on your face when you do have an artifact, which I think will happen a decent percentage of the time. So I just gave it a straight C.
All right, I like Dune Operative at C.
Diabolic Tutor, it's back. This is 2 black for a sorcery at uncommon. You can search your library for a card, put that card in your hand, and then shuffle your library. Very simple. You don't have to reveal the card, which can certainly be of note. These cards they're like catnip for new players. These tutors, they love playing these cards.
So I want to give Diabolic Tutor a D because in some control decks, it's a good way to find a finisher or have a little bit of flexibility. Mm-hmm. But I'm worried people would actually put it in their deck because you should probably put this in your deck like once across the entire life of the format, if that.
Yeah.
So to be safe, I actually am just going to give Diabolic Tutor an F. You just can't pay 4 mana for a card. That's just too much.
Right. And what you'll find is that in many scenarios, you pay that 4 mana, you get the card, but you put yourself so far behind that it's too hard to come back because this is 4 mana, do nothing. Just nothing. And that is a very, very tough sell. Now, there are certain types of cards that you'll want to have in your deck that will make you more likely to play Diabolic Tutor. And the types of cards I'm talking about are the ones that are good when you are behind significantly, because this card puts you behind. That's what it does. When you cast it, you are now behind. You just spent 4 mana and didn't do anything, and your opponent probably didn't do the same thing on their side. So what you need to do is the next turn, you need to play a big card that helps you get from behind to even or even back to ahead. That doesn't count a lot of just the sort of bomby cards that you see in a format. A 5/5 Flying Dragon or something is a nice card, but you Diabolic Tutor that up. It doesn't necessarily save you. You're going to need something that sweeps the board or that really stabilizes you. So look for those type of cards. Those are the exceptions to the rule, but the rule should be that you do not play Diabolic Tutor in your main deck. Die Young is next. It's 1 and a black for a sorcery. It's common. It says choose target creature. You get 2 energy counters. Then you may pay any amount of energy. The creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn for each energy paid this way. So your baseline on Die Young is target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. And if you happen to have extra energy lying around, you can up that accordingly.
Also, if you target a 1/1, you could pay 1 energy to kill it and then have 1 energy left over. You could also just not actually pay any energy if you really wanted to spend 2 mana for 2 energy here.
That's a good point. That will come up. Also, you can still target a creature, which, I haven't seen it yet, but there are some sets that have creatures or things that say if this becomes targeted, something bad happens to it. So, little corner cases there.
Or you can target a creature and in response they give it +3/+3, then you just choose not to spend any energy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the timing on that. So we resolve this in order, right? So
yeah, you choose a creature.
Yeah.
And then when the spell resolves, you get the 2 energy and then you have the option of spending the energy. So you choose their 2/2. They say in response, give it +1/+1. And you say, okay, well, I'm not going to spend any energy.
And so then you just end up getting to keep the energy and you can use it for something else. That's really important, right? Because if you had to choose all of that up front where you say, Die Young, pay 2 energy, and your creature gets -2/-2, and then they're like, okay, giant growth it or whatever. You're like, oh,
right,
bummer.
Right. You don't have that energy because the spell has to resolve to give you the energy.
Exactly.
So Die Young's a good card. I mean, even just straight up 1 and a black sorcery, target creature gets -2/-2, we would always play that card. This has synergy with other energy cards, both in that it uses other energy or makes energy for your other cards. Black is not as heavy in energy as some of the other colors, it looks like, but this is still going to be good. So I have Die Young at C+, but it's possible it should be B-.
Yeah, I gave Die Young a B-. I figured that we've got probably just enough with the energy synergies, and also Die Young being sort of the de facto black common removal spell at only 2 mana, even if it does kill smaller things. Think of the type of cards that we've had of late that do that, somewhat on the same level of like a Deadweight,
Boon of Emrakul, whatever.
Yeah, like that type of card. And those, I think, are quite good.
All right, actually, I'll give Die Young a B-.
Yeah, so we'll give it a B-.
The fact that you can just kill 5/5 sometimes actually makes this a little bit more powerful. So.
Yeah, save that energy. Don't waste it if you have Die Young in your deck and you think that you might need to lean on that. Dukara's Scavenger is next. It's 5 and a black for a 4/6 Crocodile. It's common. When it enters the battlefield, you may put target artifact or creature card from your graveyard on top of your library.
Well, it's not just a sick value card, right? It's
not at all.
You're skipping a draw step, but you are probably, by the time you cast this, it costs 6 mana. You're probably increasing the average quality of your draw step. I mean, if you put back a 5-drop on top, then a random 5-drop from your graveyard is going to be better than, or rather, the best 5-drop in your graveyard is going to be better than a random card off the top of your deck in most games.
By the time you've got 6 mana for sure, right?
Yeah. So I like Dukara Scavenger. It's not a card that it's not sick card advantage. You are going even on cards, but 6 mana for a 4/6 isn't bad, especially in black. It doesn't tend to have like great high casting cost creatures, and then getting back a decent artifact or creature seems fine. So I don't think I would be in a hurry to pick up Dukara Scavenger, but I feel like I would play one a lot of the time, which kind of leads me to giving it a C.
I would give it a C as well. I think you're right. I have the same feeling on it. I think the fine point to remember on Dukara Scavenger is that this is not a Gravedigger. You're not getting a card out of this. You're augmenting your card quality off the top of your library, which does have some value, but it's not nearly the same thing as just, effectively drawing a card. Embrawl Bruiser is 1 and a black for a 3/1 human warrior. This one's an uncommon. It enters the battlefield tapped, and it has menace, once again, as long as you control an artifact.
So it can't block for a turn because it enters tapped. Mm-hmm. Menace is very good on a 3/1. This is a little bit more synergistic than Death Touch on a 3/2. If you don't have artifacts in your deck, this card is pretty subpar. If you do have artifacts in your deck and you are aggressive, the card seems good, but nothing to write home about. That kind of adds up to, I think I'm going to have to just give this a C, even though the high end on, in an aggressive artifact deck, this is closer to a C+, but it's closer to a C- when you're not there, so that feels like a C to me.
I think it's a C as well for Embrawl Bruiser. I am curious to see if those two things are at odds. You said an aggressive artifact deck, right? If you're spending your mana casting artifacts, are those helping you stay aggressive, or are they only enabling cards like the Bruiser here or the Dundalk?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different black cards that get bonuses with artifacts, and they also tend towards all being aggressive. So
it's just a fine balance, right? Yeah. If you play some artifact,
well, you're just going to have to find artifacts that further your aggressive theme, like vehicles or that sort of thing. Next up, we've got Essence.
I did want to mention one thing about Embrawl Bruiser. One downside to entering the battlefield tapped is that you cannot crew a vehicle with it the turn you play it.
True, that actually has a little bit more context than normal.
Indeed. Okay, carry on.
Essence Extraction, 1 black instant at uncommon, deals 3 damage to our creature, and you gain 3 life.
Oh, I think I'm in love.
Yeah, this is a very good card.
That's great.
3 mana, deal 3, gain 3. You can't hit players, but whatever. This card is just great.
It's just really good.
You're not going to cut it. You're going to take it early. It's just a good card in any kind of deck.
This is a textbook B for me.
Yeah, I like Essence Extraction at B.
Yeah, it doesn't kill their bomb a lot of the time, but yeah, like you said, you're going to take it early and always play it when you're playing black.
Fortuitous Find, 2 and a black, sorcery at common. Choose one or both. Return target artifact from your graveyard to your hand, or return target creature from your graveyard to your hand.
I choose both.
Yes, both is what you want to choose. This is kind of like a build your own divination. It takes
it's a lot of work up front, but
it takes a lot of work because you need to make sure you have the right types in your graveyard. You're never going to be able to cast this on turn 3, for example. But the upside is you draw 2 spells. You're not, you can't draw lands off this. You're going to draw an artifact and a creature, which is pretty better on average than drawing 2 cards.
Now, for Fortuitous Find, how do you feel? Let's say you don't have an ability to put cards into your graveyard through any normal.
You're not doing any shenanigans.
Yeah. That's a tough sell, right? An artifact and a creature, maybe they end up in your yard somewhat often, but Fortuitous Find ends up being not so much a 3 mana spell, but a 7, something you'll play on turn 7, turn 8, rather than earlier in the game in most cases there.
It feels like the kind of card where you want exactly one in a deck that has like 4 or 5 artifacts and a bunch of creatures. And that's a fine place to be, but it just means that you're not going to take it early. So I have to give Fortuitous Find probably a D+.
Yeah, I gave it a D+ also. I like the upside. I could see it being really good late in the game, but for the most
There's some matchups too where this card's going to be fantastic.
Yes.
You're playing like a black artifact aggro deck and you play against a deck with a ton of removal. You just board in 2 Fortuitous Finds and grind them out.
Oh, totally. And then this is a great way to do that.
Foundry Screecher is 2 and a black for common bat. It's a 2/1 flying.
2/1 flying for 3. Okay.
And it has +1/+0 as long as you control an artifact. So I like.
I'm starting to get the vibe here from Black that they want us to control an artifact and they want us to turn our creature sideways.
Yes, this is a 3/1 flyer in the artifact deck, which is great.
That's really
very,
good.
very aggressive. I like Foundry Screecher. You can play this. The downside of not having the artifact out for a while is still fine. It's a 3 mana 2/1, which aggressive decks are happy with. So this feels like there's no real miss here, which kind of leads me towards giving this a C+.
I have C+ on Foundry Screecher as well. Definitely better in an aggressive deck, but still, it just seems like a fine card.
Fretwork Colony is next. It's a weird one. This is 1 and a black for a 1/1 insect at uncommon. It can't block.
What?
And at the beginning of your upkeep, put a ++1 counter on it and lose a life.
Oh, wow. So it can't ever block. It's just unable to block, but it just starts growing every turn.
This is a very aggressive card. It's certainly a risky card. So you play this as a 1/1. But by the time it's your turn, because it can't block anyway, so it wasn't doing anything on their turn, it's a 2/2 and you've lost a life. Not a good deal. Next turn it's a 3/3. Next turn it's a 4/4, and all of a sudden you're just trucking, and you're still losing 1 life per turn. The life isn't scaling up. If they put one of the multiple auras in the set that lock it down, you're in trouble.
That's called win condition acquired for your opponent. God, this card seems risky to me. The thing I also am not in love about Fretwork Colony is that how does it look late in the game? Right? It takes a while to get trucking, as you said. So, you draw this thing on turn 6 and you go Fretwork Colony, go. And it's going to be a while before it really starts to affect the board in a meaningful way.
This falls off very badly later in the game, because not only later in the game do you have to wait multiple turns, because if they're just going to have a 2/3 out, and you're going to be like, well, I have to wait 2 turns. They also have double block potential, and life is more important because often later in the game you're just at lower life.
I don't like it.
Yeah,
I wanted to like it. I wanted to kind of like build around it or something, but I think Fretwork Colony looks like a lot of downside with some reasonable upside. I kind of like the idea of comboing off with Aetherborn Marauder. Right? Sure. Like by the time you get this, it's already got 2 counters on it. And by the time you cast it, maybe you wait a couple extra turn and just strip all the counters off. And then you don't care about the life loss anyway, because you've got this huge lifelink flyer. But I feel like Fretwork Colony on its own is asking a little too much of me here, for being completely unable to block as a big strike. That is just terrible,
Well, I think a good way to look at this is, first of all, only put it in a really aggressive deck. You just can't put this in your like black-green deck that's just like kind of durdling around. Second of all, 2-drops get worse later. A lot of times there's going to be 2-drops that aren't that impressive later, and when you play this on turn 2, it can just completely run away with the game.
Yeah.
If you play this, they don't have a removal spell, they could be dead 3 turns later.
Yeah, totally. This thing really can take over. Yeah.
So this is a really off-on card where I suspect that most of your black decks will not want this card, but the ones that do, it's going to be one of your higher risk, higher variance cards, but still a really good one.
Yeah, God, I can see it being so scary to play against.
You keep a hand without a 2-drop, and you're on the draw, and your opponent plays this on turn 2. You might as well just go to the next game. Yeah,
seriously. And there's not that many 2-drops that have that capability, so you have to respect that about the colony.
Right. So this almost feels like it deserves a build around grade, because I would not advise taking this first pick, and like I said, if you told me I had would my average black deck want a Fretwork Colony added to it? The answer I think would be no. But this is the kind of card that if you open this in pack 3 and you're just like a low curve blue-black aggro deck, you're just like, yes, I would love a Fretwork Colony.
Yeah, the one other note I'll put on Fretwork Colony is that the black cards that we've seen have been aggressive. They have been encouraging us to attack, so it fits in.
It's possible that the average black deck does even want this, though.
Yeah.
This looks so aggressive that I think that, like, would you play a 2-mana 3/3 can't block, you lose a life every turn? Like,
no.
A lot of decks would just not play that.
It's limited. You just don't get to, like, I mean, I know that people like to have the idea of like, oh, well, I'm playing a very aggressive deck. Well, sometimes you miss a land drop and your opponent plays 2 or 3 creatures in a row and you're not the aggressive deck anymore, right? That happens all the time. Like, this isn't mono red and standard where you're playing, a bunch of 1-drops. Like you're still going to end up playing a curve and creatures and, All
right. I'm just going to call this a build around.
I like that.
I don't see how we can give this a normal grade. We can't this isn't a C and it's not a D and it's not a B. It's just none of those things. I think it's a B build around if you're a very low curve aggressive deck.
Yeah.
And I think it's just an F otherwise.
I agree. I would not put it in a normal air quotes deck.
We did a lot of fret work on that colony.
We also unleashed some harsh scrutiny on it, yes. Which happens to be the name of our next card. It's black for a sorcery uncommon. It says,
look at the segue.
Target opponent reveals his or her hand. You choose a creature card from it. That player discards that card. But wait, there's more. Scry one.
Strictly better ostracize for those who are playing Urza's Legacy. I still don't love the card, but I don't
like it for limited very much myself.
Well, the thing is, the Scry one hit a lot though. The Scry one mitigates the discards a lot because.
What do you mean?
So one of the reasons that we both don't like discard spells in limited is you draw it on turn 6 and you just miss. Right?
Totally.
It's just a blank, and it won't unblank. Once your opponent has 7 lands out and no creatures in their hand, is a creature ever staying in their hand for you to play this? No, it's not. Scry 1, once you're scrying later in the game, that is getting closer to draw a card. Basically, once the value of lands are 0, Scry 1 is very close to draw a card if you put a land on the bottom. So
totally.
I think that Harsh Scrutiny makes up for the fact that it's dead in the late game by having a scry, which is good in the late game, and it's good in the early game too. So,
yeah. And this is limited. People are playing 15 to 18 creatures. You know, they're somewhere between a third and you know, approaching half of their deck is our creatures. So you are likely to hit much more often here, where you know you get matchups in Constructed where it's like, I don't play creatures. You're like, okay, well.
Yeah, I think you can play this. I don't think it's an
the scry pushes it over the top for you.
It does. I don't think it's an exciting card. I don't think you should take it early. I also think you should sideboard it out if you play a game and your opponent plays 4 creatures over the course of a long game. They're like, well, maybe they have 10 creatures in their deck. So, but if you nab a creature and scry 1 for 1 mana, you got a pretty significant advantage there. You trade it up. Because this is presumably a later pick than most creatures, you scryed 1, which is an actual advantage, and you got to see the rest of their hand, which has some value too.
Okay. Is it a D? Like I can't imagine still that Harsh Scrutiny is the type of card that, you know, you're going to pick highly and always put in your deck, right? It's lower on the scale than that.
I'm gonna give it a D.
I think it's a D as well. All right, let's take a look at Lawless Broker. That's 2 and a black for a 3/2 Aetherborn Rogue, and when it dies, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. This one's a common.
Yeah, it's not broken, but I do like it.
It's funny. These things are, again, aggressive. Like, black is angry this set. This is another one that's like, it's a 3/2 for 3, which, you know, encourages you to turn it sideways and get in for damage. And on top of it, when it dies, it lets you keep attacking with some other creature, thanks to the +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, it lets you push, you know, your aggressive creatures through. Also, black has a lot of evasive creatures where counters are kind of nice on them, like your random flyers or your menace creatures. So I think you're going to play Lawless Broker a lot of the time. It's, again, nothing insane, but just a nice solid filler. I would give Lawless Broker a C.
Yeah, I gave Lawless Broker a C+. I like that counter.
All right.
Live Fast is 2 and a black for a sorcery. It's common. It says you draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, and get 2 energy.
All right. So not as much on the aggressive side of the spectrum here, but 3 mana, draw 2, lose 2 is playable. There are decks that would want that. And getting 2 energy does mean something. So I think that this is like a borderline playable if you don't want the energy, because you just don't have room for tons of cards like this. But when you do want energy, this is going to be pretty good. 2 energy is not worth a full card, but it's worth like some portion of a card. And that means that you're drawing 2 cards, losing 2 life, and getting some portion of a card back, which is a good deal.
How often? I mean, we haven't played with the set yet, but of the black cards we've seen so far, there aren't very many that care about energy. At least of the commons, we have Die Young. I think was the only one, at least so far, of the commons and uncommons that referenced energy so far.
And then Thriving Rats is actually the only other common that cares about energy.
Right, which is one we previewed before. So, I do find that interesting. That doesn't mean that the energy is useless, but maybe this isn't maximized with Live Fast. Maybe we're going to be spending it on another color, your secondary color or whatever.
It would mean more if it was in like blue or green, where there's a lot more energy going on.
Right, exactly. So where do we, this type of card seems like a D+ Live Fast to me. Like, this is, I don't think that every deck wants, lose 2 life, draw 2 cards for 2 and a black.
Well, maybe not all your decks, but.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I have Live Fast at C-, where most of the time you're not really super thrilled about this, but some decks actively do want it.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's passable. If you're playing an aggressive deck and you just have one of these without ways to spend the energy, that is okay.
Did you mean like you would pass it?
Well,
in a booster draft?
Yes, it is also passable, but it is. If this is your 23rd card, you could do worse. So Live Fast at C- / D+.
Yeah. Make Obsolete is next. It's 2 and a black for an instant. It's uncommon. It says creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. Servo Smashing.
This card seems pretty good, just based on what the powers and toughnesses are of the cards in the format.
Dude, this is an instant.
Yes.
That is the thing.
Both because Fabricate means you end up with a bunch of servos, but also the original creatures that fabricated tend to have smaller stats than they would otherwise. Mm-hmm. Like you have the blue 2/1 Fabricate 1 that often is just going to be a 2/1 flyer with a 1/1, and then you just get to make obsolete.
Both of them.
And it's an instant, so yes, you can like line up, your 3/3 on their 3/3, cast this, and also kill their 2/1. This card seems great to me.
It's interesting because I'm conditioned to look at a card like this and kind of dismiss it. Yeah, I'm just like, oh, it's a sideboard card, right? It's one of these infest cards. But this one has two very important things. One is that it's an instant, which these very rarely are. And two, it only hits your opponent's creature. So that means that you could even, let's just be really not ambitious here, right? You attack with your creature. They block to trade. You play Make Obsolete and shrink their creature down so that your creature wins combat. Like, we do that kind of thing all the time, right? That's the type of play that you'll see all the time. Think Borrowed Malevolence, right? Shrink your guy down. My creature survives now. That's perfectly reasonable play. Now, this one costs 3 mana, so you wouldn't, you're not getting a great deal, but think of the upside. Sometimes you kill another random creature. Sometimes they block and then block another one of your creatures and you get to kill both of them, and like you said, the servos and stuff, you can pick those off. So I see a lot of upside with Make Obsolete. And I think if you're willing to do the work, the floor isn't super low. I wouldn't do it if it was only, target creature gets -1/-1 for 2 and a black. That's not worth it. But the fact that you can nail random other creatures or even get a blowout in combat can be really good. Also makes double blocking tough for your opponent because it affects both of the creatures that are blocking.
I feel like this just does enough different things, and all of them are good, that I would be happy to take this card early. Whether that lands at B or B-, I think it lands at B- though.
I do too. You do still have to engineer some stuff. It's also, killing often their least important creatures.
This set is also all about engineering. So. Yes, all right, Make Obsolete gets a B-.
B-. Now, what about Malfist Squad?
It's 3 and a black for a human artificer. An artificer is actually a card type that matters. It's a common. It's a 3/1 that has Menace and Fabricate 1. So 4 mana 4/2 Menace would actually be playable.
Yep.
4 mana 3/1 Menace plus a 1/1 is even better.
I like that too. Yeah, definitely.
So I'm in for Malfist Squad. This seems like a slightly above average common, which leads me to say it's a C+.
Me too. And interestingly, by the way, I have noticed that so far in the set review, these cards are good, man. Malfist Squad is good. Like, that's a lot of stats with evasion for 4 mana at common. Like,
it's funny that if everything gets half a grade extra, it's like none of them did. But I mean, we have the context of evaluating these cards kind of like looking at the format, but also one by one. So.
Right. Like, because I've read the cards, but I still don't feel like I have a solid picture, but I'm starting to definitely get the idea that these cards are just on average quite good.
All I know is following up your 2/1 flyer with this and making a token, making your 2/1 flyer now a 3/1, because you have an artifact, and then having 2 3-power evasive creatures plus a 1/1 out sounds really good.
That is very
Malfist Squad seems like the kind of enabler that also stands on its own that the black aggressive decks want. So yeah, Malfist Squad at C+ sounds great.
C+ there. Mind Rot is back. 2 and a black sorcery. It's common. It says target player discards 2 cards. That's it.
Where this card has landed for me the last bunch of times it's been reprinted is basically like sideboard or like marginal playable. Yeah. There's just a lot of decks where you don't want it and some decks where it's good. So I would rather just give Mind Rot a sideboard rating and say that it's great against slower decks, but you don't really need to main deck this.
Yeah, that's where I come down on it too. Against the slower decks, sometimes they discard lands and you feel like, oh, I missed. But that usually means that they have to wait much, much, much longer to play their big bombs at the end. So you're kind of, they're kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't with the Mind Rot. But be careful what decks you do sideboard it in against. You don't want to just bring it in against everything. But I like sideboard for Mind Rot. Morbid Curiosity. This is 1 black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says, as an additional cost to cast Morbid Curiosity, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Do you know anything about this card, Luis? Draw cards equal to the converted mana cost of the sacrificed permanent.
I think I might have been the first person to cast this who didn't work at Wizards.
You're certainly the first person I ever saw to cast it, and you sacrificed a Griff.
Yeah, and drew 7 cards.
Yeah, that was impressive. So it's interesting because you've actually had a chance to cast this card. Is it good? Is this the type of card that we want to play?
No, not for the most part.
But you can draw so many cards.
The problem is in order to get this card's worth of value, right? Because if you sack a 3 casting cost card, you're paying 3 mana and 2 cards and 6 mana to draw 3 cards, which is not a very good deal.
Right.
So you want to sack a 4 or a 5 drop, but how many games can you play a 5 mana spell and then sacrifice it to draw 5 cards and then have a handful of cards. So
you give up so much, right? A lot of your mana for the turn and basically your board presence for those cards. Like, you really need to do a lot the next turn with that.
Morbid Curiosity feels like the sort of thing that can break open a slow mirror, but it's just so bad to have in your deck against an aggressive deck. So
are you leaning sideboard on it?
I almost just want to give it a sideboard, yeah.
I am too. You know, the other thing that you mentioned earlier is that there are a few different pacifism style effects that will, you know, neutralize a creature of yours, but leave it on the battlefield. And, you know, I couldn't wait to board in a Morbid Curiosity against a deck playing those type of cards. Yeah,
it's a good counterplay against those. I suppose you could use this as a pseudo finisher in a slow deck that stalls out the game. But even then, I'm thinking more that you want to play this when you know the game's going to go long, not when you hope it's going to go long.
Right, because just like as a quick snapshot here, imagine your opponent has one of those decent aggressive draws where they go like 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop. And you're sitting there staring at Morbid Curiosity. Remember, it's a sorcery also, so you can't block and sack the creature.
Yeah, you're never casting it until the game was decided by your other cards.
Right, by your other cards. It's like you often need those cards on the battlefield, and having cards that you just can't really cast is a big cost. So, yeah, I think sideboard for Morbid Curiosity, but I am going to be looking for chances to bring that card in because, you know, drawing 5 off of 3 mana is very, very powerful, even if you do have to give up board presence to do it. What about Night Market Lookout?
It's 1 mana, 1/1. So it's a black mana for a 1/1, a human rogue common. Whenever it becomes tapped, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. I'm not into this.
Nope.
Yes, if you can hit multiple times, it's kind of like a 1 mana, 2 power creature.
Yeah.
But just getting it through is just not going to be easy, and there's so many boards it's just going to get blanked. So I'm just going to give Night Market Lookout an F.
I would too. The thing to remember is you can't just tap a creature.
Yes.
It's not tap drain them. You have to attack with it or pay some cost. You
can crew
a vehicle,
but it's just not.
What I'm saying is that you can't just do that. You have to have a vehicle or, you know, something to give it unblockable or whatever. And otherwise, it just does not affect the board enough. So yeah, F for Night Market Lookout. Oval Chase Daredevil. What does this one do?
3 and a black for a human pilot. Though it doesn't actually synergize with vehicles at all, or not directly, which is funny. So it's an uncommon. It's a 4/2. So 4 mana for a 4/2. When an artifact enters the battlefield of your control, you may return Oval Chase Daredevil from your graveyard to your hand. So
wow, you just get it back.
So she does interact with vehicles in that they trigger her ability, but she doesn't grant them any bonuses.
Yeah, and she also has 4 power, which is, you know, that's good enough to crew most of the vehicles in the set.
So it's funny because most of the time cards with this kind of text can't block, but she can block. So you can play her on turn 4. Is your opponent attacking a 3/3 into Oval Chase Daredevil?
Oh, God, you'd be happy if they did.
And then you just play an artifact and just essentially draw a card? Like, that seems very powerful. I think Oval Chase Daredevil is quite good.
It's also the type of card I like the Daredevil name on it because you can just send her into the red zone. Like, here, trade for something. I don't care. And if they don't, they're actually taking a lot of damage. It's not just like, yeah, I'll just take 4. You know, you can't just do that very many times before you're dead.
Yeah, your opponent doesn't know if you have artifacts because they're in your hand. It's hidden information. So when you attack with her or when you leave her back, your opponent has no real inkling of whether it's safe to trade or not.
Oh, I've got artifacts. Also of note here is that it's just when an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, so Fabricate will trigger it.
Works.
Yeah. Yep. So that's an interesting thing. I like this card. Oval Chase Daredevil does seem powerful to me on both offense and defense, which I really like. I'm assuming that this card is like in the B range. I would say probably, I'm just going to say B.
Yeah, I like B for Oval Chase Daredevil.
Yeah, card seems really good. Prakata Club Security. Got a bouncer here. 3 and a black, so same converted mana or same mana cost as Oval Chase Daredevil, but this one's a common and has no actual text. It's an Aetherborn Warrior. It's a 3/4, but there's just flavor text. 3/4 for 4. That's an Aetherborn Warrior. I'm going to assume this isn't good enough, even though I will say I am a big fan of 3/4s for 4. I think that 3/4 is a really nice combination of stats where it blocks well and can attack quite well too. So they did try to get me with that, but from what I've seen so far, I'm hoping for a lot more out of my cards and a lot more synergy going on than this club security is giving me.
Yeah, it looks like that this is going to be slightly below the curve, though. I don't think you'll ever be embarrassed to play it, which makes me want to give this a C-.
Okay. I'm going to say D plus. I'm going to say that this set is asking more of us than just power and toughness for our creatures, even though to me this is basically the ideal amount of power and toughness for 4 mana on a common. What does Rush of Vitality do?
So it's 1 and a black, so 2 mana for an instant at common.
Okay.
Target creature gets +1/+0, lifelink, and indestructible.
And indestructible.
Yeah, this card's good.
Is this good?
It is. You're going to spend 2 mana. Your creature is going to survive combat, kill whatever it's facing under most circumstances.
Under a lot of circumstances, that's right. Mm-hmm.
And you're going to gain 3 or 4 life.
And then as a backup plan, you could just use it to save your creature from being destroyed from any other,
Right, it's out of combat value too, and your opponent's like destroy target creature or deal 5 to a creature. So I think that adds up, and the fact that it's a pretty significant life swing. You can also use this to just gain 5 life if you really need to.
Yeah.
I think Rush of Vitality is going to be quite good.
I think you sold me on this. Yeah, this is a very delicate dance that they're doing with Rush of Vitality, but the life, like if you take away any one of these things, I'm off of it, right? If it didn't get a power boost, I wouldn't like it nearly as much. If it didn't get indestructible, I would just be done. And even the lifelink, which I think is probably the least important of the 3, ends up being quite important. So
they all work together really well.
That's a trick. That is a trick I will play.
Do you give it a C plus or a C?
I give it a D.
What?
So I don't value these I think that this is a very replaceable type card, right? This isn't the type of card that I feel like I need to prioritize in the draft. And I think that Rush of Vitality is a card that will end up in my sideboard a fair bit of the time as well, potentially. So I would give it like a D plus. Like this is a card that sometimes doesn't make the cut, but does. Other times, I don't think that this is a card that I'm prioritizing in a draft, or like if I open up my sealed pool, I'm like, oh, well, I got 3 Rush of Vitality. I'm just like, maybe it'll make the cut.
I think Rush of Vitality is going to be a bit better than that. It's the flexibility is really what sells me. The fact that you can use it outside of combat. I'm going to give it a C. I don't think it's quite C plus, but I think it's really good.
Okay.
I think you are going to cut it because creature light decks can't play these cards. But in terms of power level, I like it at C.
Okay. Good card. Subtle Strike is 1 and a black for an instant at common. It says choose one or both. Target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn and put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Ooh. That is not that subtle, actually.
No, this card's just great.
That's really good.
It's just another good combat trick.
Wow. I mean, I mentioned Borrowed Malevolence, but
this is like a Borrowed Malevolence that's
cheaper
permanent.
And you get to keep the +1/+1 counter? What the?
Right. So I like Subtle Strike a lot. This card looks very good to me.
This card looks really good to me, too, because I think that you can engineer a situation quite easily where you get a card of value out of this. I think that there's going to be scenarios where you kill a 1 toughness creature with the first ability and just throw a counter on something. I also think that there's going to be scenarios where you're in combat and you need to shrink their creature and grow your creature to win that combat, and that's going to work. I don't know why this is called Subtle Strike. This card is just not subtle at all. It's very good. I think this is a C plus. Like this is a removal spell plus combat trick that I think you're going to be able to engineer to get a card out of like most of the time.
Yeah, I like Subtle Strike. I will also give Subtle Strike a C plus.
All right. Now you mentioned Thriving Rats earlier. We also had it as our preview card. Or did I write an article about it? I can't remember.
It was our preview card.
It was our preview card. Yeah. So what does that one do?
It's 1 and a black. It's a rat. It's a 1/2 at common. When it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy, and whenever it attacks, you may pay 2 energy if you do put a +1/+1 counter on it.
Yeah, fine card.
Oh yeah, it by itself it's a 2 mana 2/3 the first time it attacks. Mm-hmm. You can also, as usual, spend the energy on other cards or spend energy from other cards on this. 2 mana 2/3 is also just a fine rate, so I give Thriving Rats a C plus.
I do too. And the thing to note here as well is that if you do have other energy, you only get to trigger the first, like when it attacks, right? So it attacks, you can pay the 2 energy, but you can't pay like 6.
No,
right?
It's just once.
It's just asking, would you like to pay 2 energy? If you do, it gets a counter. Now the next time you attack, it'll ask again and you can pay again. So
right.
It could become a 3/4, 4/5 or whatever down the road if you have a lot of energy. I like it at C plus too. That's just a solid little card. The only downside, of course, is that if you are significantly behind, getting that attack in is awkward. If you don't have anything else to do with the mana, then you're paying you're playing a 2 mana 1/2, which is pretty bad. Tidy Conclusion is next. It's 3 black for an instant at common, and it says destroy target creature. You gain 1 life for each artifact you control.
Well, it's 5 mana. I mean, 5 mana at instant speed is not too bad.
I'll take this. I mean, I played Throttle. Like, I did what I had to do. This one just kills a creature, just straight up destroys it, and even gets you some incidental life gain, which, when the card is only about life gain, we don't like it. But when they tack life gain onto cards, I like it a lot. Like, this little gain of 2, gain 3, gain 1 here and there can be the difference in some percentage of games. Obviously, you're playing it for the, primary reason of destroying a creature, but it's 2016, man. I'm playing cards like Tidy Conclusion. I think this is a type of card that, you don't want 4 of it, but you're probably going to play the first 2 of them, at least the first one.
Do you have it at C+?
I actually want to go B-.
Wow.
I know. It's like, I'm trying to retrain myself, right? Because when I see this, I think, it's clunky, it's bad removal. But look, this one is about as good as it gets, these days.
I guess actually looking at the last couple of cards, I would take this over Rats or Subtle Strike. So yeah, I'll give Tidy Conclusion a B-. And
put a little bow on that one. Underhanded Designs. God,
I like this one.
What does it do?
It's 1 and a black. It's an enchantment. It's uncommon. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 1 colorless mana. If you do, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life.
Okay.
And 1 and a black, sacrifice Underhanded Designs, destroy target creature, activate this ability only if you control 2 or more artifacts.
Oh, wow.
So
this is just build around, or?
Yeah, it's a good build around.
Good build around. Very good.
Because it pays you off pretty significantly. If you can just have this in play and you're playing an artifact every turn or every other turn, that's a pretty big life swing. And then eventually in the deck where this is good, you just pay 2 mana and you sack it and you kill a creature. That sounds like a great card to me.
I think so too. Underhanded Design seems like a very good build around. This ability seems small, when an artifact you can drain them for 1, but it adds up much bigger than you'd think, especially when you do start to consider things like Fabricate or the cheap artifacts that, come into play and kind of replace themselves, or act as a spell, that type of card. I think Underhanded Designs looks really good for a build around me. Like, this is a type of card that I would definitely want to build my deck around, and I think I could really make it work.
This looks like a B+ build around to me.
Agreed. Underhanded Designs, B+ on build around. That's a good one. What about Weaponcraft Enthusiast?
This is a weird one. It's 2 and a black for an Aetherborn Artificer. It's uncommon. It's a 0/1 with Fabricate 2. So
Fabricate 2 on a 0/1.
So it's either a 3 mana 2/3 or a 3 mana 0/1 that comes with 2 1/1s, which the second part seems like it's pretty reasonable. I feel like I would always play 3 mana for a 0/1 plus 2 1/1s.
I would too.
Two of them are artifacts.
Yes, that's 2 artifacts entering the battlefield. The thing that every time I've seen cards like this, that like this card has the ability to make 3 creatures for 1 card. And even if the creatures aren't particularly impressive, I've always been impressed by cards that let me make 2 creatures for 1 card or 3 creatures for 1 card, even if, once again, they're not great creatures. Think of cards like Raise the Alarm or things like that, where it's like, 2 1/1s for whatever, but you always seem to be able to find a way, whether it's equipment or something that pumps your team, or whether you need to chump block 3 times to buy yourself a bunch of time, whatever it is, 2 artifacts entering the battlefield or controlling 2 artifacts for your Underhanded Designs or whatever it is, these type of cards always overperform for me. Even if when you read it, it's hard to imagine those scenarios because it just looks like a bunch of small kind of nothings for the 1 card.
And there's a bunch of cards, mostly in blue and white, that bounce or flicker your creatures, which let you kind of go off.
Oh, there you go. That's nice too.
You can just keep making servos. So I like Weaponcraft Enthusiast. I would always play it, and the capability of combos, the fact that it works so well with cards like Underhanded Designs or your Artifact Matters cards, makes me want to give this I think a C+, not quite at B- level, but it is.
I'm going B- on Weaponcraft Enthusiast. I got a gut feeling, man. I don't know.
Enthusiastic.
Yeah. Worth noting here, by the way, you do either choose to put 2 +1/+1 counters on it or make 2 servos, right? You can't go in between. You can't be like, well, I'll have a counter and a servo.
You don't get the option.
Yeah, it's one or the other. So keep that in mind as well. So yeah, I'm going B- on Weaponcraft Enthusiast. Would you consider yourself a Theorycraft enthusiast?
Oh yeah, I'm a Theorycraft enthusiast. All right.
All right. That is going to do it for black. So that moves us over to red as we work our way through the colors. And that starts us off with
Aether Torch Renegade.
Yeah.
2 into red. It's uncommon, a human rogue. It's a 1/2. So 3 mana 1/2.
So not into that, but
when it enters the battlefield, you get 4 energy. It's a lot of energy.
4 energy. Okay.
Yeah. Tap, pay 2 energy. Aether Torch Renegade deals 1 damage to target creature.
Okay, so a pinger, but we have to pay energy for it, but we can do this twice based on what it brings with it. So that's very good.
So by itself, it's 3 mana, 1/2, tap, ping, twice. It also has the ability of tap, pay 8 energy. Either Torch Renegade deals 6 damage to target player, not creature.
So if you save up a bunch of energy, you can start doming your opponent for 6 at some point. I would think that could be useful if you had a way to recur, like to make energy over and over again rather than just play like 3 things. But even then, I'm assuming that you can piece together some type of win. But I don't even care about that much, to be honest. Like the first ability really is enticing to me. Pingers are fantastic, and they're so good that they don't print them anymore, right? You don't see them very often. And even here, this Aether Torch Renegade is an uncommon for 3 mana that's a 1/2, and it only comes with enough energy to ping twice. So, you can tell that they're really trying to put a leash on these things, but I know better. These cards are great. The first 2 pings are the best 2 pings anyway. So I like Aether Torch Renegade.
Oh, this card is fantastic. You don't need anything else, but it also works well with other energy cards. So
yeah, more energy the better for sure. And I really like that last ability, just to be able to say, okay, I'm looking at my hand. I've got the ability to, put together 4 more energy. Maybe I could suicide a couple of creatures in and get in for that damage just to get my opponent down to 6 and then finish them off with the Renegade. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm into this. I'll give Aether Torch Renegade a B+.
Yeah, B+. I like that. Pingers are the real deal. Brazen Scourge is next. It's 1 red for a 3/3 gremlin at uncommon, and it has haste.
Wow, so brazen means aggressive, apparently.
Man, they are not messing around in this set, Luis. 3/3 for 3 with haste is very strong.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like a random gremlin. It doesn't seem to have any, you don't have to pay energy or whatever. You just get to smash with this guy.
Yeah, Brazen Scourge seems like a great red aggressive card. Just seems like a B. I don't know.
I just think it's like the most rock solid B I've ever seen.
Yeah, you'll take it. If it costs double red, you'll want 9 or 10 mountains in your deck, sure, but you'll play this card and it'll be great.
Yeah, I think that there will not be a red deck that doesn't want a Brazen Scourge. Built to Smash.
This is a sweet name.
It is.
It's 1 red mana, so 1 mana for an instant common. Target attacking creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. If it's an artifact creature, it gains trample until end of turn.
Aggressive combat trick doesn't work on defense, often won't save your creature, but it can be responsible. I mean, Giant Growth is a very powerful ability, +3/+3 until end of turn. And if it's artifact creature, it's probably going to be responsible to get in for a heck of a lot of damage. Vehicles, right, kind of come to mind with Built to Smash here.
Oh, yeah. Hey, my main problem with this is it's only attacking creatures. So
yeah, it's a big problem.
You can't use it on defense. You can't use it outside of combat when your opponent's just trying to deal 3 damage to your creature. But it's great in aggressive decks. This is the kind of combat trick I'm okay with giving a low grade. Like I have Built to Smash at D, and if you end up in an artifact-based aggressive deck, you'll play it and it'll move up, but most decks are just not going to want it.
Yeah, it's probably in that range. It's a little tough, too, because the vehicles that I envision this being really good on, meaning, you equip up a vehicle, or you crew a vehicle, you attack with it, they're all huge, or most of them are huge. I think that it's going to be fairly common that your opponent goes, sure, throw servo in front of it.
Right, and you just want to, give your 5/5 +3/+3 and tramp.
Right, and, I think that that's a powerful thing, but it's very narrow. And, we talked about it when we talked about the vehicles earlier in the set review here, but those do take valuable slots, and Built to Smash takes another one of those slots, and you still need to make room for removal, in your deck. So I think Built to Smash definitely has some stuff going on, but it is a little too narrow to give a high grade. I give it a D-. I think it's the type of card that you'll know it if you want it, and then it's quite good in that deck.
All right, fair enough.
Cathartic Reunion is 1 and a red for a sorcery. It's common. It says an additional cost to cast Cathartic Reunion, discard 2 cards. Well, there's good news, though. It has those magical 3 words, draw 3 cards.
I like this card.
Got 2 cards, though, man.
Well, it just is almost strictly better than Tormenting Voice. Because...
How do you figure?
You're basically discarding an extra card to draw an extra card, but the worst card in your hand, or in this case, the second worst card in your hand, is still probably worse than a random card in most games. So I think it is better than Tormenting Voice, even without not factoring in combos. Yeah,
I think about it so if I play Tormenting Voice, I get to discard the 1 card in my hand that I really don't need or that doesn't matter, the 1 land. But then every card beyond that, they go up significantly in value, and having to discard, a spell for the chance to get, 60% of a spell seems risky to me. It seems bad.
Not
that it always comes out that way, but
I think that more often when you have this card in your hand, you're going to be able to get a situation where the second card you discard is worse than the random card from the top of your deck.
Okay. Well, maybe I just draft better decks.
that could very well be the case.
One other thing that's interesting, though, is that you are just dumping a bunch of cards in your yard here, right? You're getting the reunion plus 2 other cards in your graveyard. If you've got any type of synergies going where you can buy cards back or get some value from it, then this type of card gets much, much better, too.
It does. I don't know how often that's going to come up, though. In like a red-black deck, it might.
Yeah, like we've already seen some black cards that care about that. Maybe there's not much else in the set, but we'll see. In general, I don't think I really like this card that much, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I'm not over the moon about it.
Okay.
I played Tormenting Voice as like one of my last cards if I needed a filler. So
yeah,
I think it's
is that about where you think Cathartic Reunion?
Yeah, I think it's like a D.
Okay. Good. I think we're on the same page then. I like D for Cathartic Reunion. That is a lot of cards. It's a lot of numbers flying around. Chandra's Pyrohelix is, if this isn't a burn spell, I'm quitting. 1 in a red for an instant. At common, it says Chandra's Pyrohelix deals 2 damage divided as you choose among 1 or more 2. How about I read this again? Choose among 1 or 2 target creatures and or players.
Yeah. 2 mana for 2 damage divided as you choose, so it's 1 and 1 or deal 2.
And an instant speed.
Yeah, card's good.
I'm in.
I think it's just a flat B.
Yeah, if this is forked bolted instant speed, right? For you pay an extra mana for that. That seems really good.
Yeah, there's enough 1 toughness creatures in the set that I think you're going to get good value from this.
I do too. And you can combine it with combat to finish off a bigger creature. Chandra's Pyrohelix looks like a B to me. This is the red burn spell for the set, it seems, and I'm in. I like it. What about Demolish?
A reprint. It's 3 in a red, sorcery at common, destroy target artifact or land. It's got a little more context in this set. Your opponents are frequently going to have artifacts for you to destroy. But at 4 mana, I feel like you're not getting a ton of value from that.
4 mana sorcery speed. Like, here's the big question. If I destroy, let's say, a vehicle before it even gets to get crewed, am I happy?
Traded.
I traded my turn for their turn, basically.
The problem is you traded evenly, and then you took more risk because sometimes you'll draw Demolish and they won't draw one of their 5 artifacts in their deck.
Right. And of course, you never want to have to use it on a. Yeah. So where's the risk in that? I mean, one of the downside, of course, or not downside, you could find yourself in a situation where you're blowing up an artifact. You're not really excited to blow up a servo or a, puzzle knot or something like that. I still feel like this card's just so inefficient. I like the idea of being able to blow up artifacts in a set that has this many artifacts, but man, I don't want to pay 3 in a red at sorcery speed to do it.
Yeah,
the versatility argument doesn't really hold because destroying a land is so often not worth it.
All right, I'll give Demolish a D for Demolish.
D for Demolish. All right.
It's probably even half sideboard, whereas against some decks you'll bring it in and be happy. But a lot of the artifacts in these decks cost 2 mana or servos. That doesn't mean you're getting good value.
Yeah, it's never good when you're relieved just to find a target for your spell.
Right, exactly.
What about Furious Reprisal?
3 in a red. It's a sorcery at uncommon. It deals 2 damage to each of 2 target creatures and or players.
Ooh.
So this is like a built-up Chandra's Pyrohelix.
Yeah, this one's a sorcery, but yeah, you get to hit 2 different things for 2 damage.
You're going to get a 2-for-1 a lot of the time.
That is powerful, yeah. Each of 2 target, yeah. So you do have to spread it out, right? You can't do 4 to something.
Correct.
But in your worst case, or likely worst cases, you're going to do 2 damage to one of the creatures and 2 damage to them. You've always got that. So the only time when you couldn't cast it reasonably is if, your opponent didn't have any creatures, in which case you're probably doing fine. And yes, I know you can target one of your own, but I like it. This is the type of card that, this isn't, I don't see this as over the top on power level, but you're certainly getting your mana's worth for 4 mana here.
I like Furious Reprisal at B+. I think it's a little bit better than most of the Bs just because a lot of the time you'll play this on turn 4 and kill their 2 and their 3 drop. And that's
gross.
Yeah, that is huge.
Yeah, and again, if you kill a creature and do 2 to them, you're probably going to be quite happy with that as well.
Yeah, you still spent 4 mana for their 3 mana and deal 2 to them. That's not terrible.
Yeah, hey, I'll go B on Furious Reprisal. I think it's really good. Giant Spectacle.
This is 1 in a red. Enchantment Aura at common. Enchanted creature gets +2/+1 and has menace.
Did you read the flavor text on this?
Yeah, it's about a giant decorating contest.
No, you didn't. You didn't English that right. You have to put those two words together.
Giant decorating.
Yeah. You sounded more like it was about a very large contest about decorating.
It was a contest about decorating very large things.
Yeah, exactly. So giant spectacle.
Yeah, I don't think we're really in for this, right?
No, I don't want to decorate any of my giants with this particular.
Yeah, I'm off this. I'll give Giant Spectacle an F.
Yep, I think it's bad. What about Harnessed Lightning?
This is 1 and a red.
By the way, somebody said that the guy looks like you.
Yeah, I guess the aviators really make it really.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was Garvis L. Scott. I said, look, I see some similarities, but I wouldn't say Dead Ringer either.
I don't have a cool leather, steampunk vest though. So.
With glowing, yeah, you certainly don't. So what does Harness Lightning do?
It's a 1 and a red. It's instant and uncommon. It's choose target creature. You get 3 energy, and then you may pay any amount of energy to deal that much damage to that creature.
Okay.
So it's the uncommon version of Die Young.
Yeah.
But more powerful because it's an instant and you start with 3. So worst comes first, it's 2 mana, deal 3 to a creature at instant speed, which is great.
Wow, this is really good. And then you can make it more if you have more energy, or less and keep the rebate energy if you don't need 3 specifically.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give Harness Lightning an A. I think that you're just gonna take this and be really happy with it.
Me too. We haven't seen a card like this in a while.
It's 2 mana, deal 6 in an energy deck to a creature, which is awesome. Or it's kill a small creature, get 2 energy, and spend it on something else. It's flexible and powerful, and only for 2 mana at instant speed. That's just all the boxes we want to check.
I like that. Yeah, this hits that. When you ran over the grades, we talked about some of the removal that's hyper efficient will reach this level, and I agree with you. Harness Lightning, I think, is in the A range on efficiency. 2 mana instant speed. That's insane. Wow, they did not mess around with this set. We are, halfway through color number 2 here and the artifacts and such, and there is some really powerful stuff here. This is exciting. Hijack is next. It's 1 red for a sorcery. At common, it says gain control of target artifact or creature until end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste until end of turn. The flavor being here, you can also steal a vehicle.
Oh yeah.
But there's other artifacts too.
You still have to crew it though.
You do still have to crew it. That is correct. Look, this is yet another take on a threaten type card, right? Where you get to steal one of your opponent's things. These cards can be very powerful. They really can. These are the type of cards that can be, in some scenarios, the best card in your deck. Because it's not only a removal spell, it also takes the blocker away and lets you attack with it. And sometimes that can just win you the game on the spot. The times when you fall behind, these cards really suffer. In a board state that's at parity, these cards tend to suffer as well. Most of the time you want to use them when you're about to kill your opponent. This can give you some inevitability of some sort where your opponent, if they, try to stabilize with a big creature, you just steal it and kill them. You really do want to be in an aggressive deck when you play a card like Hijack, but these things do have their place. In my experience, they usually end up being about a C or a C-. They're not the type of card that you auto include, but in the right deck, in an aggressive build, a card like Hijack can really have a strong role.
It's funny because I think that they're almost closer to build-arounds in the sense that...
Yeah, that is actually true.
It's just cards that are just on-off depending on your deck. That kind of fits the definition of build-around, even though traditionally that's not where we put these cards. Because in an aggressive deck, removing a blocker and getting an extra attacker is, a very big swing. In a controller mid-range deck, there's 0% to want this.
Right.
So I think that for an aggressive deck, this is like a C+, which means that you probably shouldn't take it early. Mm-hmm. And for a control deck, it's an F. Yes. It has some, like you said, extra synergy with sacrifice, but we haven't seen a ton of that so far.
Yeah.
So that doesn't seem like a well-supported theme. Threaten in I want to say M11 was a card I actually used to take fairly early, Active Treason, because one of the decks that was really well-supported was Red-Black Sacrifice.
Yeah.
In this set, I think Hijack's more of a tempo play, which some decks are in for and a lot of decks aren't.
Yeah, and I think we can feel pretty safe with that assumption as well, because we already did do black And that's where most of those, cheaper free sacrifice effects would have taken place.
White's got tons of sacrifice abilities.
Okay, well, we'll look for those when we get there.
So what are we giving Hijack then?
I would give it a D+. It's a type of card, like, again, I'm trying to conform a grade to what you just said, which is that in the right deck, it's a C+, but in the wrong deck, it's not. So I'm kind of splitting the difference here. But, giving it in the D range is sort of a warning saying you will know when you want this, and you really need to want this type of effect to make it worth it.
Yeah, I think that, for me, it's closer to like a build around.
Yeah.
Like
I would just say it's narrow, right? Like you're not actually building around it as much as just saying like you need a very specific deck.
Yeah, narrow also works there. So I think D+ works with a kind of like FC+ split card.
Yeah, there you go. Incendiary Sabotage is 2 red for an instant. At uncommon, it says, as an additional cost to cast Incendiary Sabotage, sack an artifact, and it does 3 damage to each creature.
Look at
instant speed.
Combos with Hijack. Incendiary Sabotage is incredible to me.
So what do you like about it?
It's an instant, so you can set it up where you pass the turn, your opponent either attacks you or doesn't attack you and plays another creature, or both, and then you get to like blow it up end of their turn and kill everything. You can block with something, then sack it, like set up good blocks. It's also 4 mana to deal 3 damage to each creature. Is a really powerful ability when you know it's coming, which presumably you do since this is in your hand.
Mm-hmm. And it's an instant.
The biggest downside is you need specifically an artifact. It's not sack a creature. If it was sack a creature, I think this card would be a pretty easy B for me.
Okay.
At sack an artifact, it's closer to like the C+ range.
Okay. Yeah, it is asking quite a bit. If you just straight up cannot cast it unless you have an artifact. And then on top of that, you're going to want an expendable artifact, right? Like a creature that was going to die to it anyway or something like that. Sometimes, you just have your really good artifact and you're like, I want to play Incendiary Sabotage, but I guess I just have to sacrifice it to kill 3 of my opponent's creatures. But then, you're down into the 3 for 2 range, which is okay. You'll certainly take it, but maybe not ideal. So setup cost is pretty high for Incendiary Sabotage, but the payoff seems to be good too.
Yeah, I guess talking through it, I'm a little less excited than when I first saw it, but it still seems like a powerful card. It just has a very wide range, but yeah. I'm still going to land on C+ and say that you want this in like a kind of like red control deck or artifact-based control deck, which seems like is possible, like an energy deck, blue-red energy or something along those lines.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like C for Incendiary Sabotage. The setup cost is very real. Inventor's Apprentice is red for a human artificer. It's uncommon. It's a 1/2, and it gets +1/+1 as long as you control an artifact. So we can have a 2/3 for 1 mana here?
Yeah, you're not going to have it on turn 2, though. You're going to have it on like turn 4 or 5, which still it makes it a playable card, but this isn't what a Curt Ape, or a Loam Lion.
No, it's definitely not. I don't know, man. How often do we have an artifact? Like, we need to know that.
The problem is this card, when you have an artifact, is slightly above rate. Like, it's 1 mana instead of maybe 2 mana for a decent card. But when you don't have an artifact, it's vastly below. And that's the kind of gamble I don't really like.
I don't like it either.
Like, the payoff of slightly above or, with the risk of very far below, just the way that adds up is just you end up more often down a card than you do up a card.
Yeah, I'm actually not a big fan of the Inventor's Apprentice. If I could always have it be a 2/3 for 1, I'd be pretty darn excited about it. I think that's really good on turn 1 and holds its own enough later on in the game. But even then, that's not, it's not broken, right? It's not, the type of thing. And,
like imagine this was, if it was on, it was a 4/4, and if it was off, it was a 1/1. Yeah, that card would be great because when you got there, you really got there.
You really did it, yeah.
But here you're like taking a huge risk for to maybe save a mana. So
yeah. Also of note, your opponent can kill your artifact. Like put this thing right back down to 1/2 again.
I think that's considered unsporting, but yes, they can.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the Inventor's Apprentice though. I would give it like a D-, something like that. I just don't plan on playing it.
All right, I like D.
Yeah. What about Lothnu Hellion? No, that's a rare. I'm sorry. Maulfist Doorbuster.
Maulfist Doorbuster seems like a name that was created by a random card generator.
That's that. Hey, name my race car. .com Maulfist Doorbuster. What does it do?
It's 3 in a red. It's a human warrior at uncommon. It's a 4/2. When it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy. And whenever it attacks, you can pay 1 energy. And if you do, target creature can't block this turn.
Whew.
So 4 mana 4/2. The drawback being 2/2s can block it. This stops that. 2/2s cannot block it.
Yeah.
Well, a 2/2 at least.
Doors busted. That's pretty good. Once again, you would prefer to be aggressive with a card like Malphas Doorbuster, but even in the worst case, it's a 4/2 blocker for 4 mana that gives you 2 energy, which is not that bad if you find yourself a little bit behind on board. And if you're not, this thing can bust up a board stall sometimes, and it can keep the damage flowing if you're ahead. Stall. Oh my god. Boo.
I just busted up your monologue too.
You sure did. It wasn't supposed to be a monologue. I'm talking to you. You're supposed to.
I'm just thinking of board
You're just taking shots.
In any case.
This card seems good to me, man.
It is good.
I like this card.
You have to be aggressive, and 2/2s do make it so it's like, whoops, all of a sudden this doesn't actually get by the way you want it to. So it does like support. Combat tricks are great with this because your opponent's so incentivized to block it.
Yeah.
And it plays pretty nicely with other energy cards. The cards that make 2 energy and have a minor energy effect are not like super energy combos, right?
Right.
Because this isn't generating 4 energy, so your other energy cards can leech a little bit here. And it's not like this plays well with a card that makes 4 energy. I mean, how many times are you attacking with this? So
probably not too many before your opponent's dead.
Right. This isn't a card which I think needs energy to really work.
No. Doesn't have haste. Keep feeling like it has haste, but it doesn't have haste.
Trample either or flying.
Okay, yeah. Busted. I like this card. I am wavering between B- and C+, and I am actually going to go B-. I think that this thing is going to get in for enough damage that it puts it into the B range for me.
Yeah, I like B- on this. I think this is going to combine to a lot of your really good aggressive starts and be the card that your opponent can lose to pretty easily.
Yeah, big finisher there. Quicksmith Genius is next. This guy's very happy. 2 and a red for a 3/2 human artificer at uncommon. Whenever an artifact enters a battlefield under your control, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card.
I like Quicksmith Genius.
Me too.
I keep wanting to call it Will Smith Genius, but in any case, it's 3 mana for a 3/2. You're not really paying much of a cost, and getting free loots whenever you play an artifact. I mean, you have to discard first, so it's not the full loot; it's rummage. Yeah. But that's still good. This card,
and it's also optional.
Yeah, this card is just good.
I think this card's just good. It's again relatively high floor. The 3/2 for 3. You're like shrug. Sure, it's an artificer, which matters on a few things, and then you just get this bonus that is very real. I like it.
You're not going to want to put this in your deck with 2 artifacts and think it's great, but in a deck with like 5 or 6 artifacts, I think it more than pulls its weight. I
think so too. It's probably a C+. This card still isn't the type. I don't think it's the type of card where you open up your booster pack and you're like, ooh, Quicksmith Genius, sweet. I think it's kind of card where you're like, okay, I could take that and wouldn't be sad. So I give it a C+ for Quicksmith Genius. Maybe it's a B-. I don't know. I'm still going to say C+ though.
All right, I like Quicksmith Genius at B-. I think I would take it over to Doorbuster, so there is that.
See, I think I would bust doors.
All right. Next up, we have Reckless Fireweaver. Mm-hmm. It's 1 and a red for a 1/3. It's a human artificer at common. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield in your control, Fireweaver deals 1 damage to each opponent. So it's the Thermo Alchemist of the set.
Indeed.
It's a 1/3, so it also attacks for 1 by itself, though Alchemist, of course, pinged by itself. And then
it triggers on artifacts. Repeatable. Yeah, I mean, it's repeatable if you can keep playing artifacts, but that does seem like a tall order. When we saw the Thermo Alchemist, I'd ask myself, okay, if I play this on turn 2, how much damage is this thing putting in over the next 4 to 5 turns? And it turns out, in the deck that wanted it was significant number of damage, right? I mean, it was baseline 4, and you could often make it 6 to 9, without too much trouble. Reckless Fireweaver, when I play this on turn 2, over the course of the next 4 turns, how much damage is it going to be responsible for? And I would assume it's somewhere like 2-ish, right? Yeah. And I don't like that as much. That makes me, think that this card is a lot worse than that.
Yeah, I think that this is no Thermo Alchemist, and it's not like fair to compare it exactly to Alchemist because the Alchemist existing doesn't make this a worse card. But looking at how often you're going to trigger this, I think Reckless Fireweaver is a D.
I think it is too. It's just it asks a lot, and it doesn't really give you a huge payoff either. What about Renegade Tactics?
It's red, so it's 1 mana for a sorcery. Target creature can't block this turn. Draw a card.
You draw a card.
Yeah, I'm kind of in for Renegade Tactics.
Actually, I am too. Now, before you said draw a card, I'm like, yeah, okay, no. But geez, like that is very low cost for considering that you get the card back. Just 1 mana, and that effect actually matters. Like that is an effect that can change the way a game plays out. It won't always, but it can unlock a lot of attacks for you for almost no downside. Very low downside on Renegade Tactics. That seems quite strong to me.
It's interesting. There's like a minor spell matters theme that this combines well with. It also, in an aggressive deck, sometimes this will be responsible for 3 or 4 damage, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I like it. It feels like the kind of card you'd play and be happy with, but you're not prioritizing, and often you're going to cut it if you run out of slots. Like it's not like it accomplishes anything specific.
That's what I was thinking too. But what you said was it's responsible for 3 or 4 damage, but all you have to do is tap a mountain for that. Like, it's not taking a card. It replaces itself. That's really impressive, right? Like, I think that there's people that would listen to you say, well, Renegade Tactics could get you in for 3 or 4 damage and just think, okay, well, that might be worth it. No, you're getting the card back. Like, all you did is just, turn a mountain sideways and you could get in for 3 or 4 damage. That's really impressive. Again, though, like you said, the effect isn't so strong that you're going to go out of your way to put this in your deck. And that means that it's hard to give it a super high grade. I can also see it getting cut quite frequently, like Luis described, where you're like, yeah, what's not to like here? And you're like, well, I've just got a bunch of creatures and other spells that actually do more important things. So I'm going to leave Renegade Tactics in the board. This type of spells, it's very common that happens. But I think this one's pretty good. I would give it a C. I think this is a card that like you're going to want to play in your deck a decent percentage of the time. Downside incredibly low, upside high enough to make it worth it.
Yeah, I'll give Renegade Tactics a C.
Be careful though on keeping like a 1 land Renegade Tactics hand. You do need a target. There has to be a creature that you can target with this, and it's a sorcery as well. So it's not just a straight up cycle card. Yep. What about Ruinous Gremlin?
It's red for a 1/1.
I'm out.
It's one mana, it's a gremlin at common, and you can pay 2 and a red, sack it to destroy target artifact. Are you still out?
I think so. Like, so it's weird because my brain switched from crappy creature to crappy, shatter. But the fact that it's both is
both.
Weird,
it's a crappy
right?
Creature and a crappy shatter.
Yeah, and I don't know if that ends up being better. Like, it's not a 2-for-1. No, I can do that math. But maybe there is something to having a 1/1 that you can get in for a point or 2 of damage with, then chump block and sacrifice. Or I don't know, maybe it's just 4 mana sorcery speed, destroy an artifact, and that's not very good. And
well, it is instant speed. You can sack it on their turn. So you play this.
So what I was actually thinking, what we're referring to was, you don't always want to play this ahead of time because then they just won't play your artifact, and you're not really punishing them by having them Ruinous Gremlin, right? Like you're kind of just signaling to them, hey, I've got it. So there's going to be times when you're going to go play Ruinous Goblin, pay 2 and a red, sacrifice to destroy your artifact just as one like kind of fell swoop. My gut says that this card's just not that great. And that's knowing that, destroying artifacts can be important, but I'm kind of waiting for the better destroy target artifact spell. And if there isn't one, then Ruinous Gremlin goes up in value. But if there is, then I think this one can safely sit on the bench for the most part.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing where I feel like you're probably not going to want to run it, but it's going to be fine when you do. That makes me want to give it a D+ though.
I mean, it's sideboard, right? Like you're not main decking it, are you?
No, I think you can main deck this. If you're short playables, I think it's a fine main deck card.
You're a little higher on it than I am. What grade did you give it?
Well, I give it a D+. I'm not excited about it.
Yeah, okay. I was going to give it a D. That's fine. I think we're actually pretty close. What about Salivating Gremlins? It's gross.
Delicious. 2 and a red, common gremlin. It's a 2/3. And whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, Salivating Gremlins gets +2/+0 and trample until end of turn. It's the Brazen Wolves of Kaladesh.
Yeah, once again, Kaladesh cards, Reckless Fireweaver and Salivating Gremlins not quite living up to their predecessors out of Shadows block. Trample. God, it's tough. I honestly can't not compare it to Brazen Wolves, and it's a lot worse than Brazen Wolves.
Oh yeah, it is definitely worse than Brazen Wolves, but it's still, I think, a playable card.
But why did you mention because now I think it's like not that good, even though this card's probably fine. Like you said earlier, the fact that Brazen Wolves exist doesn't have any impact on Salivating Gremlins, but it's making me like not think it's worse.
When you braze the wolves, the gremlins start salivating. Is the thing.
Oh man. I mean, this card's fine, right? Like, let's just start off with, it's a 2/3 for 3 that has a real upside that will trigger some percentage of the time. And a 4/3 trampler for 3 mana is going to be responsible for quite a bit of damage or forcing a block of some sort. So I like that. The big question, of course, becomes how many times do I get to trigger this? Am I playing an artifact, or I should say, is an artifact entering the battlefield on my side? Often? Is it every turn? Is this just going to be a 4/3 trampler, or is it every other turn, or is it maybe once or twice for the whole game? That's the hard part to gauge, I think.
My guess is it's closer to like every third turn than anything else.
Yeah.
Which it makes this just like a passable card.
It's a passable card. So it ends up being like a C, right? I mean,
yeah, it's probably like a C minus. In the like 10 artifact deck, maybe it's a C plus, but I would say C minus on Salivating Gremlins.
Okay. I like C minus on it as well. Like, the card just seems mediocre. What about Spark of Creativity?
It's a weird one. So it costs a red mana. So it's a 1 mana sorcery. It's uncommon. Choose target creature. Exile the top card of your library. You may have Spark of Creativity deal damage to the creature equal to the exiled card's converted mana cost. If you don't, you may play that card until end of turn. So, what you want to do is not have play your land, certainly. You target their like 3/3. You flip a land, then you just play the land because it's not going to kill it. You hit a card that costs 4 mana, you can kill their creature, and if you can't kill their creature, then you can probably play the card. Like, imagine you targeted a 3/3 with 3 mana up and having not played a land. Anything that kills the creature, you can just kill the creature. Anything that doesn't, you can just play. Yeah. So it's not quite as much of a risk as it might look. Though sometimes you're going to cast this on a 4/4 and not have enough mana to play, something if you hit a 3-drop or something.
Right, because you did have to put a mana into Spark of Creativity, which is a real cost when you're trying to cast another spell during that same turn. Definitely gets better with smaller, with a lower curve, though that being said, it also limits what it can do. So, you do have to choose very carefully. I would try to aim low, right? I mean, ideally you're saying like, I'll kill your 1 or 2 toughness creature to try to maximize the chance that your Spark of Creativity actually kills it.
Well, you can also just target a 5/5 with a bunch of mana up, and if you miss, then you cycled Spark, and if you hit, then great, you killed their 5/5.
Yeah, this card seems kind of cool to me, actually. I really like it.
I like it too. I think I would always play it.
But yeah, I think so too. It just seems good. Like, it's not a great early game play. You have to kind of hit. Yeah, but
most of the time you're just going to cycle this, I think.
Yeah.
So
how good would it be if it just cycled?
If it was 1 red cycle, if it missed, like you drew a card if it missed.
Or you can choose. Yeah, you can just like
it'd be a lot better.
It'd be like way better, right? Like, how much worse is pain? It's definitely.
Yeah, it's bad because sometimes it's not like you have 4 mana up, you target their 5/5, you hit a 4-drop. Except that 4-drop's like a combat trick or a situational card or a card you might play this turn.
Yes.
So you are handcuffing yourself a little bit when you play this.
Yeah. See?
I like C on Spark of Creativity.
Okay. I'm going to go C on Spark. This is definitely one of those weird cards that you have to play before you really get a great feel for it. Speedway Fanatic is 1 and a red for a 2/1 human pilot and uncommon. It's got haste, and whenever it crews a vehicle, that vehicle gains haste until end of turn. Ooh. That's scary. Man, if your opponent goes turn 2 Speedway Fanatic hits you for 2, and then turn 3 plays something, you're just like waiting for turn 4 for some stupid vehicle to come down and smash you, right?
Or it just plays that Freight Express and hits you for 5 or whatever.
Ugh.
Like, that sounds gross.
That's good. And the cool part about Speedway Fanatic is it's a 2 mana 2/1 with haste. So like, even if you didn't even have another vehicle in your deck, you could do a lot worse than that.
Yeah, 2 mana 2/1 haste is not terrible. I like Speedway Fanatic. I'm going to give her, I think, a C plus. Like, I don't think I'm not going. I
think
nuts,
so too.
But she is good, and if you have 3 or 4 vehicles in your deck, maybe upgrade it a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Spireside Infiltrator is 2 and a red for a 3/2 human rogue at common. When Spireside Infiltrator becomes tapped, it deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Yeah.
What is it with these low toughness must become tapped, right? Because, the first place your brain goes is, okay, when I attack with it, right?
Yeah, it's when you attack or when you vehicle. with it.
Yes. Yeah, those are the two most common scenarios for sure.
So I think Spider's Site Infiltrator is like a little bit below replacement level. Like this looks like the D plus C minus range to me, where you're just not that happy if you put this in your deck.
3-2 for 3, probably not good enough, right? We've seen some really powerful stuff in this set already. D plus? C minus?
All right, let's just go D plus on Spider Site Infiltrator.
Okay. I think two toughness and needing to attack her crew is pretty rough. What about Spontaneous Artist?
I consider myself one of these, by the way.
Spontaneous Burrito Artist.
3 and a red for a 3/3 human rogue at common. When Spontaneous Artist enters the battlefield, you get 1 energy, and you can pay 1 energy. Target creature gains haste until end of turn.
And you can repeat that, and you can do it on itself.
Yeah, so it's a 4-mana 3/3 haste with minor upsides on both sides of the energy equation. I like that. That's good.
I do too.
I don't like it enough to give it more than a C, I don't think.
I think it's a C, though. It seems like a very solid C to me.
Yeah.
That's a common as well. Like, you're going to be giving a lot of creatures haste with that.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. Start Your Engines is next. It's 3 and a red for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says vehicles you control become artifact creatures until end of turn. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. So that's two very separate things happening, right? Like, if you just don't even have a vehicle in your deck, you can still just play Start Your Engines, 3 and a red, and your team gets +2/+0 until end of turn at sorcery speed. Now, I wouldn't really recommend doing that, but I did want to note that you don't have to have vehicles to make this a thing. But basically what this says is your vehicles all become crude automatically, right?
Yeah.
And get bigger.
+2/+0 at sorcery speed.
I hate cards like this.
Yeah, this card just seems bad to me.
It seems so bad. I mean, look, there's going to be a sweet screenshot, right, of somebody with 3 vehicles that couldn't even block or do anything. Right. And then they just go Start Your Engines, kill you. And that's sweet. I love that. But these type of cards are so swingy, and it's a sorcery. They don't, once again, and I mean, we all know where I'm going with this. It doesn't do anything when you're behind at all. Like, so bad when you're behind. That unless you can just steal the win. It also incentivizes you to play a bunch of vehicles, which is probably incorrect in most decks. So, to say the least, I'm not a fan of Start Your Engines.
No, I will not be starting many engines. No. I'm just going to give this an F.
This
card seems awful.
It's bad. Terror of the Fairgrounds.
This is coming right on the heels of me drafting a lot of Hulking Devils. This is 3 and a red. It's a gremlin at common for a 5/2. And it's just going ham.
It's just going straight right at you. Do you think the fairgrounds will be terrored, or are they going to be fairly calm in Kaladesh?
I don't think they will be terrorized much. You need a Lunarch Mantle to really make it tick. So,
well, we haven't got to white yet. So
I'm going to say Terror of the Fairgrounds gets like D minus.
D minus. It's a D minus. This is still a creature. You can still put it in your deck. It's just you shouldn't.
Right.
Thriving Grubs. Yeah, we actually previewed that one. What does that one do again? Just real quick.
It's 1 and a red for a 2/1 common gremlin. When it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy. When it attacks, you can pay 2 energy, and if you do, put a +1/+1 counter on it.
I like it. Look, I liked it when we previewed it. I like it now.
Yeah.
It's not a game-changing crusher, but it's a great place to put energy. That first attack, it attacks as a 3/2 for just 2 mana. That's very nice. That's already attacking too, right? I mean, we're not talking about, just getting a 3/2. We're talking like turn 3, that thing's in the red zone. And if you happen to get more energy, you can make it into a 4/3 the next turn and, kind of keep that train rolling. I can see, play energy card, attack with Thriving Grubs. It's a 4/3. It's now bigger than whatever you just cast. And then do it again the next turn. Now, I'm starting to get it kind of Christmas landy here about, getting energy every single turn. But, this is a place to put energy that is really piling on a ton of damage and making your opponent's life difficult. Of note, we did mention this before, but this is a trigger that happens whenever it attacks. So you don't get threat of activation here where your opponent doesn't know if you're going to put the counter on it or not, and then you can choose just not to after they don't block it. It's not going to work that way. When you attack, you have to decide right now, okay, yes, I'm going to put a counter on it, or I'm not. So unfortunately, you don't get that benefit. But still, I just like it. I like a 3/2 for 3 mana when it attacks. Is good, and then if you have other energy, it seems like a fine place to put it too.
Yeah, I like this at 3/1. C plus. I don't know why I said 3-1. Thriving Grub.
Did you go all digital mode on us there?
Yeah.
Put it into binary or something?
Well, I get my other set reviews confused, but.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I like it as a C or a C plus. I just think it's a solid little 2-drop. Nothing super exciting, but it's solid.
I think it's closer to C plus than C, but the fact 3.2 is worse than 2.3 when you, I think in general. So,
agreed.
But either way, this Thriving Grub is a fine card.
Yeah, you also just get the 2 energy. You could spend it on other stuff.
Yeah.
Wayward Giant, 4 and a red for a giant. It's common. It's a 4/5 with Menace.
This is like classic C. It's
just a C. And you know what? It's going to end up playing like a D. I just know it. Like
I don't know about that.
It's a non-relevant creature type in a very competitive mana slot that has, I think, no synergy in the set.
Yeah.
It does have good stats. Like, you are right. Like, a 4/5 menace for 5 is legit.
Shatterskull Recruit, and that was a 4/4 menace. This is a 4/5.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is true.
And the presence of Shatterskull Recruit makes this better by comparison.
Since that's how we evaluate cards. But I do think it's just a C, though. I think it's just the type of card that I predict seeing less play than you would think for a card that with relatively impressive stats for a common here. So
sure. Wayward Giant at C, and Welding Sparks, our last red card here. It's 2 and a red for an instant at common. It deals X damage to target creature, where X is 3 plus the number of artifacts you control. Well,
that's
obviously
good.
The card is great. It's 2 and a red, instant deal 3 to a creature, and then sometimes it'll deal 4 or 5.
Yeah, I like Welding Sparks a lot. This to me is a B.
Oh, yeah, it's just a flat B.
Yeah.
You don't have to build around it, but when you get a deck with a bunch of artifacts, it gets a little bit better, and that's cool. And in a deck with 0 artifacts, it's still a fine card.
Yeah. Wow, Red's aggressive and powerful. I like the way this set's shaping up. It looks kind of scary, to be honest. These cards are very good. Let's move on to green. Our first green card is Appetite for the Unnatural.
I
Do you relate to this at all?
I just feel like there's a lot of cards in this set that speak to me. I'm not sure why.
It's 2 and a green for an instant. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. You gain 2 life. It's a common. Sideboard.
Well, yeah,
right?
And we're going to get to white, which has 1 white mana, destroy an artifact that costs 4 or less. Like, that's the kind of card that I think that I could consider main decking. Now,
this one's got to be closer than a normal set, though, right?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, like, this is closer, and there's some in this set that I think I'm in for. But the problem with this and, like, Demolish, and even though this is clearly better than Demolish, paying 3 mana at instant speed to kill something with a tiny life gain is close enough to even that, because most of the artifacts cost 2 to 4 mana. They're not tons of huge ones. Mm-hmm. That you're not getting too far ahead when you do it. Whereas when you're talking about ones that give you a significant mana advantage, then the payoff is there. Here the payoff isn't there, given the fact that you miss often enough. So yes,
you know the funny part is that when you do hit something with Appetite for the Unnatural, it feels like you got away with something, but often you didn't. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like when you nab a vehicle or something like that, something that costs 4 mana or whatever, you're like, oh, we did it. Kill Appetite for the Unnatural, main deck, kill your thing. Not that that's bad. Like that's clearly your good case scenario, but I don't know. A lot of times I think people get a little too excited about just killing, like maybe they kill a 2-drop artifact with it and they think, okay, well, we did it. It's like when you're relieved just to find a target for it, it doesn't speak highly of the card. That said, man, there's a lot of artifacts in this set, and Appetite for the Unnatural probably is right on that line between main deck and sideboard.
Yeah, I'm comfortable giving it a sideboard grade, but I could see bumping that up. And also in sealed, these things go way up because everyone has access to a decent amount of artifacts.
Yeah.
So,
all right, well, we'll stick with sideboard for Appetite, but let's keep an eye on that. That's definitely a big question mark. Arborback Stomper. The very literal artwork, by the way. It's 3 green for a 5/4 beast. It's uncommon. It's got trample, and when it enters the battlefield, you gain 5 life.
So this is worse than Thragtusk, which was one of the best constructed cards of its format.
To continue our theme of comparing this to other cards.
Yeah, but not by as much as you might think.
No, this card's good.
This card's fantastic. Basically, the disadvantage of 5-drops, largely is that if they get dealt with, you spent 5 mana and your opponent spent potentially less. This, you gain 5 life. Any sort of board disadvantage you run into is really heavily mitigated by the fact that you blinked an attack. So this is just a fantastic card. It's great on the offense. It's great on defense. It's great basically always. So this gets a B plus from me.
I agree. I like B plus for Arborback Stomper. Super solid card. Armorcraft Judge is next. Armorcraft Judge is 3 and a green for a 3/3 Elf Artificer at uncommon, and when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card for each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it.
So this looks similar to a build-around, but the fact that the fail case is a 4-mana 3/3, which is a card that is playable, makes this just, I think, a solid card. If it draws 1 card, it's great. If it draws 2 cards, it's just fantastic. So I'm going to start high on Armorcraft Judge because I think she's going to fit very well in most green decks. I think you're going to be excited to open her, and I think the fail case is so, solid that I'm going to give Armorcraft Judge a B.
Okay, so this is a classic B for you in the sense that when you open or see an Armorcraft Judge, it makes you want to go into green and you feel like you've got this good upside. Like you said, if you draw even a single card off of it, that's pretty impressive.
Yes.
Now, the interesting thing about this, too, though, is the way it plays with Fabricate. Because, you think it's a natural combo with Fabricate because you can, play a creature and automatically have a +1/+1 counter. But we also said earlier that we, in most scenarios, would view the better option to be to make the servo, at least as the default option. But this actually kind of makes you go against that. So something to consider, just a little wrinkle.
But when we talk about servos and stuff like that, and Fabricate, the difference between getting +1/+1 counters and making a servo is not huge. It's not like you're not getting to play your cards in the way you want them at all when you fabricate on counters on them.
Yeah, it's just a little subtlety there. I like B- on Armorcraft Judge, and I do.
I'm judging you for that.
Yeah, well, she is too. On top of a rhino, apparently, that's pretty sweet. Interesting card though, and I do think you're right. And of course, the extreme upside is absurd, right? Well, the board when you draw 4 or 5 or whatever, something.
If you think I'm right, you give me the same grade.
I think you're close to right. Attune with the Aether is the next one. It's green for a sorcery. It's common. It says, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle. And here's the thing. You get 2 energy.
I love this card. I think this card's a really good design. It's really clean. It's going to play really well. Normally, you wouldn't play just the first part of this, right? Because playing what is essentially a basic land that costs a green to cast means that if you draw 3 mountains and no forests in this, you're out of luck. But it's close because in a deck with, a lot of green cards and tough mana requirements, maybe you'd play this to play a split card forest/mountain that costs a green. And in a 3-color deck, it's obviously great. But what you end up with is 2 energy, is just that little extra nudge, because you can't put draw a card on this. That's obviously just way too good. But adding 2 energy means that the decks that care about energy get this little payoff, little bonus that's well worth it, and makes Attune with Aether a highly playable card if you care about energy.
Would you play multiple Attune with Aether? And if you did, would you adjust the number of lands in your deck?
Yeah, what you can do is, let's say you draft like a sick blue-green energy deck and you get 3 Attune with Aethers. What you can do is play a mana base of something like 11 forests and like 4 or 5 islands, and play like 2 or let's say you play 3 Attunes, 11 forests, and 4 islands. You're playing a 15 land deck that really is an 18 land deck, assuming you draw a forest, and you end up using these to get energy, so they're not just like lands in the late game; they're slightly better.
Yeah. I think this card's really cool too. I mean, it's not a power card, right? This is an incremental advantage, sort of subtle type card that can smooth out your draws occasionally. Maybe fix your mana. It's hard to give this a really high grade. It's just like a C, right?
It is a C, but it's just one of those cards that, like, when I want this card, it's going to make me happy to put it in my deck, which is a kind of interesting way to describe that. But yeah, I'll give Attune with Aether a C.
All right. Blossoming Defense is green for an instant. It's uncommon. It says target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains hexproof until on return. And I think this is a really nice little case study in both combat tricks and also rarity, right? Because this isn't the flashy type of card. We've seen this type of effect. In fact, we had Woodcutter's Grit in the last set that was similar to this. It just cost triple as much and gave you a slightly bigger bump on the +2/+2. It became +3/+3. But this is the kind of thing you can do when you bump a card up at one rarity level to uncommon, is all of a sudden this card is very efficient at just green to make all of this happen. And I actually think Blossoming Defense is definitely the type of combat trick that I would want to run in my deck.
I like Blossoming Defense. It's for the same reason as I've liked a lot of these combat tricks, that they have value in combat and out of combat. And the fact that, like you said, this costs 1 mana. So I'm in for Blossoming Defense. That probably means you're going to give it like a C- or something.
I'm exactly going to give it a C-.
I think this card's a C+. I think that you'll be happy to have this in your green deck.
Yeah, I still put it under the umbrella of, well, it's still just a combat trick. Like, this isn't the type of thing that I really, I'm not like, ooh, I opened a Blossoming Defense. It's like, oh, it's 6th pick. I'll take this Blossoming Defense. Sure. It'll make the cut. It's good. Commencement of festivities. 1 and a green for an instant. A common. It says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to players this turn.
See, what this does is it lets you block their, on their alpha strike, block favorably, and then prevent all the damage to you.
This is bad.
Oh yeah, this isn't good.
This is so bad. This is like worse than Fog in some ways, isn't it?
No, I actually think this is largely better than Fog.
But you can't. But the one saving grace about Fog that I dug up out of the bottom of the barrel was, well, you can make some blocks. And then they go, okay, I'm going to play a combat trick or a mass pump spell, like we saw, Borrow Grace or something like that. And then you can be like Fog, and now you actually got a card out of it, 1 in 10 times or whatever. But this doesn't even have that going for it.
Well, this does, again, if they attack you with 5 creatures, you can make 2 good blocks and prevent the other 3 that would have killed you.
Okay, if you have good blocks, you can select those, and then the rest goes. Yeah, okay,
we're realistically not going to ever put this card in our deck unless they have overrun type effects.
Yes, that you want to sideboard against it.
So I'm going to give Commencement of Festivities
F.
It's really sideboard? An F, but you can sideboard it in against overruns. Don't take this ever with the expectation of needing it.
Yeah, hold off on those festivities for a little while longer. Cowl Prowler is 4GG for a 6/6 worm.
The Cowler. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, this is like D+ level, assuming that the power level of the set is where it looks like.
Yes.
Yeah, Cowl Prowler. Fine card.
D+. Creeping Mold, that's a reprint. It's 2GG for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says destroy target artifact, enchantment, or land.
It's not that much different than Demolish. It's still just a sideboard card.
Yeah, I agree. Creeping Mold is just straight up sideboard. What about Durable Handicraft?
Durable Handicraft is 1 and a green for an enchantment at uncommon. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 1. If you do, put a ++1 counter on that creature. You can pay 6 mana, 5 and a green, and sacrifice Durable Handicraft and put a counter on each creature you control.
Interesting. So it does nothing on its own, but all it's really asking you to do is play a bunch of creatures and play them off curve.
Yeah,
it's kind of a lot.
and then later you can cash this in for a couple counters if you have a bunch of mana lying around.
Yeah.
So I don't generally like this card, as in I wouldn't just put this in my deck and think I'm going to get value out of this. There are a lot of ++1 counter synergies, so I could see this fueling a deck that does that. But in general,
build around level of that? Are you saying, if I can find some of these payoffs, we already saw the Armor Craft Judge. Yeah. Is that, then does that bump it up for you? Or is it, because I could see myself very easily never playing this card. I can also see myself valuing it quite highly in a more build around, world.
Yeah. I'm not sure where I stand on Durable.
Yeah, it's a weird card, right? It's easy to imagine good scenarios, but I really don't like playing my cards off curve, even if it does pay you back by making them bigger. What was that land? Oran Reef?
The Vastwood?
Yeah, remember that? And then, of course, there was the enchant or the artifact version or the colorless version as well.
Right.
That was similar in that it made you play your cards in a kind of awkward timing. But the difference is that those were land drops that you were giving up or, taking up those slots in your deck, where Durable Handicraft is like an actual card that you have to pay actual mana for. And, one of the other things about this type of card that pops up a lot is that you don't play it on turn 2. You play a creature on turn 2, 3, and 4, and then you draw Durable Handicraft and you're like, great, I'll play this. And then next turn, my 5-drop is slightly bigger. And you're just not happy with that result a lot of the time. So I see a definite power level here. Tokens deck might be really good if you can sacrifice it, pay the 6 and sacrifice it to make your whole team bigger. I could see some upside here. There's definitely some power level, but it's a very high setup cost, kind of finicky card.
Yeah, I'm probably not in for this. How many counters would you need to get before you really felt like you got value?
3 or 4. Right,
and that costs you a total of 5 mana, then maybe you have the ability later.
And playing my cards off curve is really a big hit. That is bad. That is something that you have, it puts more pressure on your mana curve on hitting your land drops and all that kind of stuff too.
Yeah,
I'm kind of off it, man. I want to like it. I see some potential, but I don't think it's going to come together that often.
I feel like if you end up in the deck that wants this, you'll have 5 cards that care about ++1 counters, and you'll be like, all right, Durable Handicraft, I'm tapping you. But for the most part, you shouldn't play this card. Which that makes this look like kind of like an F to me. Honestly,
It's kind of like an F.
I don't. Well, yeah.
The setup cost is very high. I'm sure that there's a deck that really wants it though.
If you can play a Fabricate creature and have 2 mana left over, you can get a Servo with a +1/+1 counter on it.
Yeah, the dream. Yeah, I'm just going to go F on Durable Handicraft and hope that it actually does find a better home, because I think this card's cool, and I do hope that we see it a little more than that. But I think that just like on face value, it's probably not worth playing.
All right, Durable Handicraft, F, but / build around.
Please be better, Durable Handicraft. What about Elegant Edgecrafters?
Well, this card is good. 4 green for an Elf Artificer uncommon. Elegant Edgecrafters can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, and it's a 3/4. So 6 mana for a 3/4 that can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less.
That's good. That's a very typical thing, is that they double block it with 2/2/2s, and they just can't do that. Okay.
But it also has Fabricate too. So that's where the action comes in, because it's a 6 mana 5/6 with a good blocking or a evasion type ability, or a 6 mana 3/4 +2 1/1s. This is good.
That's a very solid top end card.
Yeah, it's just going to fit nicely into your deck. It's going to play well with the +1/+1 counter theme. It's going to play well with artifact themes. It's going to give you 3 bodies if you need 3 bodies to survive. I really
like this Elegant Edgecrafters. You know, one of the sweet things is that it seems to play in 2 very different directions. You can either make a significant board where you've gone wide with 3 different creatures, or you can build one up that plays very well against, smaller creatures. So I like the fact that you can evaluate the board state and decide which one's best for you. Also, I really stress cards that are good when you're behind, and I think Elegant Edgecrafters is. Like, you play this thing when you're kind of getting swarmed by an aggro deck, and you finally go, okay, land number 6, play Elegant Edgecrafters, and now you've got a bunch of blockers spread out all over the board, and it's going to be pretty tough for your opponent to scrap together some good attacks against the 3/4 and 2 1/1s. I like it. I think this card's good. I think it's like B-. It's still 6 mana. Right, and it's not like a complete bomb. Whatever. I'm just gonna go B. I like B for Elegant Edgecrafters.
All right. I'm not quite as high on it. I'll give it a B-.
Dude, it's like exactly Grave Titan.
You're right. In that case, I'll give it a B-.
Fairgrounds Trumpeter is 2 and a green for a 2/2 elephant at uncommon. At the beginning of each end step, if a +1/+1 counter was placed on a permanent under your control this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Fairgrounds Trumpeter.
Well, there we go.
So another little payoff here for Durable Handicraft. If you...
I'm still on the flavor text. The louder the elephant trumpeted, the more the crowd cheered, and the more the crowd cheered. ...
Yes.
This is just me.
Yeah, exactly. It's a terrible feedback loop that is Louis Scott-Vargas. It's fun. That flavor text is fantastic, because this is kind of a Winmore-ish, like, not Winmore, but the rich get richer type card, right? It's like, okay, well, you play a card and then you're doing something cool. Well, you get to do more cool stuff, and then you can kind of keep chaining it together. Again, though, I have a hard time with it. Like, I think, okay, cool, I'll play Durable Handicraft and then I'll play Fairgrounds Trumpeter. Well, then I can't get the counter on it and get the other counter on it. So I have to play that on another turn. So hopefully, I guess I have another 2-drop to play after the Handicraft. I know I'm kind of like looking back at the Handicraft here, but I am looking for ways for Fairgrounds Trumpeter to kind of go off, and that seems to be one of them.
Well, you know the saying, durable handicraft is 2020.
That's not a saying. So Fabricate, is that what I'm supposed to be looking at with the Trumpeter?
Yeah, again, it's pushing you towards ++1 counters. The Thrive creature gives ++1 counters. You've got a couple other green, like there's a green common that puts ++1 counter on a creature. So if you get 2 triggers off the Trumpeter, then it is great. If you get 1, it's fine. If you get 0, it's not good.
I'm pessimistic, but I want to be optimistic. Like, this feels like the Bloodbriar of this set, right?
Yeah,
I'm like looking at it like, this is probably better than I think.
It's like Bloodbriar. It starts out worse, which is unfortunate. But it's not. It's like Bloodbriar in the sense that it is not a build around. I wouldn't put Bloodbriar in that camp. But it's like a C that raises to like a C plus if you have a couple ways to Or more accurately with this, because it's a 2/2 to start with, it's like a D that gets to like C+ if you have a bunch of counters.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Because I think that by the time you get the first +1/+1 counter on the trumpeter, you're like, okay, cool. That's pretty good. The second one, and you're in business. Like, you've got a 4/4 sitting there and you've only paid 3 mana for it. And if you can like chain those in succession, then, you're kind of doing something. Even then though, it's turn 5 or 6 by then. 4/4 is still good, but it's not mind blowing. It's not a 3 mana 4/4 in the traditional sense where you could start attacking and blocking with it right away. And sometimes it's going to be a 2/2 for 3 mana for the duration. So yeah, I like your assessment. I'm going to give it a D+. And then I think that in the right deck, it's going to end up being in the C+ or B- range.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
What do you think about Girper Guide?
2 and a green for a 3/2. It's an Elf Scouted uncommon. And you can pay 2 and a green. Target creature you control can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less this turn. So, 3 mana 3/2 with reasonable upside, I think. So,
I think so too. I actually think that's just very good, right? Again, we're looking at a world full of servos and smaller creatures. This card is in green, so it's natural to think that it would be accompanied by big creatures as well that would want to run over smaller ones. It also just works well against certain types of decks that are looking to block with, low power, high toughness creatures. It just sort of blanks those. I could see this card being a real thorn in my side as I work my way through the format, because I do often tend to find myself in those more defensive decks, and this guy kind of comes down and is like, yeah, no, you're not going to be blocking with those. I like it. I think this card's just quite good. I would say it's to me, it's like C+ B- range, and I'm going to go B- on Gearbox.
I'm not that in on this. I think this is a C. I think you're just going to put it in your deck and it's going to be fine, but you're not going to activate it all that often.
Yeah, but when you do, I think it's like a game winner. That's what I'm banking on, is that when you do activate it, it's very, very good.
All right, fair enough.
Apparently, twins here. Here's Highspire Artisan, which looks a lot like Gearper Guide.
This is 2 and a green for an Elf Artificer. It's common. It's a 0/3 reach with Fabricate 1. I like this guy.
Cool.
He is going to be fabricated with a +1/+1 counter a little more often than general, because, again, when you have a keyword, the counter kind of gets that keyword, whereas the servo doesn't. So 3 mana 1/4 reach is paying you a little bit more to get the counter. But either way is good. 3 mana 1/4 reach is a good defensive creature. The fact that it can make an artifact if you need it to is nice. So
I dig it. I like Highspire Artisan. Yeah, that's a solid. I would just say it's like a C.
Yeah, it's like the definition of a C.
Yep. What about Hunt the Weak? That's a reprint.
All right, it is a reprint from Dragons. No, I guess it was anyway. M14 at the very least. 3 and a green for a sorcery. It's common. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Then that creature fights target creature you don't control. So the counter theme is nice here.
Yes, very, very nice for the counter, and that counter really does matter. With a fight scenario, it's shocking how often just +1/+1 brings your creature from trading to gobbling up an opposing creature. It's also a really nice tempo hit because, making a creature bigger, killing one of their creatures, and then being able to clear the way and attack with the Hunt the Weak's pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't look great at 4 mana sorcery speed. It looks a little clunky, and it does play out a little bit clunky, but it's better than it looks, I think. I found Hunt the Weak to be quite good in the last set it was in.
Yeah, I think it ranges from medium to good, and I think the +1/+1 counter theme is going to push it over the top.
C+, though? I mean, this is not premium removal still, right?
No, it's still not premium removal, but I think I'm actually willing to give it a C+. It feels like, first of all, and this is my initial impression, creatures end up being a little bit more small in this set because of Fabricate. Often you're going to get Servo plus a 2/1, Servo plus a 2/2, and so you're going to be able to hunt weak creatures more often. It also does work with the themes in green, which I think is a significant upside.
Yeah, definitely. The +1/+1 counter thing is really starting to pop up often here. Kujar Seed Sculptor is 1 and a green for a 1/2 elf druid at common. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control.
That's the card I was talking about. So this is 1 and a green for a 2/3 at the very least with a counter. Yeah, this card's great.
Dude, they push this one.
And you can put the counter somewhere else, so the counter kind of has haste. It works with the theme of the set. I think Kujar Seed Sculptor is just a good card.
Man, Fairgrounds Trumpeter is like a 10/10 now, by the way. The thing is, like, just in the next thing, we've had a Fabricate 1, a +1/+1 counter from Hunt the Weak, and now the Seed Sculptor as well in just the 4 cards since we did Fairgrounds Trumpeter. His stock is rising, let's just put it that way. Don't let him hear about it, though. I really like this 2-drop. Kujar Seed Sculptor is super solid. I'm surprised it's a common, to be honest. Like, that's really good.
I mean, it's super solid, but does this go above C+?
No.
It's still a C+.
It's still a C+.
It's not a piece of removal. It's often just going to be a 2-mana 2/3, which is good. That's a good card. And often you're going to put a +1/+1 counter on something, and that's going to be decent, leaving you with a 1/2, which isn't like insane. Yeah, I like Kujar Seed Sculptor at C+, but in some decks she's just going to be like kind of your bread and butter. She's going to be really important. So
yes,
I wouldn't be surprised if she was a reasonably high pick.
I wouldn't either. I like that card. Larger Than Life is 1 and a green for a sorcery. It's common. It says target creature gets +4/+4 and gains trample until end of turn.
Oh yeah,
sorcery.
Sorcery is not where you want to be.
I am not in love with this. At least it gives trample so that in case the situation pops up where it doesn't really matter anyway if they block the right creature or the wrong creature. But Larger Than Life to me takes a huge hit for being a sorcery, even if it is a big stats bump.
Well, what this is trying to be like a 2-mana deal 6 because it gives you the +4/+4, and then you put it on like a 4/4 that's now going to trample over their 2/2. That's just not a good card. You just shouldn't
prioritize.
It's just too situational. I'm going to give Larger Than Life Smaller Than Life grade. I'm going to give it an F.
I think it is too. Long Tusk Cub. What does that one do?
This one does it all. 1 and a green for a 2/2 cat at uncommon.
Okay.
So 2-mana 2/2. Whenever Long Tusk Cub deals damage to a player, combat damage to a player, you get 2 energy. Okay. And you can pay 2 energy to put a +1/+1 counter on it. This card is awesome.
What a beating.
So, by itself, it's a 2-mana 2/2, and it can't pump itself until it gets through. So, you are going to draw this on turn 4, and they're going to have 2 3/3s or whatever, and you're going to be like, well, this is just a 2-mana 2/2. Sometimes you're going to play this, they're not going to have a thing to block, or you're going to be able to kill their first blocker. It's going to get in, at which point it's a 3/3, at which point it snowballs from there. Also, you can play this turn 2, they play a 2/2, then you play a thriving creature, and all of a sudden your creature's a 3/3, or any other way to get energy. Long Tusk Cub seems like a very good card to me.
Yeah, the flavor text very apt on this. It won't be small forever. Yeah, it feels like Long Tusk Cub is going to be getting counters on it pretty regularly if you play it on turn 2. I think this card's really powerful and is a great payoff, really a solid payoff for energy, for being able to create energy. Of note, it does not create energy itself unless it starts hitting the player.
Right. So like I said, you can play this and it can have short tusks for a while.
Yes, but, indeed.
So my inclination is to give this like a B- because of
the
runaway potential. If you're a heavy energy deck, this is probably like a B+.
I think so too. You can just dump energy into it straight away, right?
If you have 6 or 7 cards that give you energy, and you can play this turn 2 and then follow up with one of those cards on turn 3, you're just going to win so many games where your opponent plays a 2/3 or a 2/2 on the turn after, expecting to block, and you just blow them out.
Totally. And also, if you are an energy deck and you've accumulated 8 energy over the course of the game and haven't found a great place to put it yet, and you top deck Long Tusk Cub, you can just give it 4 +1/+1 counters, right?
Yes.
Just pay 2 energy, gets a counter. Doesn't matter when.
This is also the whole threat of activation thing.
Oh, big time. Oh, yeah. I think that, wow. And if they don't, then you just get the energy anyway. Like, yeah, I like B- on Long Tusk Cub, but I think that card's really good.
Well, it's not as good as our next card, I don't think.
Nature's Way? What is that?
Nature's Way is 1 and a green, sorcery at uncommon. Target creature you control gains vigilance and trample until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. It's Rabid Bite plus vigilance and trample, because this isn't fight, it just bites something. So this is just a great removal spell. It's 2-mana kill a creature, and your creature gets vigilance and trample for some reason.
Man, and yeah, so
I guess
they just tacked on a bunch of sweet stuff, basically, to a card that was already quite good.
Yeah, they bumped up the rarity. This is an uncommon instead of a common, to be fair.
Yeah, that's what you get to do with that, I guess. Well, Nature's Way, yeah, I'm into it. That card seems really good. I would assume that this is a B.
Yeah, Nature's Way is just a flat B.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you remember, you're still targeting one of your creatures. You're still taking on some level of risk, but still, those cards have proven to be quite good. Ornamental Courage.
So this is 1 green mana. So 1 mana instant, untap target creature. It gets +1/+3 until end of turn. So this is kind of like the Vines of the Recluse, except it doesn't gain reach. This is 1 mana for 4 points worth of stats, divided as 1 and 3, of course, and it untaps so you can ambush their creature. This is more of the combat trick that I like, but I'm not like in love with. So this is more, for me, the kind of like C- level of combat trick.
And I have it at a D. Like, this is a card that if you put in your deck, it's not embarrassing, but it's also not super high impact and not that great.
Yeah. I think we just fundamentally look at combat tricks differently. Look, I don't love combat tricks. You've seen me draft lots.
You
of
like them more than I do.
Don't play them. But where I land on them is when you play this, it's going to be a good card in your deck. You just don't play it all the time. So it's more off-on than it is like a grudging playable. If you have 16 creatures, I think Ornamental Courage is just going to be a good spell. If you have 12 creatures, you probably shouldn't put it in your deck.
Right.
So,
but I mean, that's what comes down to our grading scale, though. That's why I'm giving these Ds. Because I agree with the statement you just made, which is that you don't even always play these cards. Like, they're fine, but you don't pick them highly, and they don't even always make the cut. And that, to me, is a D. Like, because I'm comparing these to creatures. I'm not putting them in their own little world of, well, in the world of, combat tricks, this one is particularly good. Right? I'm saying, would I rather have a C-level creature over this combat trick? And for the most part, yes. There's a point at which that breaks down. But that's why I give Ornamental Courage a D in this case, because it meets the criteria of probably won't play it all the time.
Yeah, well, the reason that I don't, and the reason that I differ on this, is that I feel like modern draft formats have so many playables. I'd rather spend a pick on something like Ornamental Courage, which is going to be better than a C-level creature when I play it, knowing that I'll play it, only like 40% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it really depends on going to pack 3, what your deck looks like and all that. And this is getting slightly afield here, but
no, I think it's worth touching on though, because we do keep differing on these grades.
I think the biggest thing is I'm willing to accept the risk that this lands on my sideboard because I think it's better than random 3-mana 3/2. You're going to take 3-mana 3/2 because you think you're not going to play the Courage very often, whereas you're going to play 3-mana 3/2 80% of the time.
Exactly.
But I think when you do play the combat tricks, they're significantly better than your worst creatures. So I'm willing to take the risk.
If you've satisfied the requirement of having those creatures in your pool already, right? Which is I'm kind of building that into the grade, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at Pima Outrider. That is a nice horse, my friend. 2 GG for a common elf artificer. It's a 3/3 with trample, and it's got Fabricate 1.
So it's just 4-mana 4/4 trample at common. All right, that's
what is going on in this set, dude. And that's you also have the option of doing the 3/3 and the 1/1 guy. This is insane. These cards are great.
Yeah. So
this is like a B level card.
I think Pima Outrider's a B. It's a 4-mana 4/4 trample or a 4-mana 3/3 trample with a 1/1 artifact. It has a counter in case you care about counters.
It's riding a golden horse made of metal. I don't really see any downside here. I think Pima Outrider's just a B, which is crazy. That's a common.
Yeah.
Wow. That's scary, man.
Pima Outrider is the real deal.
Indeed. What about Riparian Dragon?
Tiger?
Oh, Tiger. Riparian
I mean, it is pretty big.
It is a 3 GG for a 4/4 trample. Yeah, but it's actually more of a tiger. All right, what about Riparian Tiger?
It's 3 green for a 4/4 trample. It's a cat at common. When it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy. When it attacks, you can pay 2 energy to give +2/+2 until end of turn. Oof. This card doesn't mess around either.
No kidding.
Is very good.
Another common with these great stats.
Yeah. So it's a 5-mana 4/4 trample. You get 2 energy to spend on something. That something includes attacking as a 6/6 the first time. I'm really wanting to give this a B-.
Now, of note here, before we put the grade on, I do want to point out, so this is not a threat of activation thing, similar to the other card we talked about, right? This is a you decide when it attacks thing, rather than after.
This is one of the triggers that happen before declare blockers.
And that's a subtle difference that would make this card way over the top if you could just do it, let's say whenever it's attacking, you could give it the +2/+2. So that does make it a little worse, but still, it has trample. And there's going to be a significant percentage of the time when it's I'll pay the 2 energy because it doesn't matter. It's a 6/6 trampler. What are you going to do about it? Right? It's really strong.
Yeah, it's just these stats are just so inflated. So
yeah,
I'm questioning what is the average power level of a deck going to look like? We'll see. But Riparian Tiger feels like a B- to me. Just looking at the stats, what it does, the synergies with other energy cards.
I think so too.
Trample 6/6 trample for 5.
That's a lot of rules text. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I like B- on Riparian Dragon. I'm just going to call it that from now on. Sage of Shayla's Claim. So this is 1 and a green for a 2/1 elf druid at common. When Sage of Shayla's Claim enters a battlefield, you get 3 energy counters. All right, now we're really put to the test here, Luis, because a 2/1 for 2 especially given what we've seen from some of these commons, is not up to par. Traditionally speaking, that's not terrible. It's a little below where you'd want. But this really does seem to be outclassed by a lot of the things. And one of the things I'm going to bring up here is that it is a 1 toughness creature in a world of servo. So let's just assume that this is, for the purposes of Kaladesh, below the vanilla test by a little bit.
Yeah, I think...
how important is... how good is 3 energy? And this doesn't give you anywhere to spend it.
No. So this, you can't just put it in a random deck and be like, I've got energy. I mean, you can. You just won't do anything. 3 energy, looking like most of the common activations cost 2. Some of the uncommons are 3 or 1 or what have you. 3 energy is certainly less than a card. 3 energy is, it's a real bonus. It's a +1/+1 counter and something else for most of these cards, or one activation of a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
I think, like a blue-green energy deck, you're just going to play this and you're going to be happy about it.
Okay.
Outside of that, or like a red-green energy deck if you have like the right cards. Outside of that, like, you have to want the energy. You can't play this and be happy if you have like, what if you just had 2 Riparian Tigers in your deck and like 1 green thriving creature? Sage of Salah's Claim doesn't look very good to me.
Right.
I want like 6 or 7 cards that care about energy.
I think so too. Especially the ones that you can spend it right away, or that attack step or whatever. Like, that's where you really, I think I want to, have that energy on hand and be able to use it up pretty significantly. Because the way I've been looking at these energy cards is that they feel like they give you, in many cases, a temporary bonus, right? That can keep you ahead and maybe, or get you ahead and maybe keep you ahead. So hard card to grade. Because like you said, in one deck, you don't really want it at all. In any other, I think you're quite happy to pick up a bunch of these. So build around seems like the wrong way to put it, because this is an enabler for the cards.
I really think Sage is just going to end up as a C- that some decks want and a lot of decks don't. It's closer to, again, the Bloodbriar grade of like, you're not going to play this unless you're doing the thing, but it's just a support card when you are doing the thing. The thing in this case being energy.
Okay, so what are you giving it?
I'm going to give Sage a C-.
It's like a C-, right?
I think that lines up with how often I'll be playing it.
Solid enabler. Servant of the Conduit is 1 and a green for a 2/2 elf druid at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, ta-da, you get 2 energy. You can tap it and pay an energy to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. This is an uncommon.
Servant of the Conduit is absurd. This might be a podcast about limited, but let me tell you, this is a player in constructed too.
Oh, really? This card's that good, huh?
I just think the rate is really good. 2 mana 2/2 that taps for a mana of any color. Like, yes, you can only do it twice. You eventually run out, but
you already won by then. Yeah, I agree with you.
This card is awesome. I think Servant of the Conduit is a B+. Okay. Look, we're talking about cards with really high power levels, right? These Pima Outriders and Riparian Tigers. I can see them because they're right above me on the screen here. Having your 2-drop get you to your insane 4s and 5s while also just being a 2 mana 2/2. Like, wow. And giving it late game, you can top deck this and use the energy on something else. If you want to tap this a bunch of times, maybe you can, get energy that way too. This card is great.
Yeah, there's just absolutely nothing bad to say about this card. Nope. Servant of the Conduit seems fantastic. I'm going to give it a B. I think it's fantastic. I
think it's so good in your opening hand while still not being dead later that I'm willing to take this really aggressively.
I like it. Take Down. What does Take Down do?
It's a sorcery for 1 green mana. Choose 1. Take Down deals 4 damage to target creature with flying, or Take Down deals 1 damage to each creature with flying. So it kills 1 big creature or a bunch of Thopters. Oh, I mean, this is just straight up sideboard material.
Yeah,
looks like a solid sideboard card, but just sideboard.
Okay. Thriving Rhino is next. This is the thriving green creature. So it's 2 and a green for a 2/3 Rhino. When it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy. And when it attacks, you can pay 2 energy to put a +1/+1 counter on it. This was our favorite one of the cycle when we previewed it.
Yeah.
And it looks super strong to me.
I mean, again, we're taking this the straight up top down view, having never held a physical Kaladesh card in our hand. Actually, right. No, that's not true. I have, but
you did, yeah. Wait a minute, I haven't.
But it looks like green stats are just out of control.
No kidding.
This set, so I might want to retroactively bump up Hunt the Week because green stats are so much better than the other colors. That
that makes a huge difference for Hunt the Week.
So, Thriving Rhinos, 2 and a green for the 2/3 that. Often they'll attack as a 3/4 and synergizes both ways with other energy cards.
With the +1/+1 and energy cards? Yeah, wow.
I'm going to give this a C+. I think this card's really good.
I do too. It's probably a C+. Yeah, I'll do C+. If not, it may be a B-. The card really does have good stats. Like maybe it gets bumped up to the B range in an energy deck where every turn you attack, you're just putting counters on it and can kind of run away with the game. Wild Wanderer is 3 and a green for a 3/2 elf druid at common. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So it's a 3/2 for 4 mana, and it has a giant growth attached to it.
Probably a rampant growth.
A rampant growth attached to it.
This card is pretty good. It's not great because this doesn't look like a set that has a ton of 6s, and this ramps you to 6. It doesn't ramp you to 5. Like, it helps you cast your 5s because you can draw 4 lands and a Wild Wanderer, but I would rather just cast a good 4-drop and then on turn 5 cast a Riparian Tiger than cast a Wild Wanderer because you're like slightly below rate here. But it's 2 for 1. It's a 4-mana 2 for 1.
And what about splashes?
Yeah, splashes might be a real thing. There are gold cards. There is the common Lay of the Land that gets you any land. So green has now 2 commons that fix your mana plus an uncommon. That sounds like the kind of deck that will splash the 2 and a red deal 3 in its black green deck or whatever.
I'm actually pretty high on Wild Wanderer. Like every time they've printed a card like this, right, that has a scenario where they're taking a creature and a spell and combining them into one card, they tend to be overpowered, right? Like, my favorite card is Mana War. That's one example of it, but we've seen this time and time again. And I think Wild Wanderer is quite good.
I'm going to give Wild Wanderer just a C. I think that some decks will want a little bit more than that. Some decks won't. Like a low curve 2-color deck, not really into it. A slightly higher curve deck, more into it. A 3-color deck, definitely into it. And it just feels like a replacement level card.
God, maybe I'm wrong. I feel way strong. I think it's like a B-.
Whoa, okay.
Why do I like this guy? I just, maybe it's just the allure of value.
It is basically Mana War, so.
Yeah, well, so here's how I see it, right? So I see it as I'm paying, like in one world, I'm paying 1 and a green for a 3/2. Or even if you want to flip it to a more practical, I'm playing 1 and a green for rampant growth, and I'm paying 2 colorless for a 3/2. And I'm getting that in one card. Like, I get it that the 4th turn of the game isn't the ideal time to be fixing or ramping or whatever. But man, that's just too much. I just feel like that's so powerful to be able to do 2 things with just one card like that. I'm going to give it a B-. I think Wild Wanderer, especially if there is a multicolored deck, is going to be excellent. If the decks are 2 colors, it's probably a little more down in the C range where you have it. What about a Wily Bandar?
All right, I want to read this one because it's 1 green mana for a 1/1. It's a common.
Looks mischievous.
It's a cat monkey. Part feline, part primate, all trouble.
That is the flavored text. That's really funny.
I am loving it. I don't know what a cat monkey is, but I love it.
Oh, that is
I
great.
want one.
It's very agile is what it is. What does it do?
So it's 1 green mana for a 1/1, and you can pay 2 and a green to give it indestructible until end of turn. It's not good.
Oh, so it's terrible. All right.
Oh, it's quite bad. I'm not going to play Wily Bandar. I would recommend you don't. The best thing it can do is block 5/5s, but half the green creatures have trample anyway, so...
Yeah, I think the best thing it could do was go into my monkey binder.
Yeah, that is true. It would now retroactively make the monkey binder. So let's end on a high note. Wily Bandar, I think, is just getting an F.
It's going to be an F.
Meow.
All right. Our first white card is Acrobatic Maneuver. This is 2 and a white for an instant. It's common. It says exile target creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. We've seen this type of effect before, but this one also has more text. It says draw a card.
Yeah. So Acrobatic Maneuver by itself, right, assuming no combos, is a card that can let you block one of their big creatures with a small one and then blink your creature. We're just going to call this effect blink, I guess, for a bit. And draw a card, so it's like a chump block plus draw a card. You can save a creature from a removal spell, though at 3 mana, it's a little hard to keep that up always.
Indeed.
You can also untap a big creature to block one of their smaller creatures. But where it gets really interesting is when you start comboing it with creatures that have enter the battlefield abilities. So then you just get to re-trigger your Fabricates or various creatures that have cool effects. It's interesting. It feels like without any combos, this card is like filler, but certainly playable. The fact that it draws a card means it's never going to be that bad.
Right.
And once you have 2 or 3 creatures with significant enters the battlefield effects, this is a card I actively want in my deck.
How many would you play? Just one, right?
One, maybe 2. If I have like 4 good creatures that really do something, like I'm talking like like the weaponsmith that has Fabricate 2, right, for 3 mana, the 3 mana 0/1 Fabricate 2.
Mm-hmm.
If the enthusiast, if I have one of those, or like 2 of those and like 2 other Fabricate 1 cards, I would probably play 2 Acrobatic Maneuvers, because then you're talking 3 mana, make 2 1/1s, draw a card, which is a pretty nice little bonus.
It is. Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting test for this type of effect, because the draw card changes it dramatically. We've seen cheaper versions of this that don't have draw a card on them. And as well, these ones usually don't end up making the cut. Like, it's the kind of thing where you can imagine some good scenarios, but they often don't. But the draw card's a big deal. That really does, up it into the playable rank, I think. I would give it I'd actually give it a D+. I don't think that this is going to be a card that you're going to play draft in and draft out, but I do think it'll sneak into the right deck occasionally and be pretty decent too. That's a lot of value.
I'm going to go ahead and give Acrobatic Maneuver a C-. I think that if you have to play it, you'll feel good about it, or at least okay about it, and in some decks it's going to be a card you want.
All right. This next one, Aerial Responder. 1 white for a 2/3 dwarf soldier at uncommon. It's got flying, vigilance, and lifelink.
Vampire Whitehawk.
Oh my god. This card's insane. They just pack so many abilities on this thing.
I think it's quite good. I don't know if it's insane, because it's still not gigantic, but I guess a 4-point life swing a turn for 3 mana. I mean, this card is just great. It's never going to be a bad card. It's a card you're going to take early. I don't think it's a bomb, but I think it's quite good.
Agreed. Yeah, I have it at B. I think Aerial Responder is a kind of a textbook B.
Sounds good.
Next one is Aviary Mechanic, which is 1 and a white for a 2/2 dwarf artificer. It's common. It says when Aviary Mechanic enters the battlefield, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand.
Yeah, this is basically like Acrobatic Maneuver, in the sense that instead of drawing a card, you get a 2/2. And
right.
It has fewer like combat trick applications, but it's also a 2 mana 2/2. You can just play it on turn 2 because it says you don't have to bounce one of your lands at that point. Aviary Mechanic is a fine card. If you want a 2 mana 2/2 and you have 1 or 2 creatures that you'll want to bounce, then this card seems okay. If you don't want a 2 mana 2/2, then the bar is much higher. Then I would want like 4 or 5 cards that I'd want to bounce. And it's a very good sideboard card against the blue and white enchantments that lock down one of your creatures.
Yeah, for sure. This card just seems to have no downside. Like a 2/2 for 2. It's also an Artificer, which sometimes pops up as being important, and a dwarf as well. Look, to me, this is like a C. I think it's just Aviary Mechanic is going to make the cut if you need a 2-drop, and occasionally going to get you some value by returning something. And you can sometimes just do stupid stuff, I'm sure, too, right? Replay some Fabricate creature or something that has a massive enter the battlefield ability or whatever. And if you don't, shrug, you're still just playing a 2/2 for 2.
Yeah, I would probably put Aviary Mechanic at C.
Yeah, I think C for Aviary Mechanic. What about Built to Last? What does that do?
It's 1 white mana for an instant. It gives a creature a +2/+2 until end of turn, and if it's an artifact creature, it's indestructible until end of turn. So,
nice, cheap little combat trick here.
Yeah, we're seeing that the new kind of rate we get on combat tricks for white is 1 mana for +2/+2, which I think is a fine rate.
That's good.
Yeah, and getting the indestructible clause means that if they like triple block one of your vehicles, you can just emerge victorious.
Oh yeah.
I like Built to Last. Again, it's about where most of the other combat tricks fall for me. I would say it's a C, but this is where you're going to give it a D+.
I am. But I honestly, our difference in grading aside, I do think that Built to Last is a perfectly serviceable combat trick. Like 1 white for +2/+2 is exactly where I want to be. For a combat trick. It'll make your creature survive most combat, and it's cheap enough that you can leave it up, still play another card that turn while enabling some type of attack or whatever. And then the artifact creature stuff is just gravy. Like, that's just an extra bonus.
I don't think artifact creatures enjoy gravy. I feel like they would rather have oil or something. But
yeah, they're getting gravy with this one. Consulate Surveillance. What does this do?
It is 3 and a white for an enchantment at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you get 4 energy counters, and you can pay 2 energy counters to prevent all damage that would be dealt to you this turn by a source of your choice. I'm not super into Consulate Surveillance. The reason is this is essentially by itself just a life gain spell. You play this, and you prevent a 4/4 from hitting you twice, so it's 4 mana gain 8. It doesn't actually affect the board in the sense that your creatures don't win any fights when this is in play.
Right, because it's only to you.
Right.
No, it seems bad.
Yeah, it's more of an energy build around, but unless you're gaining reliably 2 energy a turn, which seems difficult based on what the energy cards we've seen, they're like mostly enters the battlefield. I don't think that Consulate Surveillance is really a card you can kind of hang your hat on. So, gonna give Consulate Surveillance, I think an F. I just don't think I'm gonna play this card.
F too. The thing is, you just mentioned. All right, well, let's say that you can just repeatedly make 2 energy a turn for the rest of the game. This card's still not that great. It's preventing damage to you from one source. It's okay. Like it kind of is a removal spell at that point. And so far, I haven't even seen a scenario where that's possible. So if that's my ceiling, I'm not really excited about Consulate Surveillance. I'd give it an F.
Sounds like an F.
Yeah. Consul's Shield Guard, 3 and a white for a 3/4 uncommon dwarf soldier. When it enters a battlefield, hey, you get 2 energy. And whenever Consul's Shield Guard attacks, you can pay an energy, just one of them. If you do, another target attacking creature gains indestructible until end of turn.
I'm in for Consul's Shield Guard. 4 mana for a 3/4 is a fine rate, and
yeah, that passes the vanilla test for sure.
This can't protect itself, but a 3/4 is pretty burly, so I would imagine most of the time you get to like attack with this in a 3/2 into their 2/2 or 3/3, and they just have to take 6. It also generates energy for other cards, of course. So I'm fine with Consul's Shield Guard in pretty much any deck. I don't think it's spectacular. I'm going to give it a C+.
I'd give it a C+ also. Seems like a fine one. Eddy Trail Hawk is 1 and a white for a 1/2 flying bird at common. Interesting. When it enters a battlefield, you get 2 energy counters, and when it attacks, you can pay an energy. If you do, another target attacking creature gains, flying until end of turn. I like that.
Eddy Tail Hawk, clearly it's a beatdown card. Like, you can't play this in a non-beatdown deck, but in a beatdown deck, this seems like it does like 6 to 8 extra damage.
Yeah, I think so too. And it could just it especially gets better if you are equipping or putting counters or something like that onto it. The 1/2 flying body for 2 mana is subpar. That does not quite meet the vanilla test, though it's not super far off. You don't need to do a lot to make this much, much better. And then, like you said, if you are an aggressive deck, Eddy Trailhawk getting in for a bunch of extra damage could be quite good. I wouldn't take this super highly, though. It is a fairly narrow card. And in the situations where you do find yourself behind, you're going to be pretty bummed unless you have something else to do with the energy.
Yeah, it's in a low curve beatdown, because beatdown deck, this card seems like a card you'll always want. In an energy deck, I'm not even actually that sold on it. Like, what kind of energy deck? Like, if you're like blue-white energy and you're making a bunch of energy and you're powering your Scry Kais and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm not really in for Eddy Trailhawk. Like, by itself, it's just kind of anemic. You need a bunch of ground pounders. This seems like a white-green beatdown.
Green, yeah, that's what especially given the extremely high power creatures that we saw at a green with power and toughness abound. So, yeah, I mean, I think that Eddy Trailhawk is not going to be one of those go-to cards. I would probably give it a D. My thinking is there will be plenty of decks that do not want to touch this card. But when you do want it, I think it'll perform pretty well.
My guess is it would be a D as well.
Okay. Fairgrounds Warden is 2 and a white for a 1/3 dwarf soldier at uncommon. It says, when it enters a battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls until Fairgrounds Warden Wicca leaves the battlefield. We've seen this type of card.
It's always great.
Multiple times. Yeah, these things are just fantastic.
3 mana 1/3 Banisher Priest or Fiend Hunter, whatever you want to call it, is just a great card. Like, you'll always take this, you'll always play it, and you'll always be happy with it. It's good even with the like blink and return effects, because yes, they get their creature back, but it means if you Fairgrounds Warden their 3/3 on turn 3, and then they play a 5/5 a few turns later, and you blink it and exile their 5/5 instead, that's still good.
Yeah, same thing. We talked about acrobatic maneuver earlier. That is something you can do, but like you said, you're not actually breaking it. There was previous versions of cards like this that you could actually make the creature go away for good, and that doesn't work with Fairgrounds Warden. But upgrading to something better, or in response to removal or whatever, is still legit.
Yeah, I'm in for Fairgrounds Warden.
Probably a B, right?
I think Fairgrounds Warden is a B+.
Yeah, B+. Yeah, these type of cards just always perform. Even if they die, you're fine.
Yeah, it's not like you lose out. The only time you really lose out is if you attack them with a 3/3 and they kill your Fairgrounds Warden that's keeping a 4/4 lockdown.
Yes.
So you do have to kind of be aware of that.
Yeah, that is true.
And try not to exile their creatures with enter the battlefield abilities if you can.
Yeah. All right, so Fairgrounds Warden gets a B+. Fragmentize White for a sorcery. It's common. It says destroy target artifact or enchantment with converted mana cost 4 or less.
This is the only disenchant type effect that I would consider main decking because this is so efficient. See, when we talked about the other versions like Demolish, for example, or Unnatural Appetite, like you're paying 3 or 4 mana to kill something which costs 3 or 4 mana. You're not really getting an advantage, and then when it's dead, you're down a card. Whereas Fragmentize, you're paying 1 mana to kill something that costs up to 4 mana. I mean, when you on turn 4 get to kill their 3-drop and play your own 3-drop, you are getting ahead there, and that is worth the risk of this being slightly dead, depending on how the game's going.
Now, do you anticipate? I mean, we'll obviously get a much better picture for this after having drafted this set a few times, but it does have to be converted mana cost 4 or less. Do you think there's going to be important 5s that you're really looking at Fragmentize like, I'd rather just pay more and have the ability to kill that thing? Consider comparing it to other naturalized effects.
I think that the fact that it costs 1 mana is enough of a carrot that I'm willing to accept the stick of sometimes they play a 5-drop. And,
okay.
The old carrot stick theory. I'm it's a borderline playable that I think I would lean towards main decking and then side out aggressively if my opponent does not present good targets.
In the limited resources theory, are you the carrot or the stick?
I think I'm definitely the carrot.
That's good because I eat carrots. So sideboard for Fragmentize, you said you would be more willing to main deck it. But
no, I'm gonna call it a C. I think
you're gonna call it a C.
Yeah, I think it could be a C minus, but I think that when you put this card in your main deck, you're gonna be happy with it most of the time.
Wow. Okay, that you're really saying a lot there, right?
There's also it also kills enchantments too. There's common blue and white enchantments that lock down your creatures. There's revoke privileges and whatever the blue one is called, we'll get to in a moment here.
Yeah, we'll get to that one.
So being able to deal with those is not irrelevant either.
So I'm going to start it off in the sideboard. I'm scared, man. I really hate having cards that are dead or that do marginal or not a big effect, and I'm much more comfortable to bring those in once I've seen those cards from my opponent. But you might be right. This format does look like it's got quite a few targets around for Fragmentize. What does Gear Shift Ace do?
It's 1 and a white for a 2/1 first strike. It's a dwarf pilot at uncommon. And whenever Gear Shift Ace crews a vehicle, that vehicle gains first strike until end of turn.
Jeez.
Yeah, Gear Shift Ace is great. 2 mana for a 2/1 first strike is a card I'd always play. Even in a control deck, it just stops so many creatures from attacking you. It can attack past a bunch of creatures.
Yeah, the 1 toughness, it's mitigated by the first strike, at least as far as combat goes.
Yeah, I mean, this just beats up on 3/2s and whatnot. And when you crew a vehicle and that vehicle gains first strike, that is a pretty good swing. And note that you can crew a vehicle, attack with it, and even when it's already crewed, you can then crew it with Gear Shift Ace later if you want.
Say that again? You can do that?
Yeah, you can crew a vehicle whenever you want. So even if it's already activated. So imagine you have, for some reason,
crazy.
2 vehicles. You can crew them both, leave your Gear Shift Ace untapped. If they block the wrong one, then you can just give it first strike. I mean, that's not going to come up very often.
Hey, that'll come up in the pre-release. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it is something that could happen.
You could get somebody with Gear Shift Ace. That's interesting. I did not know that rules wrinkle. Gear Shift Ace is really hard to find anything bad to say about it. To me, it looks like a B. This isn't super over the top powerful, but it's just so efficient and so solid that it picks up +1/+1 counter as well with the first strike. It can attack into servos and doesn't care. I'd give it a B.
I like Gear Shift Ace at B. I was thinking B minus, but yeah, B is fine on Gear Shift Ace.
I just think that's one of those cards that's like upside, for a good cost. Glint Sleeve Artisan. This card's pretty powerful. It's 2 and a white for a 2/2 Dwarf Artificer with Fabricate 1. Now, this is a common, and it looks super. This is the type of card that's pretty easy to just glance past, right? You're like, okay, yeah, I get it. Fabricate 1. What's next? But Glint Sleeve Artisan, I think, is really solid, right? A 3/3 for 3 is something that I've been willing to pay for a while. Is in fact above the vanilla test, and a 2/2 and a 1/1 for only 3 mana is also excellent, depending on the board state.
Nothing wrong with Glint Sleeve Artisan. This is, just going to be good no matter how you cast it. I would just have it at C+.
I think I would too. In a normal set, I would actually put this at a B minus. This is the type of card that I really want to have. But based on what we've seen out of these creatures, this actually feels more like a C+ level card in Kaladesh, just because the other creatures are so good. Herald of the Fair, 2 and a white for a 3/2 human at common. Good old Harry. When he enters the battlefield, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So we've got a 3-mana 3/2 that pumps one of your creatures just temporarily when it enters the battlefield.
I think that fair is a good way to describe this.
You would prefer if it was Herald of the Unfair.
Yes, it's just there's just no real advantage to be gained here. Like, you'll play this if you need a 3-mana 3/2. Sometimes the ++1 will let you attack a 3/3 past their 3/3, representing 4 damage. Sometimes it'll just do nothing. And 3/2s trade down often enough. I think Herald of the Fair is just a D.
Yeah, I think so. It's fine, right? There's nothing bad to say about Herald here, but it's also not excellent. I like D+ on Herald of the Fair. What about Impeccable Timing?
It's 1 and a white for an instant at common. Deals 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. So it's a removal spell that, works out pretty well. It's a little limited in that it has to be played during combat, but it's on either side. So you can attack with your creatures into theirs and then play this, or you can keep mana up and then when they attack, you play it. So either way, it's at only 2 mana. You're going to get to cast this most of the time, and it's going to get to do what you want most of the time. It can't remove a blocker before they block, of course, which makes it a little less impressive in aggro decks, but I think this card's going to work out just fine.
I do too. This is classic non-premium removal, but it's definitely one that I think you're going to put in, most of the decks. I don't know. I mean, deals 3 damage. That means that it doesn't kill everything, but it kills a lot of stuff that's relevant at the 2 mana slot for sure.
My guess is it's a C. I could see bumping it up to C+ because it will kill bigger things sometimes. Like, you can kill a 4-drop or a 5-drop even depending on how it lines up. But
but we have layered on a few different conditions here, right?
Yeah, and aggressive decks I aren't really going to be in love with it.
I agree. I like doing this, the time, by the way, speaking of Impeccable Timing, in response to a pump spell rather than when they respond to this with a pump spell, which is significantly worse for you. Inspired Charge is next. Reprint. 2 white for an instant. It's common. It says creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. And again, I'll reiterate, this is an instant. Inspired Charge is a card you can play on defense. It's also a card that you can let people make blocks and then spring your trap on them, or in many cases let them not make blocks and you can Inspired Charge them. This card's powerful. It's never, at least to me, really been a huge pull. Like, you'll kind of know the deck that wants them. And, if you do have a lot of Fabricate and you have got a lot of servos running around, Inspired Charge could be a finisher.
It's going to land, I think, roughly where it landed when we were in Battle for Zendikar, which is tokens-based decks will want it, no one else will, and it's not going to be a build around even then. So that kind of fits, all of that fits as a D for me, even though the decks that want it do actively want it. Yeah,
I think it's a D. What about Ninth Bridge Patrol?
This is 1 and a white for a Dwarf Soldier at common. It's a 1/1. Whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Ninth Bridge Patrol.
Leaves the battlefield.
So this is, a strictly better Unruly Mob.
Yeah.
Because this plays well with the self-bounce and blink effects that white has, or if your opponent bounces your creatures, or exiles, or anything. So,
and then it still counts dying and all that.
It still counts dying. It's so I think it's an interesting one. Unruly Mob is not a card you tend to play like in random decks.
Yeah,
you want to play like tokens or sacrifice decks. I think Ninth Bridge Patrol is going to be similar. Like, that extra bonus just means it works with some of your other cards, which is nice. I mean, that is relevant, but it is not. It
doesn't push it into premium territory.
No, it doesn't. So I would leave Ninth Bridge Patrol kind of like a D+.
I think so too. I could definitely see, somebody with a Ninth Bridge Patrol with 6 counters on it or whatever, and you're like, wow, you really went off. But also, I can see a scenario where you draw your Ninth Bridge Patrol late in the game and then you're pretty miserable. Even on turn 2, it's not excellent. It's still just a 1/1 where your opponent's just like, yeah, whatever, attack into it and maybe ignore it for a while. So I'm not in love with it, but I think Ninth Bridge Patrol is that kind of D+, C- type card. What about Pressure Point?
It's a reprint. It's 1 and a white for an instant. Tap target creature, draw a card at common.
Is that a very large fox or a very small human?
Actually, having looked into the lore, it's a dragon. The dragons have stripes on Kaladesh.
Really? So when I said that stupid tiger card earlier, I was closer than I thought.
Yeah. You were actually.
This is weird. So tap a creature, draw a card. It's 2 mana.
Yeah,
Replaces itself.
The kind of filler card that I liked more, because the last time we saw this was in Tarkir, where
with prowess.
You had prowess. Mm-hmm. And yes, there is a blue prowess creature in the set, but for the most part, you're not really getting bonuses for playing spells. So this is more like, it's kind of like Expose Evil, right? If you have an extra spell slot, maybe you'll play this and you'll be happy with it because it replaces itself, has a little bit of an effect. But by no means is this ever like, you've got to include Pressure Point or take it early.
Yeah,
so
totally.
That lands it at kind of like the D+ level for me.
I think so too. D+. Also, the best time to fire this off generally is in your opponent's beginning of combat step, because you get to lock down their attacker, and then of course, since their creature's tapped, it won't be able to block either. Now, you'll want to keep your eye out for scenarios where it's appropriate to just tap your opponent's creature down and attack them for a bunch, but for the most part, you'll see this cast on your opponent's beginning combat step. Propeller Pioneer is 3 and a white for a 2/1 human artificer with flying and fabricate 1. It's a common.
I like Propeller Pioneer.
Wow,
it's
me too.
4 mana for a 3/2 flyer, or if you need another creature, an artifact, or a blocker, it makes a 2/1 and a 1/1.
Sold. And the 2/1 has flying.
Yes, the 2/1 has flying, and again, this is another one of those creatures that you have a little more incentive to put the +1/+1 counter on it, because that makes a 3/2 flyer. So all the stats have flying. Propeller Pioneer is just a very solid card. I think this also fits in the C+ range.
I agree. C+. Yeah, really good. Man, Fabricate's so good. I really like cards like that. Refurbish. 3 and a white for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says return target artifact card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
I don't like these kind of cards. Because
not a fan.
You're paying 4 mana for probably something that cost around 4 mana. Maybe slightly higher. But you're not getting a huge advantage, right? You're not going to refurbish back an 8-drop very often, because that requires casting an 8-drop and then having it die.
Yeah.
So
also, it's only your graveyard, which is really critical. Yes. We had Rise from the Grave in the last set that we kind of liked, right? Like sometimes you kill a creature, you can get back their stuff. It gives you a wider range of things to choose from, but Refurbish doesn't have that.
Right, and then you have to balance that with the times this is in your hand and you just don't have anything in your graveyard.
And that
that's
makes me just
really
shudder,
bad.
man. I can't think of that.
Basically, in a deck with tons of great artifacts, maybe this is a good slot because it lets you kind of rebuy one of the good ones, and you have 5 or 6 good artifacts, including Sovereign, Console Flagship, or nonsense like that.
Some bomb.
But, yeah, but for the most part, I'm just going to leave Refurbish in my sideboard. I think it gets a D- from me.
I agree with you. Is there a self-mill? I haven't seen any self-mill yet. I guess we haven't gotten to blue yet, but
no, there's
does that even change your mind, even if there was?
Not really, no.
Not really, right?
It's just too tenuous.
Yeah. Just put another good card in your deck rather than that. Revoke Privileges. Now, you mentioned this one earlier, Luis. This is a key common for white. What does it do?
It's 2 and a white for an enchantment aura. Enchanted creature can't attack, block, or accrue vehicles. It's this blocks flavor of arrest, where you can't
they
go
take your license away too.
Yep.
Hey, driving is a privilege, so...
We've seen this card so many times. This has the little twist of not crewing vehicles, which is nice because that's would be a way to otherwise use this card or use the creature that's revoked. I guess I'm probably just going to give this a B.
I think it's a B. It looks like one of the best white cards.
You're just gonna kill any creature, and it has a little bit of vulnerability to the blink and bounce effects if you play against another white deck. But I think that's okay.
It's something that you're willing to take, right?
Yeah.
Revoke Privileges. I like it at B. It just seems like, we call that the pacifism of the set. That just seems to be the case with Revoke. And those are generally quite good. Servo Exhibition. Showing off those servos. 1 and a white for a sorcery. It's an uncommon, and it says create 2 1/1 colorless servo artifact creature tokens.
So it's funny seeing this in uncommon. The instant
and sorcery.
version,
yeah. What the
was common for a long time. Which this is one of those hints that maybe this is really powerful in the set. I don't know. It feels like a weird uncommon to me. It doesn't feel spectacular either. There are some decks that want artifacts and want to go wide, so clearly the card is playable because it's also 2/2 worth of power for 2 mana.
Right, and 2 artifacts entering the battlefield and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm just still going to give Servo Exhibition a C. I think that some decks.
God, I think you're onto something, dude. Your game designer brain is churning and thinking, now, wait a second. Why is this, ostensibly a slightly worse version of a random common that we used to play, yet it's uncommon, especially given what they've done with the uncommons in this set. They've just been kind of blockbusters down the line.
The flip side of that is sometimes cards get moved to uncommon because you just have to move a slot up.
Oh, it's like a spreadsheet dance thing.
No, really, it is. It's
no, I know.
We need all these effects at common, all these slots at common, the 5-mana flyer, whatever. I guess we'll have to move Servo Exhibition up, even though in some worlds it would be a common. But that doesn't change my evaluation a ton. I still think it's a C. I think that some decks are going to want it at a little higher rate, but most decks it's just going to be a fine card.
All right, I'm going to go C+ based on your hunch.
All right, sure.
It earned a plus. What about Sky Swirl Harrier?
It's power creep is what it is. It's 4 and a white for a bird at common. It's a 3/4 flyer.
Oh, it's got a goat.
Yes.
No.
Got someone's goat. It's the classic 5-mana 3/3 flyer was a staple of limited. Now we've got 5-mana 3/4 flyer. And the funny thing is, I don't think this card's insane. It is fine. Like you're not going to be unhappy when you put this in your deck, but you're not going to be thrilled about it either.
Like we're giving it a C, right?
I think it's a C. Yeah.
Is it a C+?
I think it feels like a C. It edges towards C+, but 5-drops have such a higher barrier to entry, just because it's so easy to end up with 5 drops and not be able to play the worst 2 of them. Whereas you're never going to run out of 3 drops to play.
It's funny. The same thing that kind of raised your eyebrow about Servo Exhibition is making me squint my eyes at Sky Swirl Harrier. I'm like, this looks this is very solid, right? 3/4 flying for 5 is just thumbs up. That's a good card. Passes the vanilla test. Everything's happy. But I just look at it like, why are you here? Like, are you actually as good as you look like you are? Maybe this is more synergy-based format or whatever, where cards like this just tend to slip through the cracks. I don't know. I'll go, yes. I'm going to go C+ on it, though. I can't stop myself. It's a 3/4 flying for 5. That's good.
Yeah, that's fine. C+ on Sky Swirl Harrier. I'll allow it.
Sky Whaler's Shot.
This is 2 and a white. It's an instant uncommon. Mm-hmm. Destroy target creature with power 3 or greater, scry 1.
Power 3 or greater?
Yeah, this is great removal. This hits almost everything. I think this card is just good.
I think you're right. Like, because for the most part, your board can usually deal with the smaller creatures, and it's the big stuff. And it's not even huge. Starting with 3 power, starts to encompass a lot of the 4-mana spells, even a few of the 3-mana spells or creatures in the format, and then everything beyond that too in most cases.
Yeah, I don't see this being a dead card very often. This is not conditional removal, really. Like,
what do you think about the Scry one?
That is very good too. That's like half a card or something along those lines.
Just tacked on to premium removal.
Yeah, so I'll give Skywheeler a shot at B+.
Me too, B+. Nice shot. Tasseled Dromedary.
This is 1 white
what
mana
is this?
for an 0/4 camel at common. So it's the Kraken hatchling of the set. 1 mana 0/4.
Is this the on the designer spreadsheet? Is this the we need a card for flavor? What is this thing? What are you doing here, Camel?
It's dressed up and ready to go to the fair, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. This card is.
I think it's all dressed up with nowhere to go.
Yeah, I'd be willing to put this in the sideboard category. If you play against a deck with a bunch of like 2/2s and 3/3s for cheap, that's very aggressive. You might side this in. You're never going to main deck it though.
I think so, dude. I cracked a lot of hatchlings in my day. I could see this creeping into the deck more often than I'm probably comfortable admitting here. But yeah, let's go sideboard on Tasseled Dromedary. What a weird card.
Sounds like a plan.
Thriving Ibex is 3 and a white for a 2/4. Oh no, it's the goat.
Yeah.
Well, we know who wins between Sky Swirl Harrier and Thriving Ibex, don't we? Or maybe
but
that's
Sky Swirl Harrier couldn't actually kill the Thriving Ibex.
No, so it must be his kid.
Yeah.
When Thriving Ibex enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy counters, and whenever it attacks, you may pay 2 energy to put a +1/+1 counter on it. We liked this card when we previewed it. I still like it. This is a type of card that's already decent at 2/4 for 4 mana. When it attacks the first time, it's a 3/5 attacking, which is very, very solid. And if you happen to have extra energy lying around, the next attack, it can really kind of get out of hand. I think that, like, if you need a 4-drop, a Thriving Ibex is going to be a welcome addition to your deck.
Yeah, it's a great card. There's not much wrong with it, and it has a bunch of combos, and the cards that work well by themselves and play well with other cards are just always great. So yeah. I have Thriving Ibex at C+.
C+ for sure, yeah. Trusty Companion. 1 and a white. What does this guy do?
1 and a white for a uncommon. It's a hyena. Okay. It's a 3/2 vigilance, and it can't attack alone. So a kind of odd one here.
Weird. But it can always block. I'm reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
So a 2-mana 3/2 Vigilance that can attack alone is
weird.
I think this card's playable. Basically, in a control deck, it's a 2-mana 3-power blocker, which can trade up for like a 3 or a 4 drop.
Yeah, I like that.
And in an aggro deck, if you have a low enough curve, like maybe you play a different 2-drop on turn 2, and you can play this on turn 3 or on turn 4 along with another 2, and then just end up being able to attack with it. Obviously, just getting stranded is kind of rough, but I don't think that's going to happen all that often.
You know, my gut says that this card's actually decent. It's weird because it looks like a really aggressive card with these stats, and I don't think that it being able to attack is something that you should rely on fully, though it will be able to attack fairly often. And the fact that it has Vigilance does matter for those scenarios because you may find yourself in a position where you want to block with a companion as well. I'm not in love with this card, but it looks playable to me. Those stats are legit. 3/2 for only 2 mana means that it trades up on blocks, and when it does get to attack, it hits quite hard.
Yeah, I'm in for Trusting Companion. I think it's still just a C, but I don't. Think
I do too.
I don't think you should look at this and think like, "Wow, this has a ton of drawbacks. Don't play it."
Good dog. Visionary Augmenter.
2 white. It's a Dwarf Artificer at uncommon.
Okay.
It's a 2/1 with Fabricate 2. This is Ripley from Aliens, I think.
Oh, you're right. Totally.
So,
do you think she knows the definition of augment?
She probably does.
Being an augmenter, she probably does. So we get a 2/1 with 2/1/1s, or we get a 4/3 for 4 mana.
Yeah, both of those deals are good.
Those
as
are
we've
good
seen
deals.
with other Fabricate, it's either a slightly overrate creature or about rate, at a 4/3 is what you expect, or 2-3 creatures in one. I like Visionary Augmenter a lot. Also, the fact that it's in white is really good because white has a bunch of ways to keep replaying this or re-triggering it.
Good point. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I like Visionary Augmenter a lot. This is the type of card, again, that doesn't jump off the page as being super flashy, but I think is very powerful. This is probably a B-. I just, anytime I can get 3 creatures for 1 card, those are always good. They're just always very good. So I would go B- on Visionary.
Yeah, I like B- on Visionary Augmenter.
All right, and that leaves us our last white card. It's called Wispweaver Angel. It is 4 white for a 4/4 flying angel at uncommon. And when Wispweaver Angel enters the battlefield, you may exile another target creature you control. Wow, another one of these effects? Then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Sitting right next to Visionary Augmenter on the card image gallery here, and it looks like they're pretty good friends. Yeah,
it's going to be great with that. It's also just a 6-mana 4/4 flyer with upside. Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
I think the cool thing is at 6 mana, you're often going to have something good in play to flicker more often than not.
Yeah.
Which means that the ability here is not quite draw a card. Like I think I would replace it with draw a card and that would be better, but sometimes it's going to be better than that. Flickering a Visionary Augmentor, flickering one of your arrested creatures, flickering even just a Fabricate 1 creature, like 6 mana for a 4/4 plus a 1/1. That's a good deal.
That's very good. Yeah, no, I agree. And it is worth noting here that you can only do your own creatures. It's creatures specifically and only yours. You can't use this to get an opposing blocker out of the way or anything like that. But still, Wispweaver Angel seems like a perfectly fine top end card for the reasons you said. Are we in the B range with Wispweaver? It's still 6 mana for a 4/4 flying, which isn't, that isn't 5 mana for a 4/4 flyer, where I would be deep into the B range for that. This is definitely a step down. I'm in the B- or C+ range. Where are you coming down on it?
I think it's likely going to land at B- in most decks, but if you have no really relevant combos, then it's closer to a C+. Okay. But I think just looking at the white cards, it feels like you're going to end up with 2 or 3 reasonable cards to flicker, which makes this a B-. And it could go all the way up to like a B+ once you have like 6 or 7 cards that care about this ability.
I like it. All right, that moves us to blue, aka the best color. Let's start with Aether.
It is not the best color.
Not in this set or not in general?
Not in this set. I can tell you that already. I've actually done blue is one of the colors I've done the written reviews for. All I'm saying is after we're done with this, look at the top 5 blue commons and look at the top 5 commons of any of the other colors, and you will change your tune.
Oh no. Yeah, I was speaking generally, but I was hopeful that it would also stay true here in Kaladesh. But all right, well, let's find out. Our first card is Aether Meltdown. This one's an uncommon. It's 1 and a white for an enchantment aura. It's got flash, and it enchants a creature or a vehicle. So even when a vehicle doesn't have a crew, you can still enchant it. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy. Geez, this is like reading a book for the big finish. What do we get? All right, enchanted permanent gets -4, -0.
That is a good thing. I mean, this is a 2 mana. This is close to spontaneous mutation, right? This is a removal spell, and you're paying an extra mana, maybe not getting the biggest bonus, but you are getting a bonus, and you get 2 energy on top of that. So I think the Aether Meltdown is good. I mean,
I do too.
This is uncommon. It also enchants vehicles, which is nice because it means you can leave mana out for this. If they don't make an attack that you care about, throw it on their vehicle. Like, one of the disadvantages of instant speed removal is, imagine that you kept 5 mana upright for the black removal spell.
Mm-hmm.
And your opponent's 5-drop was a vehicle. You're just like out of luck there.
Oh, that
you kept mana up and didn't do anything. Aether Meltdown is not only cheaper, so it's less of an issue anyway, but also if they spend 4 mana on a vehicle or 3 mana on a vehicle, you can just pop Aether Meltdown on at end of turn and feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Also, the fact that you can interact with combat, like you can have them crew a vehicle and then do it. It's a pretty big tempo hit as well, especially if you're able to, say, multi-block the crewed vehicle that is now much shorter on power and get rid of it. So, and then the energy too. I mean, I don't really know yet, how much to rate that at, but you're just getting 2 energy with Aether Meltdown as well. So there's a lot to like here. I think this card looks excellent. It's not quite hard removal, so it's probably like a B-, but it seems really good to me.
Yeah, I think Aether Meltdown is going to end up being a B- in most blue decks. I think I would downgrade it to a C+ if you had literal no ways to use energy, but that's just not going to be most decks.
Okay. Aether Theorist, Theory Crafter. 1 and a blue for a 1/3 Vidalcan Rogue at common. When Aether Theorist enters the battlefield, you get 3 energy counters, and you can tap him, pay an energy, and scry 1.
I really like Aether Theorist. I think this
is cool.
Actually, it's my pick for the best blue common.
Oh, really? It's that good, huh?
Well, 2 mana for a 1/3 that scries.
Or I should say the other ones are that bad, huh?
It's a combination, yes. 2 mana for a 1/3 that scries 3 times is really good. And the 3 energy you get is actually significant. So you can power other things with it pretty easily. I think Aether Theorist is just a great deal for 2 mana. It just does multiple different things well at low cost. And 2 mana 1/3 keeps creatures off your back. It shuts down 2/1s and 1/1s.
This card seems sweet.
Oh,
I'm a fan of it.
Yeah. That being said, I have it closer to C+ than anything else.
Though, right? Yeah. Oh no, this is not great news for blue, is it? I like C+ on Aether Theorist, and I think that there's definitely times when I'm going to take it as if it were a B. Aether Tradewinds, another reprint. This one's 2 and a blue for an instant. It's common. It says return target permanent you control and target permanent you don't control to their owner's hands.
It's a nice little trick. This furthers blue, the blue-white theme of bouncing your own stuff. And it's funny where it kind of reads as a potential drawback. Sometimes just like, I need to bounce their 5/5. I guess I have to return a land. Yeah. But honestly, you can set up plenty of situations where you're like, block your 5/5 with my 1/1, bounce your other creature, bounce my 1/1, or bounce my Aether Theorist to get 3 more energy, or you use a removal spell on my creature, save my creature, bounce your 4/4, and just blow them out.
Yeah, so, the downside being that it's 3 mana, right? It's similar to the blink spell we had in white. Yeah, it's just clunky to leave that up.
My guess is Aether Tradewinds is still, just kind of in the C- range. Like you'll play one and you'll be okay with it, but it's not going to ever be an all-star.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's actually probably a D+. Like, these type of cards are tricky to fit into your build and don't always make the cut. Ceremonious Rejection is an uncommon. It only costs blue, just single blue mana, and it's an instant that says counter target colorless spell.
It's looking like a sideboard card to me, because when you look at something like Fragmentize, right, this is similar in that you're paying 1 mana to stop something that costs more. The problem is you can draw Fragmentize off the top and kill something they played 3 turns ago. You don't have to leave mana up for Fragmentize in order to get value out of it. Ceremonious Rejection against a deck with 4 targets is so easy for you to just not line up correctly. You have to play your 5-drop on turn 5. You can't leave this up. So I'm going to actually reject this and say it's a sideboard card.
I agree. Are you going to be playing this thing in Vintage?
This card is good, I think, in every constructed format.
Okay.
So,
Curio vendor. Who wants a curio?
Free technology for constructed resources.
Thank you. Yes. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Vidalcan.
Yeah.
It feels like there's a word missing, but that's the creature type on Curio Vendor.
In most sets, 2 mana for a 2/1 would get around a D for us. I'm actually going to go on a limb and just say this is an F. The reason being, I think most decks are just going to have free 1/1s just all over the place.
Oh, God, totally.
And that just is going to blank this so often. Like, look, it's probably closer to a D than an F, where if you have to put this in your deck, there's some matchups where it's, like, passable. But if you play a Curio Vendor, your opponent plays a Glint-Sleeve Artisan and makes a servo, it's just like, I just want to tear up my Curio Vendor.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, poor Curio Vendor. I think I'm fine going F on Curio Vendor, though. You're right. It'll play. It still is a 2-mana creature that you can put in your deck if you absolutely need a playable. Disappearing Act is 1 blue for an instant. It's uncommon. It says, as an additional cost to cast Disappearing Act, return a permanent you control to its owner's hand. Ouch. Counter target spell, though. It is still a cancel that you have to maybe pay, or maybe, you can turn that into an upside.
Yeah, unlike Either Trade Winds, I think that the return a permanent you control to its owner's hand is more likely a drawback on this card, because it's so limited when you can play Disappearing Act that you're not going to get a lot of the, like, block and bounce or in response to a removal spell bounce. Because, like, if they play a removal spell and you return the creature, you're still just countering the removal spell. You're not getting a value out of that.
Right.
So I like Disappearing Act as a sideboard card against decks where counters are actually good. Like, they have multiple, like, Gear Hulks or some nonsense that is just, like, 6-mana bombs you can't deal with.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put Disappearing Act in my main deck, unless maybe it's sealed. Sealed, these tend to get a little better.
What if there's a sideboard scenario or a post-board scenario where, returning the permanent you control to its owner's hand could be a plus? Yeah,
they have, like, multiple copies of Malfunction or Revoke Privileges.
This is still just a counter spell. It's still not like, some great removal spell, but
I'd be more inclined to bring it in. If they revoke one of your creatures and then 3 turns later you go, counter your 4-mana card, return my creature that's revoked, that's a legit blowout.
One other neat thing is that, since when let's say you cast a Revoke Privileges of your own, you do control that. So you could return that after you Disappearing Act and then cast it on something bigger. I mean, I'm obviously getting into corner cases, but there's little tricks you can do with Disappearing Act. I just wish that at its core it wasn't just cancel, which is kind of an unexciting card in Limited. I'd give it a D.
Yeah. I'm going to give it a sideboard grade, because I think I'm way more likely to just slide it in. I think for sealed it gets like a C-. I think for draft it's just sideboard. I will just bring it in against the cards we described, or big expensive things.
Okay, sideboard grade for Disappearing Act. Dramatic Reversal is 1 and a blue for an instant. It's common. It says untap all non-land permanents you control.
Well, I'm not playing this card. I'll tell you that much.
This just doesn't do enough, right?
It just doesn't do anything. So I think Dramatic Reversal is you're never going to get a card out of it, or rather, you so rarely get a card out of it that it's not worth the risk of having this and having it not be good. So I think Dramatic Reversal is just a classic F. There's no reason to put this card in your deck.
Era of Innovation. What does this one do? This looks kind of like a...
I actually like this card. It's 1 and a blue. It's an enchantment at uncommon. Whenever an artifact or artificer enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 1 colorless mana. If you do, get 2 energy counters. Pay 6 energy and sacrifice Era of Innovation. Draw 3 cards. So what this card does is, in a deck that uses energy with a lot of other sources, it gives you a pretty good fuel for it, right? You can a lot of the blue creatures are artificers. There's random artificers scattered among other creatures as well, or other colors as well. And you can have a bunch of, like, fabricate or otherwise make artifacts. And even if you don't have tons of ways to outlet the energy, this does draw you 3 cards eventually. I mean, it draws you 3 cards by itself, right, when you pay it a total of 5 mana. But that, and the fact that it combos with other energy cards, like, imagine you play like the Energy Pinger, or you play another energy card like one of the Thriving Creatures, and you pay the mana for this. All of a sudden, you end up with enough energy to utilize those more. I guess the Thriving Creatures aren't artificers, but you get what I'm saying. Like,
I totally get what you're saying.
There's enough ways to spend energy outside this card. It makes a lot of energy, and it itself gives you a sink for energy. Like, all that adds up to a legit build around for me. It's clearly a build around.
It's definitely a build around.
We can't give it a normal grade, but this is looking like a B build around for me. It looks like if you're in the energy deck, this is a thing.
This thing is churning out a lot of energy, assuming that you have got artifacts and artificers. I like it. Build around B for Era of Innovation. That's just a cool card too. I love cards like that. Experimental Aviator is 3 blue for a 0/3 with flying at uncommon. It's a human artificer, so there's got to be more. When Experimental Aviator enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature tokens with, you guessed it, flying.
I'm a huge fan of this card. It's enough total power and toughness. It's 2/5, right, which doesn't sound that great, but spread among 3 bodies. It's an artificer for the cards that care about that, and it works so nicely with the blink and return cards. Like,
yeah,
can you imagine a scenario where you play this card, you make 2 Thopters, your opponent is like kind of looking at that 0/3 and thinking, like, should I kill that?
Yeah.
Maybe I should kill that.
God, that's so good for you.
Right, because then you're just getting a straight 2 or 3 for 1. Because if they don't kill it, and then all of a sudden you have Acrobatic Maneuver or Aviary Mechanic or any of these cards that bounce here like either trade wins, all of a sudden you just get more and more Thopters. But if they do kill it, then maybe you didn't have those cards. You got a huge edge. So there's a reason I think this is actually going to be one of the premium uncommons.
Yeah, another good like reference for it was what was the Spirits card called?
Which one?
Man, whatever. From the last set, 4 mana for 2 1/1 flying spirits.
Spectral Reserves.
Spectral Reserves, right, was a pretty decent card and one we saw play. And this one is another mana up, but it basically has a lot of ways that lets you reuse it, and you're still getting the 2 1/1s and an 0/3 with flying as well, which, is still something. So I like Experimental Aviator a lot as well. This type, again, I said it before, but these type of cards that make 3 creatures for 1 card always perform. And when you make them all flying too, I really like it. Is it a B? Is it a B minus? Is it?
I'm going to give it a B.
Okay, B. I like B for Experimental Aviator. I'm high on that card as well. Uh-oh. Failed inspection.
It says 2 blue. It's an instant at common. Counter target spell, draw a card, then discard a card.
So counter target spell and loot for 4 mana.
Yeah, I'm actually ready to dismiss this out of hand. 4 mana for a counter spell is just not where I want to be. And I think that sideboard is just going to be the grade this gets.
Yeah, I need a little more incentive than Scry to play a 4 mana counter.
You just can't leave 4 mana up.
No.
And then
you just get punished.
Good things to happen.
Yeah,
or you just draw it in a hand where you have 3-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop, and you can't leave mana up till much later. You leave mana up and they just have a creature with flash and they just pass the turn back and you just got blown out.
Oh yeah. Ugh, I can't even. I'm definitely off of failed inspection. In fact, I think it has failed our inspection. Gear Seeker Serpent, huh? 5 blue for a 5/6 Serpent. It's common, and it costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. And it's got an activated ability. You can pay 5 and a blue to have it can't be blocked this turn.
So this has one of the more dangerous mechanics. It has affinity for artifacts.
It does.
So, yeah, that is just
weird. I read that and just didn't even consider that it's affinity. Weird. And then also it has the ability to kind of end stalled games, admittedly at a steep price, 6 mana, to make your Gear Seeker Serpent unblockable. But still, like, it's a 5-powered creature. It could end a game pretty quickly if it gets to that point. So here's the question I have, Luis. So right now it's a 7 mana.
You have so many questions, but luckily I have all the answers.
I do. I did qualify that with the one I have right now. There will be more. This is 7 mana, 5/6 with a clunky but effective activated ability. What would you pay for this? Let's just say no cost reduction. Just what would you want to pay for this where you felt like, okay, that's a good card? It's not 7 mana, right?
No, but if you pay 5 mana for this card is great.
5 mana seems like a bargain, right?
Right. And if you pay 6 mana, you don't feel like it's a terrible deal because, look, that activated ability is expensive, but it's the kind of ability that when you want it, is really good.
It's really good.
You play this and your opponent's like, wow, I'm on a 2-turn clock and I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and this thing is a 5/6 too. It's huge. Like, they need specific type of removal to kill it. It's not like your average burn spell is going to get the job done against the Gear Seeker Serpent. This card looks good to me, man. That's kind of where I was going with it. It just looks really, it's kind of dragony and there's going to be times when you do get to pay 5 mana for this, or God forbid, even 4.
So the way I would evaluate this is in a deck with no other artifacts, it's not really playable because 7 mana for a 5/6, you can just do better.
Yeah, like sideboard it or whatever.
You can get a 5/7 with a 1/1. Now we're talking. But if you're a deck with like 6 artifacts, this will come out at 6 mana, some of the time, and 5 mana some of the time, and that is starting to be nice. When you have like 10 artifacts in your deck, this card just becomes premium. You can just play this sometimes on turn 5. And when you play this on turn 5, it's just going to be gigantic.
Dude, yeah, all the little servos are helping cast your Gear Seeker. If you cast any of those uncommons that we saw that have Fabricate 2, right? On turns 1, 2, 3, or 4, then turn 5, you're just like Gear Seeker Serpent, go. It's like, my God.
Turn 4 Augment or turn 5 Gear Seeker seems really easy to do.
That's just, and this is a common, by the way. This one's a common. I like it, dude. I like this card. When I see Serpent and 7 mana, I almost always dismiss the card out of hand because it's like some huge thing that has like an attacking drawback or whatever. And this one is just not like that at all. It often is going to cost less than 7, and it's a house. I think this card's really good. I think it's a B-. You willing to come up into the B range with me, sir?
I was gonna give it a C+. I'm not gonna lie, but sure, I'm willing to give it a B-. I'm a seeker of value, and so is this.
The water is warm.
Well, it's a B- with the caveat that clearly in some decks it's not. Like there are decks where this actually is an A. If you somehow end up with like a 15 artifact deck with 3 of these, you're probably just gonna win all your games.
Right. Luis said Gear Seeker Serpent A.
Okay, look, I actually played a lot during original Mirrodin, which was the Affinity was one of the mechanics. Affinity is actually a busted mechanic in Limited. I played every 1 mana artifact in the set, and some of them were really bad because sometimes you just got a bunch of 7-drop Affinity cards, and playing them on turn 4 is just unfair.
Yeah.
So Gear Seeker Serpent in the right deck is actually unfair. Like we say, C+, B-, but in a deck that can get 4 artifacts out by turn 4, all of a sudden you're talking about a card that's legit broken better than bombs. So once you're paying 2 mana for this, that's just not fair Magic. So keep in mind Gear Seeker Serpent's ceiling is very, very high.
All right, B-, good card. Glimmer of Genius is 3 and a blue for an instant at uncommon. It says scry 2, then draw 2 cards, and hey, we'll throw in 2 energy.
Yeah, I like Glimmer of Genius. Scry 2, draw 2 is much closer to draw 3 or like 3.5 or something, or 3, because once you're drawing that many cards, like you're likely to be able to put lands on the bottom, and overall, like this is just going to find you a bunch of cards. Or if you're looking for like a specific card, then this is very close to draw 4. If you're like, I need to hit my 5th land drop, or I need to draw a removal spell, this is close to draw 4.
Oh, you can see 4 cards off the top of your library to get to what you need. Helps you find bombs. And remember, in Limited, at 4 cards is 10% of your life. I mean, that's a big chunk. And for the most part, it's going to be a bigger percent of what you have left in your library. So if you haven't drawn your bomb yet and you're down to, 30 cards, 29, 28, you're seeing 4 of those. It's a big chunk of the cards left. And, you can find your bombs with it. I dig it. I think Glimmer of Genius is cool. Look, it's not super efficient, right? It's still a 4 mana card draw spell, even if it is an instant. That is steep, and you're not affecting the board and all the normal caveats with that. But you're throwing in the 2 energy counters, and you're getting a scry 2. I like Glimmer of Genius.
Yeah, Glimmer of Genius is really good. I'm really happy just giving it a B.
Oh, you think it's that good?
Well, that's predicated on you caring about energy, but I think a lot of blue decks are going to care about energy, and it's like a draw 3, or it's close to a draw 3.
It is close to that.
Powerful.
All right, B-. I'm going B- on Glimmer of Genius. I want to give it an A, obviously, but Glint Nest Crane. What does this guy do?
It's 1 and a blue for a 1/3 uncommon flying bird. So 2 mana 1/3 flyer.
I like that. I actually like that.
Yeah. And when it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards in your library.
Okay.
You can reveal an artifact from among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom.
Sold.
So I ran the numbers. At 6 artifacts in your deck, you're about 50-50 to hit.
Okay.
And at that point, this card's excellent. And it's not hard to get more than 6. So I would play this card even with like 5 artifacts and be reasonably happy with the card. Because 2 mana, 1/3 flying, half a cantrip is great. And the card you're drawing is a real card, right? It's not a land.
Totally.
So
I like Glint Nest Crane a lot. The main thing for me is that I am comfortable playing a 2 mana 1/3 flying. And if you throw extra stuff on sometimes, then hey, I'm into it.
Yeah.
Where does it land?
It probably lands at like the C+ level, but
probably so, right?
It's just solid.
Yeah, solid. I like C+ for Glint Nest Crane. That card's good. High Tide Hermit, 4 and a blue for a 4/4 crab. It's Shelly. She looks a little grouchy.
It's kind of large too. Crabs aren't normally 4/4s.
Very large, yeah. So Shelly's been on vacation, put on a few pounds. Common with Defender, though. So 5 mana 4/4 Defender, but when she enters the battlefield, you get 4 energy counters, and you can pay 2 energy counters to give High Tide Hermit can attack this turn as though it didn't have Defender. So it basically loses Defender until end of turn. God, 4 energy is a ton. Right? Like, let's just get that on the table right now. When you pay 5 mana for your High Tide Hermit, if you've got other stuff to do with that 4 energy, that does seem good. Clearly a reasonable blocker as a 4/4 for 5, but as an attacker, it's like, I got to pay 2 energy just to be able to attack at all. Look, I think this card's fine, but at 5 mana, I am concerned that you're just not going to end up playing this that often. Probably most likely it's an energy question, right? Like, yeah, can I use the energy?
This is comparable to just a 5 mana 4/4 no text if you don't care about the energy, right? Like if you don't have other ways to use it. Because, yeah, you can only attack twice with it, but honestly, how many times does your 5-drop need to attack?
Totally.
So at that rate, it's like a D, right? 5 mana 4/4 no text is a D.
Yeah.
And this is even slightly worse than no text because eventually it runs out of attacks.
Mm-hmm.
If you care about energy, this is a good way to defend yourself while making a bunch of energy
that's what I was thinking.
To fuel, your other cool energy using cards. So I still think High Tide Hermit's like a D+, but as an energy kind of like supplement, it's decent.
I like it too. D+ on High Tide Hermit. Genjit Sentry is 2 and a blue for an uncommon Vidalcan soldier. It's 2/3. And when Genjit Sentry enters the battlefield, you get 2 energy counters, and you can tap it and pay 2 energy to tap or untap target artifact or creature. Tapper.
Kind of a tapper. It only gets one shot.
We had a pinger and a tapper. The pinger gets a couple of shots, and then you got to reload. The Genjit Sentry only gets to tap or untap one thing, unless you can provide it with more energy. But it is also a 2/3 for 3, which is not bad. I think this card's probably pretty good, right? I mean, like, it's not blowing my mind here just because, again, like you mentioned, you only get the 1 tap guaranteed, which really does limit it. I mean, one of the great things about tappers is that they scale as your opponent plays better creatures, or in this case, artifacts as well. You can start tapping those down, and this really just gives you a more temporary effect unless you can feed it a bunch of energy. But you are left with the 2/3. I don't know.
Yeah, this feels very, very clearly like a card I would not want in a non-energy deck and would be fine within an energy deck. Though not even excited. Like, I guess if you combine it with a High Tide Hermit, you get 3 taps and a 2/3. That's not terrible.
That's decent. It makes me nervous, man. I just, we're already paying 3 mana for a tapper. You do have to tap it and then, start sinking all that energy into it. Genjit Sentry, God, this is one of the ones that's just really tough to put a grade on because from what I've seen from Blue, there's energy all over the place here. A bunch of these cards are like, do something relevant and you get some energy. So I'm assuming that the Genjit Sentry in a energy deck is going to be able to tap down things not indefinitely, but much, much more than just the one time. And if that's the case, then the card's pretty decent and it's probably like in the C+ range. As it sits, I'd probably give it like a C. You do need to find other sources of energy, and just tapping a thing down once isn't game breaking. It's decent, but it's not game breaking.
That's about where I land too. I'm not going to play this card outside of an energy deck, I don't think, most of the time. If you need a 3 mana 2/3, I guess it's fine.
Long-finned Sky Whale. This is 2 blue for, this thing's sweet, 2 blue for a whale. It is a 4/3 with flying. It's uncommon. And long-finned Sky Whale can block only creatures with flying. Long-finned Sky Whale does not deign to fall to the ground.
Oh, no. So Long-Fin Skywell is great stats. 4 mana, 4/3 flyer is great.
Great.
It is not a defensive card. You're just going to put that, when you put this in your deck, you're just kind of under the assumption it never gets to block, which some decks are more than fine with. 4 mana, 4/3 flying can't block. It's a good card. You're going to put it in your aggressive decks.
That's a huge amount of damage.
I'm not putting this in my defensive decks, though.
No.
It's beefy enough that I think I'd be willing to put it in a mid-range deck because this can kill you by itself. 5 hits... This finishes the job. It also does block flyers, so it's not like it's a 0 on defense. Where that lands me with the Long-Fin Skywell is probably closer to C+, just on power level.
I like it. I like C+ for Long-Fin Skywell. It's going to do so much damage. Malfunction is 3 and a blue For an aura, it's common. It enchants an artifact or a creature. When malfunction enters the battlefield, tap enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step.
Yeah, this is sleep paralysis, but it can also target artifacts.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's fine.
Fine.
like where sleep paralysis ended was you'll take it around 4th pick, not feel terrible, and you'll play it, but you're never excited. It was not, galvanic bombardment or fiery temper where you're like, yes, premium removal. This is more like necessary evil. Still, I think it lands in the C+ range though.
Yeah, I think so too. I do like that it can lock down. The artifact thing is basically for vehicles and for the most part, right? Where they're not active. Minister of Inquiries is blue for a 1/2 Vidalcan advisor. It's uncommon. Oh, I'm excited. This could draw me a lot of cards. When Minister of Inquiries enters the battlefield, I get 2 energy. I can tap it, pay 1 energy, and mill somebody for 3.
Yeah, there's no other mill card that can mill your opponent really. So I'm just not in for this. Like it doesn't make that much energy. You can mill them 5 times and then have this be killed and have accomplished nothing.
Oh yeah, no
so
way.
I think Minister of Inquiries just gets enough.
I think so too. I'm disappointed in you, Minister of Inquiries. Nimble Innovator is 3 and a blue for a 2/2 Vidalcan Artificer at common, and when it enters the battlefield, ta-da, draw a card.
Yeah, it's a fine card. The only gate on this is how many 4-drops you need, especially since this isn't very big. Like, if they have a 3/3 out and you play this, you're just going to, take a hit to the face. But otherwise, this replaces itself. That's a solid ability.
I don't know how to grade it. Is it a C?
It's a C, yeah. It's a C, and you'll be happy playing it, and you're not going to go out of your way to pick it up.
Yeah, I think the 4-drop thing is just the big question. But I'll play it. I'm not above it. Nimble Innovator, C. That leaves us with Revolutionary Rebuff, which is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. It says counter target non-artifact spell unless its controller pays 2. I don't like it. I like 2-mana counterspells so much more than I like 3-mana counterspells for limited, because there are turns where you can cast a 3-drop and leave up a 2-mana counterspell where the cancels of the world are just super, super clunky in almost all scenarios. But man, I really don't like the fact that this is conditional on multiple levels. You can't hit artifacts and they only have to pay 2 extra. I don't like Revolutionary Rebuff much at all.
The problem I have with this is twofold. One is that if you leave mana up and they play an artifact, you get owned. The other is that 2 mana is just something they can pay. It just gets to the point where they have 6 mana out and they're just going to play a 4-drop naturally a lot of the time. So I'm really not in for Revolutionary Rebuff. This feels... I'm not even going to say sideboard. I think this card's just an F. I don't feel like I'm going to put this in my deck.
No, you're going to get somebody's going to get you with it, but over the course of the format, I think that your win percentage will go down with Revolutionary Rebuff in your list. What about Select for Inspection?
It's 1 blue mana, an instant. Return target tapped creature to its owner's hand. Scry 1. It's kind of interesting design here because normally blue bounce spells, or just, any bounce spells, get better in aggressive decks where you're like bouncer blocker attack you, bouncer blocker attack you. The problem with Select for Inspection is it really only bounces their tapped attacking creatures or something they use to crew a vehicle, or you're attacking creatures when you're attacking them, which limits really where it's going to be used. On the other hand, Scry 1 is something that any deck is really happy with, so that really mitigates it in non-aggressive decks. I think overall this is a playable, just not a great one.
Yeah, I think so too. The Scry 1 sweetens it up a little bit, but man, tapped creature is so... This might be the bounce spell that makes me not want to play it.
It's just not... You can't think of it as your traditional bounce spell. This is more of a defensive bounce spell, or a way to reset your fabricate creatures if you attack and they do something to them. I don't know. I think Select for Inspection is passable. I think it's probably closer to a D+ than anything else, though.
Yeah, I do. I would say it's a D. It just looks so conditional to me, right? That those type of cards just so often don't end up making the cut in the list. So I'll give D for Select for Inspection.
All right.
What about Shrewd Negotiation?
This is 4 into blue, sorcery at uncommon. Exchange control of target artifact you control and target artifact or creature you don't control.
Ooh, or creature.
So it's a control magic with the additional cost of giving them an artifact, which ideally is a servo.
That's right. That seems to be the most common, least common denominator type card, right? Like here's a 1/1.
It's a little hard to use. You can't put this into every deck, but it's off the charts power level if you can effectively enable it.
What about a puzzle knot?
Puzzle knots work.
What about
servos work,
especially if it's off color, so they can't even sacrifice it?
Yes, I suppose you could do that.
Living the dream. You get half of the value.
Look, it's not a disaster if they do sack the puzzle value either. The puzzle knots don't really actually.
No, they're pretty minimal. Yeah. You know, I see a lot of upside here. I don't. The question becomes, what is the number of artifacts I need? Or I should say expendable artifacts that I need before I put Shrewd Negotiation in my deck, because the upside on this card is absurd. Like shipping them some crappy puzzle knot or servo and taking their best creature or maybe an artifact. That's very powerful. I'd pay 5 mana for that all day long. It's just tough because there's so many times when you may not be able to cast it from your hand. And that's of course going to depend on how many artifacts you actually put in your deck.
You know, this almost feels like a build around. It's like a build around B, where if you can build around it, this is going to be one of the better cards, but you just can't put it in your deck otherwise. Like, don't put this in your deck with 3 artifacts. You're just asking for trouble.
I wonder what the number is. Is it 7?
Yeah, that's closer. But 6? you can't. And I don't mean 5-drop artifacts, right?
Yeah, and I don't mean straight up artifacts either. I just mean cards that make an artifact or could make an artifact. So that counts all your fabricate creatures. So build around B for Shrewd Negotiation.
Build around B for Shrewd Negotiation.
What about Tezzeret's?
I like the next one.
Yeah, Ambition.
Tezzeret's Ambition is 3 blue sorcery. Draw 3 cards. If you control no artifacts, discard a card. So 5 mana, draw 3, discard 1, or 5 mana, draw 3. So look, I'm going to go out and say this card is not great, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell you like, yeah, you want 3 Tezzeret's Ambitions in your deck, but it isn't a powerful card draw spell. This at common makes me think a control deck is legit, because if you play 2 of these in your control deck, if you can stall the board and cast 2 Tezzeret's Ambitions, you're going to win the game.
That's game. Yeah.
So it is a handhold for control decks. The top curve of like a blue-black aggro deck having one of these doesn't sound like a disaster, honestly. I think Tezzeret's Ambition is probably a C-, but I like what it does for the format by existing.
Yeah, I think C- is a good spot for Tezzeret's Ambition, and it gives me hope, Luis. I hope we get to play that card, because that card's sweet. But of course, if the format ends up being faster than it looks, or if people are just playing decks that are more low to the ground, get you dead, then Tezzeret's Ambition can be a pretty big liability. You really do need to have a control deck that can stabilize before you put this in your deck. Thriving Turtle. So this is the Thriving for blue. It's blue for an 0/3 turtle. When it enters the battlefield, yes, you get 2 energy. And when it attacks, yes, you can pay 2 energy to give it a +1/+1 counter.
I'm fine with this card. I'm not over the moon about it, but it plays well with energy, both sides. It's a nice early defensive creature, so you can cast your Tezzeret's Ambitions. It's got the +1/+1 counter theme if you're like blue-green or something along those lines. So I suspect Thriving Turtle will make your deck more often than not. And
C-.
Probably lands at C- level, yeah.
There's a lot of energy flying around. If you can just start getting a counter going on it, it could do some work. I don't know. Would you rather have this or the camel?
Yes, this is much better than the tasseled dromedary.
Put them in the arena. Vidalcan Blade Master is 2 and a blue for a Vidalcan soldier. It's a 2/3 at common, and it's got prowess. You mentioned this earlier.
It's like a strictly better Ingenious Scob, because they can't mindset you and force you to kill it.
Well, I was say, wait, what? I think you misunderstood how strictly better works. But strictly worse Ingenious Scob. Is it still okay, though? I don't know.
Yeah, it's fine.
What is it doing here? So whenever you cast artifacts, it does it?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of prowess not being as good as it is in other sets, and the fact that you're just not going to end up wanting to be that aggressive in most blue decks. I don't know. Looking at the blue card file, it feels like blue has some aggro decks, but a lot of the decks are just trying to do fiddly, tricky things. Yeah, I mean, this card fits. It can't be much worse than a C-, I don't think, but I don't think it's great.
C-, huh?
Yeah, look, if you have this and you attack them, and they block, and you have a a spell like you have a Glimmer of Genius to kill their 3/3 and draw 2 or whatever, like
Yeah.
yeah, obviously that's great. Or you just leave your mana up and you play this, and there's a couple blue instants. That all seems fine. You don't need much. A 3-mana 2/3 is already just fine.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, C- for Vidalcan Blade Master. Leaves us with 2 more cards in blue. One of them is Weldfast Wingsmith, which is 3 in a blue for a human artificer. It's a 3/3 at common, and it says whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, it gets flying until end of turn.
Yeah, this card's kind of weird. So it's actually similar to the Sky Whale in that it's often going to be a 4-mana, like a 3-power flyer that, like, when you want to attack with it. But it's a little better on defense because it blocks ground creatures, which are of course more common.
Right.
The downside is it doesn't always fly. So
yeah.
What are the decks that want this? Like, again, I go back to like blue-black artifact aggro probably wants this.
Yes, for sure.
Like the blue energy deck, can't imagine really is interested. I mean, a 4-mana 3/3 is fine, but it's not like it's not the sort of thing that
you'd
you're
want
really
it to get flying
about.
at least a few times during the course of the game to make this card good. And then it is good. A 4-mana 3/3 flyer is excellent, but that's not what this is, of course. I think the overarching thing is, well, how many artifacts are you playing, or how many ways do you have to make artifacts enter the battlefield? And if you have a ton of them, then the Weldfast Wingsmith probably is worth including. I think if you don't, it'll end up being right at that fringe on the bottom where the 3/3 for 4 really just isn't quite good enough. It is an artificer. Like, there's a bunch of little things, pushing it towards being playable or borderline good. But overall, my gut says that you're really going to need to pay close attention to how many artifacts you can have enter the battlefield. And that's going to be the difference between playing a Weldfast Wingsmith and leaving it in your sideboard. Because I think if you don't have artifacts, you just don't want this at all. So I give it a C-. I think there's enough probably artifacts and fabricate cards around that what Weldfast Wingsmith's going to make the cut, a decent percentage of the time.
Yeah, I like C- on Weldfast Wingsmith.
They left they went in easy on us on this last one. Windrake, 2 in a blue, 2/2 flying Drake. Nothing else to say about it.
No. A little bit better in aggro than control, but still just a highly playable card. Yeah. I think this is about the definition of a C.
It is the definition of a blue C. Yeah, I think you were right, man. Yeah. Blue did not look great.
No, I mean, Malfunction might actually be the best blue common, but even if it's not, then the Aether Theorist is the second best, and that's not 2 commons I'm really, excited to first play.
God, especially when you compare them to what we've already seen. All right, so that means we've got 2 more cards left to go. They're both lands. One of them is called Aether Hub. It's uncommon. When it enters a battlefield, you get an energy counter. That's pretty sweet. You just play a land and get an energy counter. It also taps for colorless.
I totally expected this card to be rare when I first saw it. It is a very cool card.
So it taps for colorless, and you can tap it and pay an energy to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool.
This feels like a card I would always play in an energy deck because it generates energy for your other cards, and if you need to, you can fuel it.
Yes.
Do you just put this in your red-black deck that doesn't care about energy at all?
No.
I don't think you do, right?
No, I don't think you do.
You could play it in a 3-color deck. I think that's reasonable.
Totally. It's funny how that works, actually, isn't it? Put it in a 3-color deck. The first time you tap it, it's like the best land in your deck, and the second time you tap it, it's the worst. But still, right. It does come down to that pretty often. Look, the thing is, where do we pick it? Like Aether Hub, I still can't imagine that it's a super high pick, though. No. I also imagine it making the cut in a lot of decks, especially the energy deck.
I mean, this card's like, I would pick it around where I'd pick D's, where it's not a card I'm going to prioritize, and I'm sometimes going to play it.
Yeah, agreed. All right, that leaves one more card. It's called Sequestered Stash. It's also an uncommon. It also taps for colorless mana, but it's got an activated ability. You can pay 4 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to put the top 5 cards of your library into your graveyard. Then you may put an artifact card from your graveyard on top of your library.
So it's you're down a card here, but you get to trade in a land to take a shot at. Well, first of all, milling a good artifact, and also you could just put artifacts that are otherwise in your graveyard. I'm not really into this.
I'm not either.
If your mana is somehow great in your deck, then this is a minor effect. It's going to be better than a land a lot of the time. But the problem is mana in limited decks is just generally so bad that I don't really want to destabilize my mana base for an ability. I bet you use 1 out of every 5 games you draw this.
I know. And even then, it's not like you're getting super far ahead. It's like some type of card selection,
Yeah, it's card selection. It's not even card advantage.
Yeah,
or even card parity.
It's not even card parity. You're actually down. But the interesting thing to note here is that it says you mill yourself for 5, then you may put an artifact card from your graveyard. It's just in your yard. Like, it could have already been there. It's not from the 5 that you milled. So I don't know. That's just a subtlety that, you know, you have to keep in mind with Sequestered Stash. But still, I don't think that brings it out of the muck here. I still think this is a card that I'm going to generally not be playing in Limited, and I'd probably give it like a D- or something.
Yeah, I'm fine with D- on Sequestered Stash.
Okay, that does it. We did it. We made it all the way through another set review here, and I got to say I'm blown away by the power level of these cards in Kaladesh, Luis. This set looks super strong.
It does. It feels like there's a lot going on, and a lot of these cards are kind of hard to evaluate, not seeing them in action. But I do think that we can tell that the power level's high. So I expect flashy games, I expect complicated board states, and I expect, you know, common 5-mana 6/6 tramples and 4/4 tramples.
Yeah, I like it. Looks fun. So that will do it for the commons and uncommon set review here for Kaladesh. A few things to say. First, thank you to our sponsor, channelfireball.com. Please do check them out. If you want to pre-order Kaladesh, you can do so right now. They'll ship it out to you once it's ready to go. And you can find a bunch of other Magic-related stuff on the website, including free content. That's right, videos, articles, podcasts from some of the best players in the world, all with the goal of helping you improve at Magic. That's what we try to do here on Limited Resources. That's why we're such a good fit with Channel Fireball, because they have the same goal that we do. They want to help you get better. And who better than some of the best players in the world to do that? You can also pick up supplies, apparel, a whole host of awesome stuff at CFB. If you want to find us on social media, you want to say hi, I'm Marshall_LR, and Luis is LSV. You can find us on all types of things, primarily Twitter, but, you know, we're on other stuff too. We've got a Facebook page. We've got all that kind of stuff. We've got a YouTube channel with bonus content and all that. You can find all of that at lrcast.com. That's the place to go to find all the links. You can find a link to Luis's stream, to my stream. If you want to get more LR style content, you can find it all there at lrcast.com. All right, that is going to do it. Thank you so much for spending a decent amount of time with us for this one, and have fun at your pre-release. We'll see you next time.
So it feels kind of gratuitous to do a sign-off after a set review, but I have a very timely one here. So a card that was controversial in the last couple of episodes was Lunarch Mantle.
Was it controversial?
Opinions
I hadn't noticed.
We got a lot of tweets about it, and I decided I wanted to really settle the debate. So I'm just minding my own business, you know, streaming Magic Online on Friday. I draft a deck with 3 Bloodbriars and 2 Lunarch Mantles, with Lunarch Mantle being the centerpiece of my deck.
This is in the name of science, you're saying?
Yes. I start to play my first match. Marshall shows up in the chat. You hadn't been watching the stream until this point.
Not at all. I was actually on a motorcycle. Yeah.
And my opponent is playing a 4-color deck with multiple Lunarch Mantles. We proceed to have a match where my opponent kills me with Lunarch Mantle on their creature by sacking a bunch of lands to it. I also lose a game because I drew Lunarch Mantle, and any like relevant spell would have won me the game. It just sat in my hand and couldn't do anything. And then I lost a game because that was the same game. And then I lost a game because I didn't draw Lunarch Mantle to combo with my Bloodbriar. So I wasn't sure at the end if that settled the debate on Lunarch Mantle.
Yeah, I was going to say, wait a minute. Weren't you supposed to settle the debate? I don't feel like you did at all.
I think what it settled is that this is just a Lunarch Mantle metagame. We're just living in it.